Chapter 985. The battle to ambush Rodney's flagship ended faster than expected. Under such circumstances, even the backup plan that Brando and the others had discussed and arranged was not of any use at all. When the Valhalla fleet disguised as the Empire's patrol ships fired their cannons, Rodney thought that there was some kind of misunderstanding and hurriedly ordered the ship to stop and wait for Brando's subordinates to come closer to explain. In the end, when the 3 warships from Valhalla were close enough, he finally realized that something was amiss. Unfortunately, it was too late. The commander on Brando's warship immediately ordered the warships to approach and engage in a boarding battle. The sailors swarmed forward. Although the Knight of the White Legion around Rodney was still prepared to put up a desperate fight, the battlefield they were good at was not in the air. Not to mention, Brando's side had the Valkyrie and the Ash Sword Saint. In less than 15 minutes, the sailors had broken into the lower cabin and forced Rodney and the rest of his squires to surrender. After that, the 3 warships and the flagship docked at the military anchorage near Fathom Port. Brando was notified immediately and brought the Shire and the others onto the ship. When they boarded the ship, the traces of battle on the deck had already been cleaned up. The corpses that were strewn all over the deck were moved away, and the filthy blood was washed away. Rows of sailors in Valhalla Navy uniforms stood on both sides of the ship, and there were obvious traces of battle on their bodies. However, most of these young people's eyes were shining with excitement. Behind them, a few captives were tied up like dumplings and thrown to the side. Rodney himself was not injured at all. He stood beside the cabin door, and the head of the Valkyrie, Brunhilde, was personally responsible for monitoring him. Brunhilde was dressed in military attire as usual. Her face was as cold as ever, and she had a serious smile on her face in front of outsiders. However, there was a bright flame burning in her light blue eyes. She only nodded slightly when she saw Brendel. Being personally watched by the head of the Valkyrie, who was praised in myths and legends, made Rodney's life worth it. However, at this moment he obviously did not think so. He did not want to die, so he appeared to be particularly nervous. He had witnessed the entire battle with his own eyes. He had brought 32 great knight commanders with him. These knight commanders were all elites from the White Legion, and each of them was at least at the lower gold level. However, these elites of the elites could not resist in front of the 3 female warriors riding flaming warhorses. Even the most euphemism to describe the previous battle was that the battle was one-sided, and there was no room for luck. In particular, the Valkyrie beside him had left a huge hole in the warship with a single shot. What a joke! This was a second-level warship. Although he did not have much ability, he had a good eye. At a glance, he could see that these Valkyries had at least mastered elemental power, and they were not half-baked people who had forcibly raised their power from the peak of gold to touching elemental power. They were genuine powerhouses who had mastered elemental power. Temple Knight commanders, and perhaps even more. Why would 3 elemental rank powerhouses suddenly appear in such a place, especially when they were wearing standard equipment? They seemed to belong to some mysterious force. Rodney did not recognize the flaming warhorses they were riding, but to be able to withstand an elemental rank battle, this kind of mount was obviously extraordinary. He could not help but break out in cold sweat at the thought that such mounts could appear in batches. What kind of force in this area could be so powerful? Other than the Holy Cathedral, he really could not think of anything. The biggest lord in East Metz was the Duke of Flowerleaf, but even the Duke of Flowerleaf could not have such strength. Could it be the Holy Cathedral? Rodney knew that other than the clerics, the highest armed knight class of the Holy Cathedral of Fire was the Flame Knight, but there were no women in the Flame Knight class. Moreover, he could see that these people were obviously foreigners, but he did not connect them to the small country in the south. He suspected the most, in fact, were the Bugas. Only the Bugas would appear at this time and stand opposite Her Majesty the Queen. Rodney's wild thoughts continued until he saw a person appear on the deck. When he saw that person, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. His face turned deathly pale and large beads of sweat oozed out from his forehead. His legs couldn't help but tremble as if he would collapse to the ground at any time. If Brunhilde didn't support him from behind, perhaps this possibility would have become a reality. From this, it could be seen how frightened this guy was. In the Empire, if there was such a person who could cause such an impact among the nobles, then there was no doubt that this person could only be called the Ash Sword Saint, or Mephisto, who was now on the deck with Brando. For this legendary sacred sword saint, his appearance could be said to be well known in the Empire. There was no need to explain because it was impossible for anyone not to recognize him, not to mention the nobles. When Brando saw Rodney's expression, he thought of the influence that Mephisto had caused among the nobles in the south of the empire. He could not help but look at his cheap swordsmanship teacher with some curiosity. He thought to himself, how awesome must this sacred sword saint be to be able to make people so afraid when they have never met him before. Those who did not know might think that this old man had done something that angered the gods in the empire. But it was strange. In his memory, the Ash Sword Saint had actually only caused trouble in the empire twice. From the records, it did not seem to be a big deal. He did not know why these people were so afraid. Was it because they were too worried, or there was something else hidden? Mephisto glanced at his student in disdain. He was too lazy to answer this kind of question. Although he hated the empire for its destruction, he would not waste his time on a villain like Rodney. Of course, he knew why Brando brought him along, and now this guy had achieved his goal. He snorted from his nose and walked to the other side of the deck with one hand on his sword. He looked out at the sea and sky outside the port. Out of sight, out of mind. On the deck, the young people from Valhalla looked at him with admiration. Brando was a little speechless. He knew that his teacher's personality was different from ordinary people. He looked at Rodney and frowned slightly. To be honest, he did not have a good impression of this guy, whether it was because of what this guy had done in history or what he was doing now. Moreover, in the previous battle, he had lost more than 30 gold-ranked knight captains. What strength did his men have? Although they were trained by the Bugas, they had not trained for more than half a year. Even if they were gifted and had the help of the mass-produced inferior dragon blood potion, it would be amazing if they could reach the peak of iron rank in less than half a year. Even with the extraordinary strength of the Valkyrie, casualties were inevitable. And these casualties were unnecessary. These were the best young people of the kingdom who should have had a bright future, but they were bleeding and dying for no reason in a foreign country. It was all because of this guy who had caused trouble for him. When he thought of this, he could not help but feel angry. He wanted to throw this guy into the sea. But fortunately, Brando did not lose his mind. He knew that this guy in front of him was at least Veronica's brother, and although he was now working for the Silver Queen, at least he had not betrayed the empire and joined Madara. Nominally, he had not severed ties with the Arazico family. More importantly, he wanted to squeeze some value out of this guy. Thinking of this, his gaze directly skipped over this guy and landed on Marjorie behind him. This young officer from the Yanalasa Royal Navy took the initiative to be in charge of this ambush. Considering that this officer was the most experienced among all his subordinates, and that this operation couldn't fail, he agreed to the officer's request and gave him 3 ships to be in charge of commanding. Fortunately, the officer didn't disappoint him and completed the mission beautifully. Marjorie put his hand on his chest and bowed to Brando with the etiquette of a subordinate. He replied, "My lord, with the blessings of the gods, I was able to complete the mission." Brando nodded and smiled. Well done. It was a simple sentence, but it made Marjorie feel a little excited. But then he realized that he was not in the Royal Navy, and the person in front of him was not his immediate superior. He could not help but be slightly startled. He did not know when it started, but this group of envoys had become familiar with the commanding tone of their commander. But after all, he was a naval officer, and obedience to orders had long been second nature. This thought only flashed through his mind, and he did not take it seriously. Eugenie, who was behind Brando, was keenly aware of the difference in tone between the two. She looked at Marjorie and Brando with a complicated expression. Brando glanced at the dark cabin door behind Rodney and cast a questioning look at Marjorie. The young naval officer understood tacitly and quickly replied, "My lord, the prisoner's carriage is inside. As per your orders, I did not let anyone near the cabin." Brando nodded in satisfaction. He did not want more people to know about Vahina's identity. Some things were better left in the dark than out in the open. Besides, he knew that with Vahina's temperament, she probably did not want too many people to see her in such a state. He felt a little complicated when he thought of the high and mighty young lady he met in the loop of trade winds. He thought to himself that this was probably what fate meant. Who would have thought that their second meeting would be under such circumstances? In the dark prison, Vahina was curled up in a corner, trembling. Cold shackles were locked around her right ankle, connected to a heavy chain. She did not know what was happening outside, but she clearly heard the roar of cannons, the sound of fighting, and the violent tremors of the ship. These noises were extremely noisy at first, but it reached its peak at a certain time, and then gradually died down. The entire ship became silent. At first, she could still hear the sound of doors being kicked open, heavy objects falling to the ground, begging for mercy, and beast-like howls. But soon, even these sounds disappeared. At first, she could still feel the floor of the ship shaking slightly, but later, even the entire ship became still, as if it had fallen into a completely silent world. Vahina didn't know that it was because the ship had docked at the harbor again. She only knew that the terrifying roar of the cannons had scared her so much that she clutched her head and screamed. She couldn't wait for this hellish experience to end as soon as possible. But when everything quieted down, she missed the noise from before. The endless silence made her feel as if her heart was frozen. She didn't know what was going on outside. It was as if she had fallen into a huge unknown outside the pitch-black space. The uncertainty about the future made the Duke's daughter feel as if a giant beast was lurking in the darkness ahead, waiting for her to run into it head-on. She could hear her own heart beating powerfully in the darkness, thumping as if it was the only sound in the world. Fear made her lean tightly against the cold wall. She also tried to call out in a low voice a few times, trying to attract the attention of the guards outside the iron prison. But because of hunger and cold, her voice was as weak as a helpless lamb, and could not be heard outside the iron prison. The great uneasiness finally made her sob softly. At this moment, the sound of metal scraping against metal pierced the dark world. Vahina bounced up from the ground as if she had been pricked by a needle. There were still some tears on her face, but she widened her eyes in horror as she looked around. The sound came from outside the cabin door, and soon, a second sound was heard. Vahina could feel all the hair on her body standing on end. She listened carefully and finally heard the sound clearly. It was the sound of someone opening the lower cabin door. She might be a young lady, but she was not ignorant. She knew that in a warship like this, only the engine room door was made of metal, and it was not far from the lower cabin. Is someone coming? Or is it something else? It was as if the beast hiding in the unknown was forcing its way into her. She could feel her little heart beating faster, and soon, she heard a series of footsteps. The footsteps stopped not far from the prison, and she heard men talking. Pirates? That was the first thought that came to Vahina's mind. She knew that there were no airships in her father's territory, and even if they wanted to save her, they would not wait until the airship left the port. But who would fight the Imperial Navy in the Sublime? It could only be the pirates. She knew that the pirates had most likely won. Although she did not know who they were to be able to defeat the knight by Rodney's side, she had heard stories about them since she was young. She knew what would happen if she fell into their hands, especially a young lady like her. Vahina's face turned pale. She wished that time would stop at this moment and never move forward again, or that those boorish fellows would never notice this prison carriage. Unfortunately, things did not go as she wished. Soon, she heard the sound of the prison door opening. A creaking sound that made one's teeth ache, and a strong light shone in from outside. Vahina immediately lowered her head and curled up helplessly in a corner. Her heart was at a loss. She was in complete despair. To her, this was the worst possible outcome. But there was only a fine line between heaven and hell. She heard a voice asking, "Vahina?" That voice was so pleasing to the ears, like the sound of nature. This rich young miss could swear to the heavens that she had never thought that that hateful voice would be so pleasant to the ears one day. It almost made her hallucinate, thinking that she was hearing things. She trembled and raised her head in disbelief. The light that seeped into the darkness caused her beautiful pupils to contract. Under her originally dazzling and beautiful blonde hair, which was now somewhat messy, her face was filled with an illusion of surprise and ecstasy. She saw the face that should never have appeared, but now it was right in front of her, so real that it couldn't be any more real. Chapter 986. The Shire walked up the stairs of the lighthouse. When he looked up, he saw Brando and the three ladies chatting by the railing on the side of the lighthouse. The Roman lady was giggling, and Vahina had a gloomy expression on her face. She seemed to have something on her mind. Maynard was dressed in military attire. She was leaning against the railing with her back facing the sea. Her long black hair fluttered in the sea breeze. In the distance, the sea and the sky merged into one. The floating clouds were like white mountains rising and falling in the sky. The others were already used to the female knight's silent and meticulous personality. However, they did not see the little Princess Cypher who liked to join in the fun. It seemed that she had dragged the little elf to the port to go shopping. The two ladies had now become best friends with each other. Of course, they did have a common topic and hobby, which was the ability to cause trouble. My lord. Brando was wearing a black knight's trench coat. The Halran Gaia was hanging at his waist. The black rhinoceros leather scabbard was almost pointing to the ground. When he turned around, he noticed that his wizard servant had arrived. He smiled and waved his hand. You came at the right time. What do you think of the scenery here? The Shire was slightly startled. It seems that my lord likes the scenery here? Brando smiled and shook his head. He reached out his glove and patted the old and mottled outer wall of the lighthouse. Do you know the origin of this lighthouse? The Shire subconsciously looked up at the lighthouse. The old lighthouse looked old, but it was just an old lighthouse that could be seen everywhere in the sublime inland sea. He really did not know what this lighthouse meant. Fathom Harbor has a long history. However, my lord, I have never been here before. I don't know if there are any historical sites here, he replied. Ha ha! Brando laughed and proudly reached out his hand to the merchant lady beside him. The latter stuck out her tongue and reluctantly put a gold coin in his hand. She sighed and complained, The Shire, you are so useless. This lighthouse is the famous Tumun Lighthouse. Brando pointed in the direction of the harbor. Fathom Harbor was built in the year of the return of the light. The founder of the harbor was the famous scholar of the cruise, Fathom Freeman. The latter was a descendant of Tumun. He was also one of the few respected Myrnas in the mortal world. Unfortunately, this family could not escape the trial of time and eventually disappeared in the long river of history. This lighthouse was built to commemorate them. After all, Tumun was the bearer of the fire of civilization. He was the wise man who gave the light of enlightenment to the people of Black Iron in the darkness. Unfortunately, not many people can remember this history now. His gaze softened as he looked in the direction of the harbor. In his previous life, he had passed by this place when he left Aween for Farnazane. He remembered that there was an emblem of Farnazane on the door of this lighthouse. Even though it was a few decades earlier than that time, the emblem on the door was still the same. It was just that it was a lot newer. It was a very strange feeling. In both his previous and current lives, this harbor did not change much. He could even find bits and pieces of details from a few decades later. The memories of the past blended into these details, giving him a strange feeling in his heart. The Shire did not know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at his lord betting on him. However, Brando's words had also piqued his curiosity. He looked up at the lighthouse. This ordinary lighthouse was no different from the other lighthouses in the sublime inland sea. It stood between two headlands, overlooking the blue sky outside Fathom Harbor. It was like a lonely old man who had been through the wind and rain, silently and wisely watching the passage of time, leaving only the mottled green and white paint on its body. History formed a huge coincidence and completed a cycle. It had witnessed the decline of the last Myrnas, and now it was about to see them return to the world. So this is the origin of this lighthouse. It's actually not the original one, Vahina suddenly looked up and replied with a hint of pride. The original Tumun lighthouse was destroyed in a fire in 1914. It was rebuilt again, but the rebuilt lighthouse was damaged in the War of the Seven Moons. The one you see now is the second time it has been renovated. Brando turned to look at her, worry flashing in his dark brown eyes. After a night of rest, Vahina's complexion looked much better today. She seemed to have regained her pride as the eldest daughter of the Duke of Flowers. However, he knew that perhaps only by experiencing it himself could he understand what the past month meant to her. It was obvious that the shadow in her heart would not be so easily erased. The princess of the Duke of the Loop of Trade Winds, who did not know the sorrow of the world, was no longer around. Miss Vahina, you're trying to comfort me again. Vahina suddenly turned back and glared at him, her beautiful brows furrowed deeply. I don't want to quarrel with you, country bumpkin. I'm not as weak as you think. Also, she corrected him with a serious tone, call me Vahina. Brando stared at her with a frown, thinking that her tough act was no different from when she was in the Loop of Trade Winds. It was just that she looked silly and cute. The Shire laughed inwardly, but he did not forget that he still had business to attend to. He quickly reported, My lord, the interrogation is almost done. Oh! Brendel's brows furrowed slightly as he realized what news the wizard brought. In truth, it was not difficult to pry open Rodney's mouth, but the problem was how many secrets he knew about the Queen's secrets. What did he say? Brendel asked. The Shire hurriedly replied, "As you expected, Rodney's main purpose is Miss Vahina. The Silver Queen hopes to use Miss Vahina and Duke Helix as hostages to force Miss Vahina's sister to submit to her. That way, she can gain control of the Duke of Flowers' territory. My sister is smart. She will never be controlled by that vicious woman." Vahina coldly interrupted, her fists trembling in anger. Brando gently patted her thin shoulder and asked, "Other than that, where did the Silver Queen's Myrna come from? What does she plan to do? What other secret forces does she have?" "Well," the Shire shrugged, "Rodney doesn't know much about that, but Her Majesty seems to be very interested in the Alkash Mountain. Her purpose of going east is not only to subdue the nobles in the northern part of the empire, but also to open up a passage to the Alkash Mountain." She still can't forget about the final battle? Brando was stunned for a moment, but he immediately saw the Duke's daughter trembling slightly. Only then did he remember that there were two main paths to the Alkash Mountain from the East Metz. One was in Ludwig, and the other was in the Duke of Flowers' territory. That. Why is the Queen so interested in that place? Romaine blinked her dark brown eyes and asked curiously. The Shire did not dare to neglect the question of his fiancée. He quickly replied, "There are many reasons. Perhaps it's related to the secret of the final battle, or perhaps it's just because Her Majesty likes that place. Besides, the Alkash Mountain itself is strategically located in the middle of Fanzan, Saint-Tassol, and Cruz. It's a place where one can attack or retreat." "What about the Myrna people? I don't believe that they came back from the Great Glacier like the rumors say." "My lord, I've asked around. The Silver Queen's Myrna people are mainly the descendants of the witches. She mobilized the mountain people." "Mountain people?" "To be exact, it's a branch of the mountain people, the Xenia branch. Werewolves." Brando sucked in a breath of cold air. The mountain people lived in the Latch Mountains to the south of the Flower Leaf territory. But in fact, that was before the last era. Due to various reasons, the mountain people left their homeland and spread their branches and leaves. Scarlet, for example, was a mountain person born in Erewhon. The mountain people had an unclear relationship with the Myrna people, which was why they were generally discriminated against in this world. Among the mountain people, there were a few bloodlines left behind by the Myrna people, and the Xenia people were one of them. Now, the Xenia people had long left their homeland like the other mountain people and settled in the south of Cloak Bay, in an unknown branch of the Broken Sword Mountain. That was the Silver Queen's sphere of influence, and it was possible that she could find these people from the last era. "My lord, there's also this. We found it from the knight's body if I remember correctly." The Shire stretched out his hand and opened his palm, revealing a piece of rock lying flat in his palm. He then raised his head and looked at Brando with a strange gaze. Brando had already narrowed his eyes. This thing, lying flat in the young wizard's palm, was a grey piece of rock that was as flat as a chisel. There were no traces of artificial carvings on its surface, as if it was naturally peeled off from a huge rock. It was not the first time he saw this piece of rock. This was the grey shard. The first time he found something similar to it was in Amandina's father's belongings. The second time was in Kelsey's grave. The third time was in the remains of the crystal elk. This is..." The Roman opened her small mouth and let out a soft gasp. "This is the fourth one, right?" "This is the fourth one." "What exactly is this thing, my lord?" "I'm not too sure, but..." Brando frowned slightly. Previously, when there were more than 3 of these grey pieces, he would put them together, and there would be an obvious resonance, forming something like a map. This time, there should be a similar reaction. He signaled to the Shire, and the latter understood and gently pushed forward. The stone fragment seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and stood upright in his palm. It emitted a faint blue light and slowly floated towards Brando. Brando immediately felt the other 3 pieces of rock on his body become restless, even though they were still in the dimension hole. Then the space also resonated. Maynard, who was leaning on the railing, seemed to have felt something. She turned her head and saw that the space between Brando and the Shire was slightly darkening, as if it was collapsing under a huge force. She could not help but be startled. "This is..." "My lord!" The Shire's expression suddenly changed and he hurriedly shouted. "This is..." Like a drop of water falling on a calm surface of water, at that moment, Brando felt the existence of the sea of magic. The sky suddenly darkened. Above the entire sublime inland sea, from the west to the east, The entire sky was rapidly darkening. The clouds seemed to be driven by an invisible force and gathered from all directions. Lightning flashed across the clouds, and the rumbling of thunder rolled from the sky. For a moment, a new storm seemed to have formed above Xianxia. The resonance of the space became more and more obvious. Even the ground was shaking, and small stones and gravel were dancing wildly. The snow-white walls of the lighthouse creaked and cracked, and a shocking crack appeared. Vahina screamed and held the railing for support. "It's dark, Brando." Roman looked at the sky in fear. A huge whirlpool was forming in the sky above Fathom. It was as if a terrifying eye had opened up in the thick clouds. Cold sweat slid down Brando's forehead. He could feel that his forehead was covered with sweat. "Take it back," he roared. The Shire did not even think about it. He grabbed the gray stone that was floating in the air. Strangely enough, the moment he grabbed the gray stone, everything suddenly calmed down. The clouds no longer gathered, the lightning disappeared, and the sound of thunder gradually faded away. The trembling of the space stopped in an instant. The sun once again shone in the sky, and the sea was no longer howling. Everything that happened before was like a terrifying illusion. But the huge crack on the lighthouse proved that everything that happened a moment ago was real. It just came and left. There was a lot of noise in the direction of the dock, and from time to time, loud shouts came from there. "Is it an earthquake? Is it an earthquake?" But these voices were quickly drowned out by the cries and shouts. Brando, the Shire, Vahina, Maynard, and the Roman, the five of them stood by the lighthouse, frozen in their previous positions, like puppets. Everyone was stunned. After a while, Brando was the first to recover from the shock. He asked a little dryly, "What was that before?" Everyone looked at each other. "My lord." "You don't have to say it," Brando interrupted his wizard servant, his mouth a little dry. "I felt it. That is." The Shire still had some lingering fear. "It's the tide of the sea of magic." Brendel recalled the terrifying feeling from before and answered word by word, "No. It's the dusk." The female knight's cold voice sounded at the right time. Brando was slightly startled and turned to look at her. The latter's face was also a little pale, but at least she could maintain her composure. She hesitated for a moment before answering with certainty, "It's the dusk dragon. At least for a moment just now, I felt a peeping from outside this world. But it's definitely not a demon. I have a hunch in my heart that it's there." Brando was silent. In fact, he also felt that terrible pressure. Even in the game, he had never felt it before. Did this thing summon it? The Shire carefully looked at the gray stone in his hand, sweating profusely, as if he was holding something terrible. "What the hell is this?" "I think it shouldn't be." Brando frowned. He faintly recalled the feeling of being peeped at. That huge power seemed to have broken through the barrier between the Sea of Magic and the Wound in an instant and descended on the sky above Fathom Harbor. However, this passage was not opened by the resonance of the gray stone in their hands. Rather than calling it a summoning, it was better to say that it was a forced descent. On the outskirts of Nazir, a pair of golden eyes that looked like burning flames slowly opened in the darkness. The owner of this pair of eyes that was hidden under the branches and leaves suddenly sat up from the bushes, making a rustling sound. It was the third day after leaving the Imperial City. Sydney subconsciously touched her chest. This action affected her wound, and she could not help but frown. The statue of the Saintess of the Lion Palace was no longer as elegant and calm as she usually was. Her face was covered with dust mixed with blood. But fortunately, at least that thing was still there, hidden under her thick clothes. This made her feel a little more at ease. She subconsciously raised her head and looked in the direction of the coastal area to the east of Metz in confusion. Why did the Sea of Magic suddenly become turbulent? What was resonating with this thing? A trace of doubt surfaced in her mind. Chapter 987. The rustling cold wind swept across the dry land of the plateau, and the sparse vegetation shook violently, bowing down to the cold and harsh monarch. Fawaz stretched out his snow-white paws and caught the snowflakes falling from the sky. Thin, sharp claws stretched out from under the fluff, flickering with cold light. It raised its head, and its eyes, as blue as the sea, reflected the entire northern sky and earth. It was such a picture. The mountains in the north of Anzaruta were like a giant door, lying at the end of the sky. On the open alluvial plain, the river was like a shining ribbon, flowing into the distance and converging under the undulating mountains. Heavy gray shadows, curved curves, and finally gathered at one point. It was a fortress, the last door leading to the evergreen corridor. Fawaz silently looked in that direction, and no one knew what thoughts were running through his mind. The cold wind blew the king of beasts' snow-white beard with brass rings, causing it to sway slightly. He turned his head, and the heavy armor on his body made a crisp clattering sound. "Change the flag." Standing behind this wise and mighty Lion King were 2 rows of tall golden-maned forbidden guards. But among the crowd, there was an old lion man with a long staff and a red robe. He bowed his head and bent his knees, asking in a trembling voice, "Now? My respected majesty?" Fawaz raised a finger, and the sharp nails flickered with a sharp cold light. He shook the finger gently. "Don't call me majesty, Nazay. Only that person can be called majesty. She is the ruler of 1,000 realms, the king of kings. She is the light of day, the color of night. The poem has long foreseen that she will rule the world. Now she has returned, bringing with her the gospel of all ages and the salvation of the lion men. You and I will serve her as if we serve our sovereign father." Modesty stared at the lion people's camp. Her vertical pupils, which were unique to cold-blooded animals, had a cold and narrow light. She immediately saw black flags rising from the endless camp, replacing the golden lion's main flag that was originally like an ocean. The female black dragon could not help but chuckle. It's an honor to witness the arrival of such an era. She spread out her hands, and pieces of black flags slowly rose behind her. On the flag, the holy emblem called a skort was shining. On the eve of the Year of Swords, the lion men of Toquinen, the lion men of the Golden Mane, passed through Rokizi, the broken sword mountain fortress. The army of Georgindi Ridge captured the last fortress in the south of the Field of Four Territories, Azaf. The 2 armies met at the southern end of the Evergreen Corridor and announced the change of banner at the same time. The black battle flag of the Empire, the symbol of the darkness dragon Odin, had finally returned to this land after disappearing for 1,000 years. The remnants of Cruz, the knight, and the nobles who fled to the north were lucky enough to witness the birth of this moment that changed history. When the news was brought to the north, it was quickly discovered that the supreme queen of the empire and the temple army that belonged to her side were flying the same flag. Thus, a rumor began to spread. After 1,000 years, the sovereign of the darkness had returned. She was both the sovereign and the father. She was the light that rose from the darkness. She was the sovereign of the previous era. She had returned, bringing with her the glory and redemption of the past. She would put an end to all these lies. The whole of Wonde was shaken. As if there was a tacit understanding, the Red Army and the Wind Elves stopped fighting at the same time in the wilderness of the Four Realms. But then, the elves fell into a dead silence. The Holy Cathedral of the Wind Empress did not say anything for a while. The Holy Cathedral of the Wind Empress, from the Holy See to the officiant, and from the royal court to the emperor, were collectively speechless. It was as if a terrible taboo lay in front of them, making them tremble with fear as if they were treading on thin ice. In Fanzan, the Sanners slowed down their southward advance. The nobles of the free cities looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The Holy Cathedral of Light, which had always avoided the Darkness Dragon, suddenly summoned all the regional bishops to White City and reactivated the Holy Parliament that was once abandoned after the War of the Holy Saints. But just when people were speculating that the Church was going to send troops to the south to punish the crazy queen, the Supreme of Fanzan, His Majesty the Emperor and Pope Gloria II of the Empire, sent an edict to silence the noisy north. Order of the Silver Horse to return to the north of Alkash. All troops in the Empire are not allowed to take a step south. The Holy Parliament is temporarily closed. No one in the Holy Cathedral is allowed to discuss the situation in the south. Thus, the sacred assembly that had reopened after 762 years was like the final radiance of the setting sun, dying just as quickly after its short revival. It had only lasted a short 12 days, and the Fanzans had jokingly called it the 10 Days Council. After a series of events, the only result left was the collective silence of the entire civilized world. It was as if the upheaval that happened in the Cruz Empire was just an illusion. Bang! Duke Wei Na heavily slammed the letter on the table. His trembling hand was proof of how furious he was. This senior minister of the empire looked around like a lion and roared, "What good will it do them if they let the situation worsen?" The generals around the sand table had different expressions. Some were furious, Some were at a loss, and some were terrified. Just 3 days ago, Her Majesty the Queen's army had invaded West Metz. Her army clearly showed the order of the Highlanders and witches. At the border of the civilized world, it was said that many people had observed a strange group of humans. Everyone knew that the Myurna people had returned. Now the rumor that Her Majesty the Queen was the Darkness Dragon had been spreading like wildfire. Since she was 15 years old, she no longer looked old. Wasn't this the most direct proof? People originally hoped that the Holy Cathedral of Fire would stand up and take charge of the situation at this chaotic juncture. But now even the Holy Cathedral was divided into 2 factions. The 2 voices were fiercely fighting in the ideological world of the Empire, making it difficult to distinguish who was right and who was wrong. However, as the situation on the battlefield became more and more inclined to the Queen's side, many fence-sitters had already turned to the scholarly faction. As for the northern nobles that the conservatives relied on, their days were getting worse and worse. Many of the conservative nobles were originally royalists, standing in the position of the legitimate heir. Since the Silver Queen began to make moves on the princes around her, they had been alienated from them. As the Silver Queen's actions became more and more crazy, they originally thought that these actions that offended the world would soon lead to her being betrayed. Especially when she reactivated the Xenia people and called herself the Darkness Dragon, the entire north was in jubilation. At that time, they could even imagine that Fanzan and Saint Tossel would soon send troops to intervene, and maybe even the sage far away in the Ring of the World would come to suppress her. Everyone knew that the world order established after the War of the Holy Saints was the cornerstone of mortal civilization. Anyone who tried to shake this cornerstone was going against the entire civilized world. And at this moment, this crazy Her Majesty the Queen stood on the opposite side of the entire civilized world. Her fate was obvious. The northern nobles were celebrating, thinking that victory was in sight, but the reality that followed shocked them. They were even at a loss. The silence of the Holy Cathedral of Light and the Holy Cathedral of Wind made their hearts drop to the freezing point. They even began to doubt their own worldview. What was wrong with this world? However, the silence of one side often meant that the other side was more arrogant. The nobles of Cloak Bay, who were still hesitating, instantly joined the Queen's camp. The Imperial fleet, which had always been controlled by the Holy Cathedral, also fell into the arms of the scholastics. In addition, the Lion Men south of the Evergreen Corridor and the army of Georgandy Ridge suddenly changed sides. All of a sudden, the entire north fell into a situation of isolation and helplessness. Although the White Legion, which was entrenched in the north of the Evergreen Corridor, had not yet expressed their stance, everyone knew of their relationship with the Queen. In fact, the nobles on Ludwig's side had long given up hope in East Metz. They were even estimating the speed of the White Legion's advance. As news from all directions had long been cut off, they could only guess that Fathom Port might have already fallen by this time. They just didn't know how long the Flowerleaf territory could last. However, the Duke of Flowerleaf was still under house arrest in the imperial capital. It was likely that his 2 daughters wouldn't be able to hold on for long. In this way, Ludwig was fighting alone. To make matters worse, the eldest son of the king had gone missing in Erewhon. The military nobles had lost their moral footing. If it weren't for the Silver Queen revealing her identity as the Dark Dragon and causing the Holy Cathedral to split, they would have probably become a group of traitors by now. In the crowd, an old man in a holy robe sighed. Duchess Weena looked at him and said angrily, "Bishop Randall, you tell us. Are those damned tree sticks and northern barbarians still thinking of benefiting from the battle? Don't they understand what kind of situation they are in now? That crazy woman claims to be the Dark Dragon and intends to restore the rule of the Myurna people. She is blaspheming the sacred covenant, but those people are turning a blind eye to it. This is outrageous." Randall laughed bitterly. "You can't blame them. You and I are both people who experienced the last holy war. You should know what happened at that time. It's just that the things we saw at that time were too bizarre, and it made people suspicious." "But you are still standing here," the Duke interrupted him heavily. "Instead of throwing yourself into the arms of those traitors, this shows that it is only their weakness that has caused them to waver." "Old friend, you can't say that. I can't prove that my choice is right. I just don't want to betray the belief I have for so many years. There is no right or wrong in history, only victory and defeat." The Duke waved his hand impatiently. "The War of the Holy Saints has been going on for 1,000 years since the Iron Folk took over this world. Is history wrong for 1,000 years because of this? This is nonsense. Only a lunatic would believe such a thing. At least, I will never admit it, and I will not let that crazy woman succeed so easily. You are right, old friend. Bishop Randall sighed again. What do you plan to do now? It's very troublesome. Duke Weiner rubbed her forehead. Militarily, we are in a very disadvantageous position. That crazy woman has an endless stream of trump cards in her hands. Those messy things come out of nowhere and beat us back. There is also the Lion Army in the south and those Earthlings. However, I am most worried about the Empire's fleet in Cloak Bay. If they head to the North Sea to block the sea route, then this war will really be impossible to continue. These words made everyone in the tent frown. This was the most realistic thing. The northern nobles, who originally controlled most of the Empire's military strength, were being beaten back by the Queen. They were about to lose the entire West Metz, and the betrayal of the Empire's fleet was a fatal blow to them. Now, most of the supplies in the north came from the sea route outside the North Sea. If the Empire's fleet headed north to block this supply route, then this war would really be impossible to continue. Duke Weiner patted the map heavily and said, I plan to ask the dragon race for help. Dragon race? This is a way. Bishop Randall's eyes shot out 2 rays of light. The dragons were also involved in that incident back then. Now that the 3 traitorous dragons have appeared on the ground with great fanfare, the dragons will definitely do something about it. At the very least, they will make Georgandy Ridge withdraw unilaterally. Otherwise, with the 3 dragons on the enemy's side, it will be too much of a threat to us. Duke Weiner nodded. This is not the key, old friend. He added calmly, the dragons are not fools. They have already made their move. They might even know about this earlier than us. As far as I know, before that crazy woman made her move, they sent an envoy to the Empire. However, that envoy did not arrive in the Empire. It can be said that he was a step late. If the time is correct, this envoy must still be in the Empire. Envoy? Bishop Randall raised his head in surprise. Why haven't I heard of this? Who is it? I got the news by accident. Because the first person that the Dragon Clan contacted was actually the eldest son of the Emperor, it can be seen that they don't trust that crazy woman. As for who exactly they sent the envoy, I don't know, but I do know that it should be a silver dragon. A silver dragon. That's a very high standard. This shows that the dragons value this envoy, Duke Weiner replied. Then we have to hurry and find this Lord Envoy. I have already arranged for people to look for him. Unfortunately, there is no clue at the moment. Perhaps the Duke's suggestion sparked Randall's thoughts. The bishop suddenly said, what about the Buga people? They have always been on the same side as the dragons. Don't they have anything to say? Duke Weiner was slightly startled. It seemed that something was on her mind. Her expression became a little strange. Speaking of these sly fellows, they did have something to say. Sly fellows? Something to say? Bishop Randall did not notice his old friend's expression. What do you mean? It's like this. I suddenly remembered about the Buga people 2 days ago. Then I found out that they had withdrawn all the diplomatic personnel just before that crazy woman made her move. But the Duke hesitated for a moment and continued, but they left me a letter. The meaning of the letter seems to be that they do not support that crazy woman's actions. They hope that we can stand our ground. We stand our ground. They are taking advantage of us. Those damn wizards want to get what they want. Everyone in the tent suddenly cursed. To put it bluntly, they just want to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The bishop frowned. But the Buga people have been around for thousands of years. They should not be so naive. Can't they see that we are no match for Her Majesty? If this continues, we will lose sooner or later. Don't forget that being isolated from the rest of the world has always been their strategy. Duke Wei Na replied faintly. Randall nodded, but he felt that it was not that simple. At this moment, a messenger opened the tent door and walked in. Duke. Letter. Letter. Duke Weiner was slightly startled. She looked at the letters from Fanzan and Saint Tossel in her hand and asked with a frown, Whose letter is it? I don't know, sir. But the letter came from the direction of Fathom Port. Fathom Port. The Duke was startled for a while before he remembered where it was. It was not because the place was too small, but because he did not expect it. He pointed at the letter and asked, "This is a letter from the White Legion. Why did they send a letter? Hee, are they going to change sides too?" His words were full of disdain and sarcasm. But the messenger shook his head honestly. "No, sir. I'm afraid it is not a letter from the White Legion. The person who sent the letter is Erwin's man." Erwin's man? This time, Duke Wina was really stunned. Chapter 988. Brando looked at the grayish-brown stone on the table and was at a loss of what to do. Just 3 days ago, this inconspicuous thing almost caused a disaster. Just after the unknown pressure above Fathom Harbor disappeared, an earthquake occurred at the bottom of the sea not far from the harbor. The earthquake caused a small-scale tsunami, but fortunately, it did not cause too much chaos. Although it was very likely to be a coincidence, Brando knew that it was more likely to be caused by the previous tremors in the Sea of Magic. After all, this world was created by the elements bound by the law in the chaos of magic. It would really show the subtle changes in the Sea of Magic. But now, it was lying quietly on the walnut wood desk. It was plain, rough, and did not have any magical reaction. No matter what method was used to examine it, there would not be any reaction unless you took out a few other pieces of it. Other than that, it was just like a normal rock on the roadside. If he had not seen its outstanding performance a few days ago, he would have thought it was just a normal rock by the roadside. If he had not seen its outstanding performance a few days ago, he would have thought so. All signs indicated that the pressure that appeared above Fathom Harbor 3 days ago was likely related to the Twilight Dragon. Although the pressure only appeared for a moment and did not appear again after that, Brando had experienced the later events of the Twilight Wolves in the game. He was very sensitive to the doomsday-like aura in the twilight. Although it was only for a moment, he was still keenly aware of the existence of this aura. Previously, when the 3 fragments resonated, they formed something similar to a broken map. But why would there be such a big reaction when the 4 fragments resonated? What was this thing? Why would it attract the attention of the existence in the chaos? Generally speaking, only the appearance of a divine artifact could cause such a big shock. Perhaps these fragments were related to a certain divine artifact? However, there were only so many famous divine artifacts in Wonde. The Scepter of Mountains and Rivers, the Blade of Supremacy, the Holy Book of White, the Glorious Holy Sword, and the Eternal Holy Spear. Brando eliminated all of them one by one. Even when the Azure Knight used the Azure Lance to pierce the heart of the Twilight Dragon, it did not cause such a big reaction, nor did it attract the arrival of the Twilight Dragon. Logically speaking, the Twilight Dragon should be more wary of the Azure Lance, shouldn't it? In other words, these 3 fragments belong to the Twilight Dragon. However, the Twilight Dragon did not have a physical body in Wonde. Its body only appeared in the chaos, and it was impossible for it to leave any relics in the material world. It did not use weapons, and the Twilight Dragon did not have any famous divine weapons. Brando was puzzled. Even the knowledgeable Silver Elf Princess didn't know the origin of these stone fragments. Senior Maynard also didn't have any impression of it. He even asked the Silver Dragon Lady from the Dragon Race, but unfortunately, he still got a negative answer. This gray stone fragment seemed to have never existed in the history of this world. However, it was found by an unknown person. Brando remembered how he got the first fragment. It was next to the body of Amandina's father. It was placed in his belongings, together with the letter to Amandina. This was enough to show that Amandina's father was likely to know the value of this stone fragment. However, Amandina's father was born in a small noble family in Brags. His ancestors made military contributions in the war against the barbarians in the Year of the Croaking Frogs. As a result, he was titled as a knight. Later on, there were several outstanding heads of the family. When the family's status was at its highest, it was once a baron. However, when it came to Amandina's father's generation, the family had already fallen. In the background of the game, Amandina's father was an adventure enthusiast, and also a part-time archaeologist. He was out exploring all year round and rarely returned home. When he died, it just so happened that in the process of an adventure, he was killed by the golden demonic tree. The Amber Sword was a game that paid great attention to details. If you looked carefully, you could dig out the story behind many quests. However, Amandina's father was considered ordinary in the huge background of the game, and could not even be considered detailed. Those well-known quests, which one of them did not have a background story behind it, were unearthed bit by the players, and not a single detail was left out. In the background of these quests, Amandina's questline could only be considered ordinary at best. Even in the game, Amandina's own storyline was much more detailed than her father's. After all, she was one of the main NPCs in Erwin's later game. But it was this person who was evaluated as ordinary by all the players, now that he was connected to this fragment that was very likely to be related to the Twilight Dragon in some way, and he did not casually put this fragment in his belongings. Amandina's father was very likely to have realized the value of this fragment. This was strange. How did he recognize it? Brando himself had the experience of 2 lives, and as a player, he had traveled extensively in the game, and boasted that he was knowledgeable, and compared to the average person in this world, he knew more about some of the ancient documents. The little silver elf Princess Medisha had experienced the War of the Holy Saints, and was a witness of that great history. She had a wealth of knowledge and experience. Senior Maynard's experience in the game was not inferior to his, except for the fact that she was slightly shorter than him in the game. She was even better than him in the game, unlike him who could only be considered knowledgeable after transmigrating to this world. She was famous for being a moving database in the game. In addition to the Silver Dragon Lady from the Dragon Clan, the merchant lady who had inherited the Witch Queen's knowledge, and one of the 4 sages who had left not long ago, the Wind Empress Saint Tossol, none of them could recognize the value of this inconspicuous fragment. But Amandina's father had recognized it. Brando couldn't help but deeply suspect the identity of Amandina's father. In the background of the game, he was just an ordinary fallen noble. But now it seemed that everyone had underestimated this NPC, who did not leave behind a single line in the Amber Sword, and only left behind a letter that was passed down from his family. Brando suddenly remembered that even though he had talked to Amandina about her father a few times, he had never delved too deeply into it, mainly because he did not want this ill-fated girl to remember those sad memories, and also because he did not think that there were any secrets that could be uncovered from Amandina's father. I was careless. Brando couldn't help but nod his head. He raised his head and shook the bell on the desk. The door opened, and Falerne walked in with a straight face. Ever since she became Medisha's night guard, she was even more rude to her previous master Brando, but she was still able to fulfill her duties as Brando's personal secretary. Brando saw that there was a little tale behind Falerne. It was not her sister Tia, but the Roman lady. The merchant lady was used to coming uninvited, and she winked at Brando. Before Falerne could speak, she spoke first. Brando, I have something to talk to you about. What do you want this time? Brando asked with a frown. It was not that he was not happy to see his fiancée, but the Roman seemed to be particularly interested in the stone fragments that could cause the sky to change colors. There were a few times when she wanted to trick him into giving it to her. How could Brando be at ease with giving her this thing? Wouldn't that be the same as giving a time bomb to a terrifying breakup? He would definitely not do such a stupid thing, but the merchant lady's ability to pester people was unparalleled, to the point that he would have a headache whenever he saw her face. This time it's official business, Brando, the Roman said with a smile. The witches seem to be saying some strange things. Brando's face became serious when he heard this. This day had finally come. The Wind Empress had already told him that there was more than one inheritance of the Dark Dragon, and the witches only listened to the legitimate heir of the Dark Dragon. However, there was still a huge disagreement in the witches' kingdom about who was the legitimate heir. The witches in Erwin's territory were more inclined to Brando's side. One should never underestimate the witches' influence in Erwin's territory. In the game, Erwin had another name, which was known as the Kingdom of Witches. Although Erwin was small, there were several important witches in its territory. For example, the legitimate heir of the Dead Moon Branch, Ifiro, the legitimate heir of the Dead Moon Branch, Sugarpot, the legitimate heir of the Dead Moon Branch, and the successor of the Dead Moon Branch, Supreme Witch Micaiah, who was also the little lowly Brando met in Shallow Water Town. In addition to the legendary Witch of the Harp Moon, there were 4 legitimate inheritances of the witch branches in this small kingdom. The strength of the witches in this kingdom was evident. Moreover, these 4 witches' inheritances were not ordinary inheritances. Almost all of them had the highest status in the Kingdom of Witches. Among them, the Witches of the Dead Moon were the guardians of the kingdom's law. Their status was second only to the Witch Queen and the Witch of the 13th Moon, the Black Moon, which only existed in myths. The Witches of the Dead Moon were known as rebellious witches. The ideology of this inheritance was often contrary to other witches, and could be said to be deviant. However, There were often shocking experts in this inheritance. For example, Micaiah, who later became the supreme witch, and her teacher, false queen, Aska. As for the witches of the Harp Moon, the most mysterious prophet, Brando once suspected that they were likely to be his Roman aunt. This inheritance was not famous in history, but it was very famous in the Kingdom of Witches because they were the earliest followers of the Dark Dragon. Finally, there were the witches of the Dead Moon. Brando witnessed the Battle of Sugarpot with his own eyes. This witch's inheritance was already the worst in Erewhon's territory. Not to mention, Brando later found that the Witch Queen's inheritance was still in Erewhon. In fact, he even suspected that the inheritance of the 4 witches in Erewhon was most likely arranged for the Witch Queen's inheritance. In this life, Brando obtained the Dark Dragon's inheritance relatively early. In addition to his previous performance, the voices of the witches in Erewhon's territory had the upper hand in the Kingdom of Witches. Because of this, many witches from other countries even came from afar to seek refuge with Brando's forces. Some of the witches he later accepted came from Fanzan, and even the edge of the Great Glacier. For example, the bloodlines of those remote inheritances. However, the voices of the witches in Erewhon's territory had the upper hand, but it did not mean that there were no other voices. In fact, when Brando's power was at its peak, most of the forces in the Kingdom of Witches were still conservative. After all, the Dark Dragon's inheritance was divided into several parts, and Brando only obtained one part of it. In addition to the conservative forces, the biggest voice of opposition came from the witches in Cruz's territory. These witches had obviously followed the Silver Queen long ago, and they obviously believed that the person they followed was the true orthodox. But before this, the conflicts between the witches were still lurking under the surface. However, it could only be regarded as a turbulent undercurrent. On the surface at least, they had not fallen out with each other. But this superficial peace only lasted until the Silver Queen revealed her true identity. Just a few days ago, Brando had heard about the Jorgandi Ridge's army and the Lion Men's army changing flags. 1,000 years after the War of the Holy Saints, the flag of the Myurnas was once again flying on the earth. This incident had obviously given the witches in Cruz a shot in the arm. Moreover, there were various signs that indicated that the Silver Queen was likely to be the true orthodox Dark Dragon. First of all, this queen held at least 2 inheritances in her hands, and there might be more. Even the current Brando was only on par with her. But the key was that the Silver Queen obtained Odin's inheritance from the battlefield of the final battle. She knew more about the history of the past, and the path she was taking was obviously the one that Odin had taken. And all of this showed the legitimacy of this queen. These days, Brando had learned from various sources about the surrounding areas of Fathom Port. There were many suspicious people who had appeared. Most of these people were the mountain people, the Senia people, and even some people had seen the legendary black-haired, golden-eyed Myurnas. These people mostly came from one place, the Great Glacier. They only went to one place, the capital of the Cruz Empire. There were various signs that indicated that the Dark Dragon had revived. The empire that was once above the entire Wond was reviving. This was undeniable legitimacy, just like the black flag that the Silver Queen Constance had raised. Such changes would naturally have an impact on the witches' kingdom. The biggest change was that the witches' support for Brando had gradually begun to lean towards the Queen's side. Even many of the previously conservative forces had begun to make a choice. This was news that Brando had already known. In fact, Sugarpot and Babasha had already warned him. And now, from what Miss Merchant said, even the witches who had originally sought refuge with him had begun to waver. This was not a good sign. Brendel furrowed his brows. Chapter 989. Roman was usually not very interested in the affairs of the witches and rarely bothered to deal with them. However, she had the former Witch Queen's contracted spirit, White Mist, by her side. White Mist believed that Romaine was the successor chosen by the Witch Queen, and that she was the person who would be in charge of the entire Witch Kingdom in the future. As for the Witch Queen, in her opinion, she was just a usurper who held the seal. In fact, there was nothing wrong with this statement. In history, after the Witch Queen died, there was no designated successor. The power of the witches was safeguarded by her maid when she was alive, and she became the regent in name. After the First Era, even the word regent was rarely mentioned, and the title of Witch Queen was directly used. However, the witches had a long history, and there were many witches in the Bunasan Kingdom who knew about this. Since this was the case, White Mist certainly could not allow the power of the witches to fall. However, Romaine's interests were all in business, and she could not persuade her, so she had to do it herself. As a contracted spirit who had lived for thousands of years, she actually did the same thing when she was by the Witch Queen's side. Now that she was facing these juniors, she was naturally familiar with it. With her unique background, she quickly subdued Baba Shah and her people, and planted a series of spies among the witches who were under Brando's banner. In this way, as soon as there was an unstable factor among the witches, White Mist got hold of the news and woke Roman up. Although Romaine never cared about her subordinates in name, she knew the importance of these witches to Brando, so she put down her own matters and rushed over, which led to her meeting with Falerne. According to White Mist's information, the main cause of the change in the witches' camp was Anwin and her witches of the Moon of Cup. She and the witches of the Moon of Sword were introduced by Baba Shah to join Brando's banner, and could be considered as the earliest batch of witches to join Valhalla. Brando listened to Roman's description and thought of the two women. He could not help but frown deeper. He originally thought that the witches were just playing tricks, but the problem was more serious than he imagined. Even the witches who joined him first had other ideas, not to mention the fence-sitters who joined later. White Mist also specifically mentioned Anwin's background. The witches of the Moon of Sword were mainly active in the north of Erewhon. There were actually many Cruises people in this witches' camp, and they had a deep relationship with the witches of Anzaruta. In fact, the witches who joined him in the Silver Bay area were introduced by Anwin. The Silver Bay area was east of Anzaruta, and there were a series of loose principalities and city-states. Almost all of them were vassals of Cruz and Saint Tassol. There were a few witches with a long history here. Brando originally hoped to use them to get closer to these small countries, and open up the passage from Erewhon to Saint Tassol, to achieve the goal of suppressing Cruz. However, now that Anwin had sided with the Silver Queen, these witches were naturally unreliable. Fortunately, according to the information obtained by White Mist, the witches of the Moon of Sword had not been affected. Brando remembered the middle-aged witch named Krull. When he first met her, she did not leave a deep impression on him. He only remembered that she was a tall and thin middle-aged woman who always wore a hood and rarely showed her face, as if she had no interest in anything. When she first came to meet him, the nominal Dark Dragon, under the introduction of Baba Shah, she also had an indifferent expression and was not as enthusiastic as Anwin, even if it was only on the surface. Brando subconsciously knocked on the table with his knuckles. He was suddenly a little curious about this witch. The witches of the Moon of Sword were not like the witches of the Moon of Sword that Baba Shah and Sugarpot belonged to. As the witches who first joined him and had personally witnessed him display the power of the Dark Dragon, Baba Shah and her people were his natural allies and also his most reliable subordinates. There was almost no possibility of them betraying him. However, the witches of the Moon of Sword were different. Their relationship with him was even more estranged and could not be compared to Anwin and her people. Brando could not help but feel a little strange. Why was it Anwin and not Krull at this juncture? Was it because Krull and her people were too slow and did not realize it? Brando shook his head in his heart. He felt that this reason could not convince him. Although the deeds of the Silver Queen were not widely spread across the entire continent, it was spreading at an astonishing speed from Metz, Cloak Bay, and Ludwig to all directions. Now, even people in the south of Fanzan and the Great Glacier had heard about the news of the Dark Dragon's reappearance. As the center of the storm, how could Krull's people not care? Moreover, they were the witches who were most closely related to this matter. Then the question was, what was it that made Krull and her people fearless and not worried that they had sided with the wrong people? To be honest, Brando felt that the queen who was far away in the imperial capital might be the true inheritor of the Dark Dragon. This was because he had never thought of using this identity. In his opinion, Odin was Odin and he was himself. Although he had received the inheritance and power from the Dark Dragon, so what? Just as the Wind Empress had said, there was no good or evil in power. What was important was the person who used the power. He had grasped the power of the Dark Dragon, but he was still Brando. The path that he wanted to walk had always been his own and not the so-called path of the Dark Dragon. In fact, he had never thought of changing the entire world. Since that was the case, Brando really couldn't find a reason why Krull and her people were so confident in him. Perhaps it was hidden too deeply, or perhaps there really was another reason. But no matter what the reason was, this middle-aged woman's strange behavior had attracted his attention. At this moment, he already had the thought of meeting her, But not now. Brando quietly waited for the Roman to finish speaking. After the merchant girl finished speaking, she was surprised to find that he didn't express any opinion. She couldn't help but blink and curiously asked, "Brando, what are you going to do?" Brando glared at the eccentric merchant girl and replied with some annoyance, "These are all your subordinates. Now that such a big mess has happened, you still run over to ask me what to do? White Mist often told me that you don't care about things at all." Now it seems that she wasn't wrong. The Roman had a rare moment of embarrassment and explained, I'm not interested in them. They are the ones who seek refuge with me. No, they seek refuge with you, Brando. Furthermore, I don't want to be some witch queen. That auntie buried under the mountain is really too much. I just want to learn her fun witchcraft. She didn't even give me a heads up and made me some witch queen. White Mist is so annoying. Even my aunt wasn't as fierce as her. Brando's forehead was filled with black lines. What did she mean by, I just want to learn her fun witchcraft? If the witch queen knew that the Roman called her an auntie buried under the mountain, she would probably be so angry that she would come back to life. Besides, White Mist was a contract spirit that had lived for more than 1,000 years. She was forced by the merchant girl to the point that she couldn't deal with the younger generation personally. In the end, she was called too fierce. Who knew if White Mist would secretly cry in the middle of the night? He didn't know if this was the so-called bad judgment. Anyway, Brando felt that the Witch Queen definitely didn't think deeply before choosing the merchant girl in front of him as her successor. Of course, it could also be because she was impatient from waiting for too long, and the merchant girl just happened to bump into her. Of course, Brando forced himself to take back this ridiculous idea. He broke out in cold sweat and said to the merchant girl, forget it. I know. It's not your fault. Don't worry about the witches. I have my own arrangements. You can contact your old customers without worry." Hearing that Brando wasn't going to hold her responsible, the Roman couldn't help but feel a little happy. She quickly replied with an "oh," and obediently stood back. At least there was one good thing about her, which was that she trusted Brando completely. Although Brando never said how he was going to deal with this matter, in the Roman's heart, as long as Brando agreed, then there wouldn't be any problems. She originally thought that she had gotten into trouble again and was a little flustered. She was afraid that Brando would find trouble with her, but now that she had escaped a disaster, the merchant girl couldn't help but be exultant. She didn't seem to be worried about the current situation at all. As for Brando asking her to contact the old customers of Ab's in the Empire, this was actually her job. She knew that Brando was secretly contacting the nobles in the Northern Empire. Long before the outbreak of the Holy War, there were many merchants in the Empire who had trade relations with Erewhon. Originally, Erewhon and Cruz had an important sea route on the Shining Sea. After Brando made a name for himself in Ab's, this sea route became busier and busier. It even surpassed the #1 commercial port in the Southern Territory before and after the Battle of Ampere Seal. During that time, although the Empire and Erewhon had always been in conflict, the trade with Ab's had never stopped. Roman had also made friends with many big merchants in the Empire through her outstanding performance in the business field. Otherwise, she wouldn't have specially invited the Silver Queen to join the diplomatic team. Although Brando had always been suspicious of this so-called invitation, but later, with the disappearance of the eldest son, the internal situation in the Empire became increasingly tense. Brando's dealings with the merchants of the Empire, especially Ludwig and Metz, were shrouded in a layer of thick political color. After all, in this era, it was usually said that big merchants and big nobles were not separated. The output of the manor owner was usually achieved through business. Therefore, many business tycoons had the shadow of nobles behind them, or were nobles themselves. For example, Brando was the Lord of Ab's and also the actual manager of the Seven Seas Merchant Guild in Ab's. Roman was just his fiancée's proxy. In fact, such a combination wasn't rare in all parts of the continent. The nobles either did business themselves or through agents. Therefore, the trade between countries often had deep political undertones. The simple business dealings in the early stages of Ferber Hill's development were a rare phenomenon. After the disappearance of the eldest son, Brando, Veronica, and Mangrove, the head of the Black Legion, had actually formed an alliance. Veronica mainly wandered around the imperial capital, seeking supporters in the center of power. Mangrove operated Ludwig as the model and banner of the military nobles. Brando began to consciously contact the nobles in the north, mainly through the Roman channel, exerting influence on the commercial level and seeking more allies. This plan had been in progress for quite a long time, almost half a year now, and the results were quite fruitful. After all, Metz and Ludwig were originally the traditional sphere of influence of the military nobles. The abbeys that Brando belonged to only played the role of threading the needle. Veronica and Mangrove could not fulfill this role under the eyes of the Silver Queen, but the Queen probably never dreamed that the lord of a small kingdom thousands of miles away dared to plot against her. Today, for Brando, it was the season of harvest. Brando saw the merchant girl's eyes darting around without a word and knew what she was thinking. He shook his head slightly. Although the turmoil of the witches was still a problem for him, it was actually not the most important thing at the moment. After he calmed down, he actually had a plan in mind. Of the 3 witches' inheritances that had sought refuge with him, at least 2 would stand on his side, and the remaining one would not be able to cause any trouble. That woman called An Wei, the current successor of the Witch of the Moon Cup, wasn't considered an outstanding figure in history, but she was rather famous. It was just that she was famous because she was the stepping stone of that famous arrogant woman, the Supreme Witch Micaiah. Who would have thought that in 2 lives, this woman actually hadn't made any progress at all? After all, history was inevitable. Brando suddenly thought of this sentence, and he could not help but think of the little girl he met in Shallow Water Town. He shook his head, expelled this thought from his mind, and looked up at Falerne. But before he could open his mouth, the icy wild elf lady had already spoken first. "My lord, what I want to say is similar to the Roman lady, but the target is different." Falerne paused for a moment and stared at Brando, as if she was disappointed in him for not living up to her expectations. "I want to talk about those cruise people." Chapter 990. The Kurlutz people that Falerne was talking about was naturally a group of Kurlutz southern nobles led by Count Alcon. Since they arrived at Fat-Ten Port, these southern nobles were still quite well behaved at first, probably because they knew that they were already tied to Brendel's boat. The army of Jorgendy Ridge and the Lion Beast men in the south could attack the Evergreen Corridor at any time, and if they didn't hold onto Aween's fleet tightly at this time, wouldn't they be courting death? Coupled with the news of the civil war in the Bankel area, the Queen had split the Holy Sanctum and suddenly claimed to be the successor of the Darkness Dragon, which made them feel at a loss. Thousands of years of deep-rooted beliefs had suddenly collapsed, and no one could accept such a thing. Therefore, at the beginning, Count Alcon and others were considered to be united against a common enemy, and obediently restrained the low-level officials who managed Fathom Port. On the other hand, they actively contacted the northern nobles, trying to find an alliance to resist the crazy Queen. However, as the situation of the war took a turn for the worse, the nobles east of Metz could not resist the Queen's army at all, and they were defeated one after another. It seemed that almost in an instant, the army of the new Holy Sanctum had arrived at the door of Ludwig. Although they had not yet fought with the Black Legion, they already had a great advantage in the situation. Coupled with Veronica's house arrest, the Azure Legion was slow to respond to the uprising of the northern nobles. So soon, people could often see the remnants of the defeated nobles on the front line of Fathom. Various versions of the rumors also spread. First, the nobles of Cloak Bay defected. Then a few unfamiliar armies suddenly appeared under Her Majesty the Queen. Today, the Xenia werewolves attacked Modahabi Castle, and tomorrow, the mountain people swore their allegiance. There were even rumors that even the Azure Lance was in the hands of Her Majesty the Queen. All signs showed that the strength of the Empire's Empress was increasing day by day at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if the Silver Queen, who was alone at the beginning, had occupied 1/3 of the Empire's sphere of influence in the blink of an eye. At this time, the new Holy Sanctum was already a behemoth that could not be ignored, even suffocating. As a result, the southern nobles, who were not firm enough, began to waver. However, this wavering was only spread among the lower class until the sudden change in allegiance of the Lion people and the army of Jorgendy Ridge gave them a fatal blow. In fact, Count Alcorn and the others did not have any real feelings about the civil war in the north. Because Brando had tightly sealed off the port, the first-hand news they received was almost all from rumors. These rumors could make people panic, but it was hard to say how real they would be. However, these nobles' fear of the Lion men and Jorgendy Ridge's army, especially Jorgendy Ridge's army, was deeply rooted. They had witnessed how the army destroyed their homes, drove them out of their own land, and made them live in exile like refugees. They even had to live under someone else's roof. If it were not for Georgiandy Ridge's army constantly threatening the Evergreen Corridor in the east, why would they be trapped here? But at this moment, the Lion Men and Underground Lords had clearly expressed their support for the Dark Dragon, and the situation became a little delicate. Who was the Dark Dragon now? She was no longer the Myrna Emperor from 1,000 years ago. She was also the Silver Queen, a citizen of Cruz. Although the nobles cared about their beliefs, they ultimately cared more about their identity as citizens of the empire. This was the guarantee of their status and the source of their pride. Survival was the most important thing, but status and power were also what they pursued. Before this, they couldn't have their cake and eat it too. But as the situation changed, the nobles who fled from the south suddenly realized that the answers to these two choices seemed to be gradually merging into one. What should they do if they wanted to keep their lives and status? At least for now, surrendering to Her Majesty was the only possibility. No matter what, she was at least the Emperor of Cruz. Although she had divided the Holy Sanctum, she could still be considered as the legitimate ruler. Subtle changes quickly occurred in the hearts of these fugitive nobles. Even the upper-class nobles, including Earl Alcorn, began to gradually lean towards the side of surrendering. At this moment, Brando's disadvantage as a citizen of Erewhon was particularly highlighted. Before this, he could still ask these nobles in the name of their beliefs. The Holy Cathedral of Fire was a religion that transcended countries and had been deeply rooted for thousands of years. Although there were huge differences between Erewhon and Cruz, they at least had one thing in common. That was, they had the same beliefs. In the name of religion, it often made people ignore the differences between countries. But this reason soon became untenable because after the threat to their lives disappeared, the new religion established by the Silver Queen seemed to be less unacceptable. The difficult choice in this war had quietly become whether to reform or remain conservative. People seemed to intentionally or unintentionally avoid the Silver Queen's identity as the Dark Dragon. In fact, Brando was very clear that the current situation was ultimately caused by the lack of legitimacy of the nobles in the north. After all, regardless of the identity of the Silver Queen, she was at least the Emperor of the Empire. Although she had divided the Holy Cathedral, she did not betray the Empire. Simply put, the woman intended to put the royal power above the religious power. Although this approach was somewhat heinous, it was not unacceptable for the nobles. Perhaps, except for those who were loyal to the Holy Cathedral of Fire, no one would be willing to go against the Queen on this issue, especially in a situation where their lives were in danger. The nobles in the north stood against Her Majesty because they were supporters of the eldest son of the Emperor. However, the exiled nobles in the south did not have such scruples. Even if some of them were loyal to the Holy Cathedral, now that the Holy Cathedral was divided into two, who would they be loyal to? Therefore, this war was not on the side of good and evil, light and darkness from the beginning. It was just a pretense. This was a civil war. Brando had always been very clear about this. Although he had used this reason to fool Count Alcorn and the others for a long time, the nobles of the Empire were not stupid. It was time for them to react. It was time to give them a strong dose of medicine, Brando thought. He quietly listened to Falern's explanation. In fact, what the wild elf girl wanted to say was similar to what he had imagined. At least, it was not as unexpected as the internal strife of the witches. He even felt that the southern nobles were a little too slow. Perhaps they were scared out of their wits by the Georgiandy Ridge people or some other reason. In his opinion, they should have made a fuss long ago. However, he was not worried. After Falern finished, he asked calmly, "So, what are they doing now?" The wild elf girl was slightly taken aback. She could not help but frown. In her opinion, the current situation was caused by the negligence of the Count in front of her. In these days, Brando did not strictly control the news, nor did he prevent the nobles from escaping from the front lines to enter the port. He only prohibited them from leaving. The nobles of the Cruz people also did not restrain them. It could even be said that they did not do anything. Other than maintaining the normal operation of the port, they probably sent messengers to contact the nobles in the north, and the rest was to study the useless stone all day long. When she thought of this, Falern felt a sense of disappointment. She felt that the Count in front of her had been idle all day since the establishment of ABs. Even though Erewhon had made great achievements, in her opinion, it was only because of good luck. Or it could be said that it was all because of Amandina and the Roman girl's ability. Otherwise, it would be a problem for the territory to operate normally. She thought that after he became the Count of the Kingdom and also the leader of this diplomatic group, he would be more restrained. She did not expect him to be the same. He only knew how to push things to his subordinates. She was afraid that she would be better off as a count like this. Moreover, he was a planeswalker, the one who was in charge of them. This was worlds apart from the master in her mind. Falerne could not help but snort heavily. What else can they do? The fleet is right above their heads. Do you think that those useless people will revolt? Of course they are clamoring to see you, my lord. In their eyes, you are the only one who is easy to talk to. Hearing the resentment in the girl's voice, Brando smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, he was still a little surprised by the weakness and incompetence of the southern nobles. He thought that they would at least be a little more forceful, but he did not expect that Count Alcon only wanted to negotiate with him. Since they want to negotiate, Brando sneered in his heart, then let's do as they wish. He raised his head. Where are they? They are outside. They have elected a few representatives, hoping to negotiate with you. Falerne replied with a straight face. Negotiate? Brando was a little amused. What do they plan to do? What do they want to talk about? Falerne sneered. According to them, since Georgandy Ridge and the Lion Beast men have submitted to the Empire, then what's left is the Empire's civil war. My lord, it is no longer suitable for you to continue to interfere. They suggest that my lord send the fleet back to Erewhon. Of course, my lord, you can still continue to go to the capital as an envoy. Then what about the Silver Queen claiming to be the Dark Dragon? Brando deliberately asked. Falerne's face suddenly became a little strange. It was obvious that she was trying hard not to show too much disdain. She replied, They said that this matter is too ridiculous, and it might be a rumor. Ha ha, Brando could not help but laugh. What a rumor! He paused for a moment and knocked on the table. If that's the case, let them come in and see me. Okay, Falerne blurted out, but then she was stunned. She raised her head and stared at her lord. My lord, what did you just say? Did I not make it clear enough? Let them come in and see me. But, Falerne really wanted to say, but don't you usually refuse to see them? In fact, this was the source of her anger. It was not the first day that the southern nobles' hearts were shaken. In fact, they had wanted to negotiate with Brando more than once, but Brando had never cared about it. He did not even bother to restrain these people. He even gave them the excuse of not causing too much chaos in Fathom Harbor. Falerne originally thought that today would be the same way, but she did not expect that her lord, who did whatever he wanted, would suddenly have a sudden impulse to see these people again. In fact, in Falerne's opinion, what was there to see? The best way to deal with them was to capture the few who caused the most trouble and kill the chicken to warn the monkey. With how cowardly these people were, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Falerne could not help but look at the lord in front of her suspiciously. Brando waved his hand and said, No buts. Go and see the guest who arrived at the castle yesterday. That guest? Falerne was stunned for a moment before she remembered that person. He seemed to be from the northern region of Ludwig. From his appearance, she could tell that he was from Cruz, but he had a strong Fanzan bloodline. In short, he was a mixed blood. When he arrived at the castle, he claimed to be a messenger from the Black Legion. He was wearing a thick cloak that covered most of his face, as if he didn't dare to meet anyone. However, Falerne remembered that her lord had received him very seriously. Falerne was not a gossipy woman. When she heard Brando's order, she just nodded silently and was about to turn around and leave. However, at this time, Brando called her again. Wait, Brando said. I called you in just now, not specifically for you to deal with these nobles. What do you mean? Falerne turned around and asked. Brando knocked on his forehead and seemed to think for a moment before replying. Just right, I can do two things at the same time. Contact the county and tell him to come to me immediately. Can you find him now? Tell him that I want to see Amandina. Now, immediately. Falerne nodded silently. Abi's territory. Valhalla Fortress. Miss Shido, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Amandina saw the Crown Prince and Miss Scholar coming out of the hall and stood up to bow. Behind the Crown Prince were the youths of the Folded Sword Knight who were under house arrest a few months ago. There were more than 10 people in the group, all of them fully armed and ready to fight. These young nobles of Cruz seemed to have calmed down after a few months of tempering. But perhaps it was because they were used to staying in Valhalla. These proud youths of the Empire did not need to condescend to the lord of a small place. But for a lord like Brando who owned a fantasy fortress like Valhalla, they might not really see him as a mere Count of Erewhon. In fact, after a few months of getting along, they at least had a general understanding of Brando's strength. Even if it was only on the surface, it was enough to make people respect him. Even those powerful counts in the empire might not be able to match up to such a small Count of Erewhon. Along with this, they also respected Brando's assistant, or rather assistant, Amandina. But that was it. Even in front of the real royal family of Erewhon, it would be difficult for these youths to show such a respectful attitude. After all, it was just the royal family of a small kingdom. Small countries like Erewhon had many vassal states on the border of the empire. But the crown prince himself, Lenoret, was still the same as a few months ago. He seemed a little taciturn and rarely talked to outsiders. In response to Amandina's salute, he just nodded slightly. He frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about some difficult problem at any time. The light in his eyes was also unfathomable. He did not speak, but Miss Scholar Shido beside him had already spoken on his behalf. "Miss Amandina, is there something important that you suddenly called us for? Has the situation in the empire changed again?" Amandina silently looked at these cruise people and nodded. "There are some changes, but this is not the main purpose of today." She paused for a moment and said, "General Mangrove has contacted my lord." This sentence seemed to ignite the wildness in Lenoret's heart. The crown prince raised his head at once, and his slightly deep eyes lit up. "It's time." Chapter 991. The crystal ball seemed to be suspended in the darkness, and the flowing light reflected half of the woman's thin face. Her cheeks were deeply sunken, and her face was pale like a ghost. The woman pursed her lips tightly, and her terrifyingly thin lips seemed to be cut open by a knife on her dry skin. The shadow of the embroidered hood covered her eyes, and her sunken eyes emitted a faint light like a cat's in the darkness. She was expressionless. Soon, another face appeared in the darkness opposite her. It was also a woman's face, but it was a plump woman's face. The woman slowly walked out of the darkness with a sweet smile on her face. She squinted her eyes and greeted with a smile. "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, but I'm sorry." "Long time no see, Krull." Only a sparkling crystal ball was left between the two of them, emitting a strange brilliance. The light dissipated in all directions and gradually merged into the darkness. The silence only lasted for a moment. Probably guessing that the other party wouldn't answer her, Onway smiled. "You know, I'm waiting for your answer. The secret can't always be hidden in the forest, and the magic moon will rise one day." "What answer, Onway?" Krull raised his head, and his empty eyes were like two whirlpools, eyes of insight. The witches of her race could see through the vortexes and traps in time during divination, and could clearly see the riddles of the future and the past. However, only the inheritor of the Sword of the Moon had the eyes that could truly dispel the fog. It was said that this pair of eyes was taken from the giant snake Kukulul, and had the ability to see the future. The witch's voice seemed to come from the abyss of hell, and it was so gloomy that it made one shiver. "You already know the answer to this question." The plump woman frowned. "Why are you so stubborn? This isn't your character. You know that the loyalty of mortals has no binding force on us. We witches are loyal to the true master, the Dark Dragon, Odin, the ruler of the Myrna people, and the leader of the army. Now, the moon has returned to this land. She has returned, and the lion men, cave dwellers, harpies, mountain people, werewolves, and even the Myrna people worship her as their master. You know, the shadow of the dragon who knows everything has descended on this land. She is the person destined to be in the past, present, and future. The Witch Queen has already prophesied this. Why don't you turn back and be with me?" Krull didn't say a word, but after a while, Onway noticed that she was sneering. "What are you laughing at?" There was still a deathly silence in the darkness. Onway's frown deepened. She had known Krull for many years and knew his temperament well. The witches of the Moon of Swords inherited the power of Hatti's sixth daughter, the beautiful Tadessa. The beautiful Tadessa grasped the domain of peace and communication. Therefore, the witches of the Moon of Swords were also known as the Witches of Darkness. They were blind walkers in the darkness and possessed the power to communicate with the mysteries and spirits. They obtained inspiration from those whispers and made keen predictions. Therefore, the more this woman in front of her remained silent, the more anxious Wei felt. Babasha lied to us, Krull. That young man isn't the darkness dragon. Do you know, I heard some rumors. In the Great Glacier, some ancient ghosts are awakening. None of this points to that prophecy. I received a revelation from the Seven Dragon King. She was once the strongest ally of the darkness dragon. Krull, why aren't you talking? Answer me. There were rarely fierce disputes between the witches. Their mortal enemies would often use even more evil and cruel methods to deal with their opponents. It was just like the witches' motto, start by killing, end by killing. The magic of darkness had long eroded their hearts. They were cold, heartless, and indifferent to life, but they often didn't need meaningless quarrels. But today was clearly an exception. Even the dark space seemed to have sensed the tit-for-tat between the two witches. The gentle light emitted by the crystal ball had unknowingly become sharp. Krull's complexion appeared even paler under the dazzling white light. Her lips moved. Leave, Wei. Fate has already been decided. You chose to stay? Wei sucked in a breath of cold air. I thought you were just waiting for an opportunity. She still wanted to say something, but her voice had already become distorted. The crystal ball floating in midair seemed to have suddenly extracted the surrounding time and space. Even the flowing light was bent, forming a vortex that sucked in the darkness from all directions. Wei revealed an expression of shock and anger. Her face was extremely distorted under such a strange situation. She let out a screech that changed the pitch of her voice. This is a dream? You actually dare to peep into my dream, Krull. How dare you? Her voice came to an abrupt end. When the light of the crystal ball was distorted to the extreme, the entire pitch-black space shattered into pieces. Wei exploded like glass and then dissipated into the darkness. After an unknown amount of time, the thin woman opened her eyes again. Her forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. She was in a small tent with Babasha and the sugar jar beside her. What did you see? Sugar Jar hugged her seemingly inexhaustible candy jar and looked curiously at the mysterious woman. A dream about the future, Krull replied expressionlessly. You saw Wei. Hee, that fat woman must be furious. Sugar Jar laughed. But I'm a little curious. Krull, you have the eyes of insight. What exactly did you see and why did you choose to stand on our side? That's naturally because Sir is the true darkness dragon. Babashar at the side had a look of reverence. Lady Krull is the most outstanding prophet among the witches. Even she stands on Sir's side. This means that fate has already made a choice. That's not necessarily true, Babashah. Sugar Jar didn't seem to mind that her subordinates didn't agree with her view at all. She said with a smile, I heard that the most outstanding prophets among the witches are the witches from the Moon of Harp and the Moon of Heresy. The witches from the Moon of Harp control the power of Ekka's third daughter, Misha, and are in charge of the power of prophecy and charm. The witches of fate are the favorites of fate. The witches from the Moon of Heresy are believers of Timmy's. Their power has the true ability of insight. Compared to the dark witches who have mastered communication, they are probably even better in the path of prophecy. Now the witches from the Moon of Harp have yet to appear, but Timmy's witch, Roya, has already stood on the side of the Silver Queen. From this, it can be seen that it's hard to say whether our Sir is the Darkness Dragon or not. At least I don't think he's the Darkness Dragon. But he's more interesting. I like him more. I don't want to be on the side of that old woman. As a witch from a branch family, Babasha naturally didn't understand the inheritance of the witches as well as Sugar Jar. When she heard the words of her own family's inheritor, she became a little worried for a while. Previously, she had discovered Brando's potential and introduced this young man to Sugar Jar and Curel. But if Brando wasn't the Darkness Dragon, wouldn't she have committed a grave mistake? As for the disrespectful words about the Darkness Dragon from Sugar Jar's mouth, this old witch pretended not to hear them. Curel, on the other hand, didn't seem to hear the conversation between the two generations of witches. He just sat there silently like a piece of rotten wood. Sugar Jar noticed her attitude and was a little dissatisfied. Curel, you haven't answered my question. Curel glanced at the little girl and was silent for a moment before answering. Wei is the maid of the Witch King. I already knew this. Sugar Jar had a disapproving look. What kind of answer is this? Curel paused for a moment. She's an heroine. Although she didn't say who she was, Sugar Jar seemed to understand and jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. What? I met her a few years ago. She brought a little girl with her. That little girl has a name. Sophia. She paused for a moment. It's not a changed name. It's her real name. The 13th month. Sugar Jar sucked in a breath of cold air. 16. The tower. The lost moon took away the light. The hall was filled with buzzing sounds. The crowd was clearly divided into two sides. The two sides had been confronting each other in the hall for a long time. One side was well-dressed. They were the Cruz nobles who had been exiled from the south. The other side was wearing sky-blue battle robes and the standard armor of the White Lion Legion. They were the Erewhon people who came with the fleet. To be exact, they were the Erewhon soldiers. Although the nobles enjoyed the advantage of status, the weapons in the hands of the young soldiers of Erewhon didn't seem inferior in the slightest. It was enough to make these people stop obediently. They only dared to glare or curse in a low voice. Ask your lord to come out. This is the territory of the Cruz people. It's not a place where you Erewhon people can behave atrociously. How long does he plan to deceive us? This is the war of the Cruz people. You are not welcome here. Such noises came in waves. It looked like a scene often seen in the noble parliament of Cruz or Erewhon. Perhaps in normal times, the nobles with a little bit of status wouldn't roll up their sleeves and do such things in person. But today was different. Their servants were either arrested by Brando or forcibly incorporated into the local garrison, controlled by the Erewhon people. If they didn't do it in person, perhaps no one would do it for them. But among the crowd, there were still a few people with high status. To be exact, there were 5 people. 5 nobles elected representatives to negotiate with Brando. They were Earl Alcorn, Earl Jean, Sir Foss, Baron Tyrion, and Knight Rogers. Of course, the internal court Knight Rogers was only chosen to make up the numbers. These internal court knights were usually closer to Brando's group, so the nobles hoped that they could play a more important role at this time. At least, they could represent the nobles of Cruz to say a few words of justice in front of these damn Erewhon people. But compared to the excited nobles, these 5 people were more calm. Earl Alcorn and his colleagues looked at each other. Looking at the scene in front of them, their faces didn't look too optimistic. Compared to these nobles who basically didn't have any dealings with Brando, they knew the young lord's temper better. Although he seemed to not care about anything and was easier to talk to, they knew that his personality was probably much tougher than everyone imagined. Besides, they should have been driven away by these guards. Now in this port, although they were still nominally managers, almost all the troops in the port were under the control of Erewhon people. In fact, they were just a group of puppets with no right to speak at all. But today, the other party was indifferent, as if he was letting them do whatever they wanted. Whether it was Earl Alcorn or the other nobles, they faintly smelled the scent of a conspiracy. But at this moment, they were already in a difficult situation. Except for Knight Rogers, who was forcibly dragged here and could still look on coldly, the other nobles' foreheads were faintly sweating. Although the other nobles next to them were enthusiastic, the 4 noble representatives in the middle had been staring at the door on the 2nd floor of the hall. They knew that if Brando wanted to send a message, it would be difficult for someone to come out from there soon. Sure enough. With a click, the door was pushed open. The sound of the door opening seemed to be a signal, and the whole hall was silent. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads, and countless eyes gathered on the door. Chapter 992. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the door on the 2nd floor slowly opened. However, the one who walked out from behind the door was not Brando or his attendant as the nobles had imagined. Instead, it was a trembling nobleman in a noble's robe. His hair was gray, and his face was full of wrinkles and age spots. Everyone was stunned because this man was the Castellan of Metz City, Baron Ludwig Metz. In the silence, the Baron slowly walked to the handrail and glanced at the crowd with a dignified look. His eyes only paused for a moment on Count Alcorn and the others. Then he said, "I welcome all of you to my territory as guests. I have also heard about what happened in the south. I am deeply sorry for that. But, why have all of you gathered in my castle today?" There was dead silence. The nobles downstairs couldn't help but look at each other. They thought that this old man was under house arrest. Why would he suddenly appear in this place? Could it be that he was pressured to speak, and the other party wanted to use this opportunity to force them to leave? This method was too hateful. For a moment, there was silence downstairs. Everyone wanted to wait for the nobles to speak, but Count Alcorn and the other four did not speak for a long time. Finally, an impatient noble stood up and said, "Lord Baron, please ask Erewhon's Count Abes to come out. We are here to look for him. The leader of Erewhon's diplomatic group is my distinguished guest. Why are you looking for him?" the Baron asked. Oh no! Count Alcorn's heart sank. The feeling of a conspiracy in his heart became more and more obvious. He looked back and saw that the people around him had the same expression. However, at this time, it was too late for him to stop his men from speaking. The noble who spoke at the beginning replied loudly, "Lord Baron, you don't have to worry about the threat of the person behind you. We are here today to ask him to come out and clean up the situation. Now that the situation is clear, Erewhon's people wouldn't want to occupy your port, would they?" "Shut up." Baron Metz's face suddenly sank. His voice was so cold that it was like a layer of frost. The people downstairs felt a chill in their hearts. Of course, this did not mean that Baron Metz's status was the highest among them. It was just that he was the owner of this place and had the geographical advantage. Naturally, he had the upper hand. "I am the Castellan of Fathom Port. Naturally, I am in charge of everything here. You are my guests. Erewhon's diplomatic group is also my guests. I hope that all of you will not cause trouble here to ruin the image of the Empire's nobles." These words left everyone dumbfounded and unable to find a reason to refute. Of course, logically speaking, there was no flaw in these words, but everyone knew that Ludwig Metz was no longer a city lord and was at most a puppet. However, these words couldn't be said in public. For a moment, the expressions of all the nobles were incomparably strange, as though they were constipated. Sure enough, Count Alcorn's face sank. He had already expected that Brando would not be so easy to talk to. Now that he had slapped him in the face, it was within his expectations. He did not know why, but he felt relieved. The fact that Brando let Baron Metz out meant that there was still room for negotiation in his heart. At least, he did not intend to make things too awkward. He then frowned again. But this kind of trick was after all a small trick. If Brando did not want to see them, he could have just driven them away. There was no need for him to play this kind of trick. Although small tricks could fool people for a while, at this time, it would only make people look down on him. Or did the young man have other intentions? But no matter what, Baron Metz's words had blocked the room for others to speak. Count Alcorn knew that he had to speak up. He pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said, "Mr. Baron, no matter what, being trapped here is not a solution. We can't stay here forever. We have to come up with a solution. Right now, the situation in the Empire is chaotic. His Majesty and the rebels are fighting in the area of Zweig. Jorgendy Ridge and Lord Lyon's army have been summoned by our Emperor and changed sides. Now, the White Legion has entered Geta Harbor, which is only 3 days away from Fathon. If we don't make a decision, we might be seen as part of the rebels." As soon as Count Alcorn finished speaking, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He suddenly remembered that Baron Metz was Duke Rena's vassal. Now that the Duke was clearly on the side of the military nobles, wouldn't the former's position be self-evident? Sure enough, before he could change his words, Baron Metz interrupted him lightly. "I agree with most of what you said, Count Alcorn, but I have reservations about some of them. Constance colluded with the evil dragon to kill her father to ascend the throne. She also tried to attack the princes in an attempt to overthrow the Empire. I doubt that such a vicious woman can still be called His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire." This sentence was like a heavy bomb falling into the water, immediately stirring up thousands of waves. The nobles were in an uproar, whether it was the words from Baron Metz's mouth or Baron Metz's audacious behavior. But this time, Count Alcorn was not in the mood to restrain his men. He felt sweat on his forehead. He did not expect the Baron, who was as old as an old dog, to be so fierce. As soon as he opened his mouth, he forced his men into a desperate situation. Count Alcorn almost wanted to reach out his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead. After calming down, he sighed and said, "My lord, please watch your words." Count Alcorn sighed and said, "Count Alcorn, please pay attention to your words." "What, Count Alcorn, you don't believe my words?" Baron Metz sneered. "Of course, there may be some rumors that are unfavorable to Her Majesty the Queen, but that's just the enemy's way of deceiving the world. It's not worth mentioning. Count Alcon's words suddenly came to an abrupt halt. He suddenly realized that the city lord in front of him did not seem to be forced by Brendel. If the other party was just a puppet, then there was no need for him to go to this extent just because of a verbal dispute. He suddenly thought of a terrible possibility. The cold sweat on his forehead could no longer be stopped. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Baron Metz. He realized that he might have been fooled. Count Alcorn, it seems that you intend to stand on the opposite side of the Empire. Even though Count Alcorn's position in the Empire was slightly higher than Baron Metz's, he could not speak at this moment. At this time, the others in the hall saw that the situation was not right. For a moment, they chose to keep quiet to protect themselves. Even Count Jean, who was next to Count Alcorn, was cautious and did not say a word. Roger raised his head. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that the corners of the second floor of the hall were already filled with heavily armored knights. The battle robes on these knights were clearly the style of the Cruz Empire. Obviously, they were not the army of Erewhon. The internal knight raised his eyebrows and immediately lowered his head. He did not say anything. Count Alcorn finally wiped his sweat and asked, "Mr. Baron, what do you mean by this?" "That's what I mean." A man's voice sounded from behind Baron Metz. All the nobles present saw Baron Metz respectfully step back and let the man come to the front. In fact, Count Alcorn did not even need to see the man's face. Just by hearing his voice, his face had already changed. He raised his head in disbelief, and sure enough, he saw that handsome, cold face appear in his field of vision. At this moment, Count Alcorn's expression was extremely strange, but fortunately, no one could laugh at his ridiculous expression because the dozens of faces in the hall were surprisingly the same. When they saw the young man appear from behind Baron Metz, many people even let out a slight gasp. Your Royal Highness? Why is it strange to see me?" Prince Lenoret's face was cold. "Or is it because you received my obituary in advance and now suspect that I'm a fake?" "No, I wouldn't dare." "Well, then I want to tell you a piece of news. My mother has harmed all for one, and now they are colluding with the Myrnas to subvert the Empire and persecute my brothers and sisters. I now ask all the nobles of the entire Empire to listen to my call and join the army to save the Empire from its collapse." Lenoret didn't seem to be informing them of the news, but more like giving an order. He didn't even need to get any approval. It was as if he was simply stating his position. "Do you understand?" "Oui." Count Alcorn was still pondering over the word, but the eldest prince didn't seem to need their answer at all. He directly pointed with his finger. "Count Alcorn, Count Jean, and my internal knight, come up to see me. The rest of you, disperse." Will these people be obedient? Just as the eldest prince was showing his power, Roman, Brando, and Falerne were actually standing in the hall on the second floor, watching the farce not far away, and the merchant girl asked curiously. Brando shook his head silently. "That's the Cruz people's business," he paused and added. "There are many forces within the Empire. In fact, the Silver Queen only controls the nobles of Cloak Bay, which means that only the White Legion and a part of the Imperial Navy are truly loyal to her. Even the Red Legion has to be greatly discounted. Otherwise, the Wind Elves have stopped fighting for a few weeks, and they didn't have the slightest reaction in the Four-Leaf Clover Plains. As for the rest of the mountain people in Xianxia, they are all ethnic minorities within the Empire. Since they are called ethnic minorities, as the name implies, there won't be too many people, and even fewer troops. Compared with the several main legions of the Empire, they are not worth mentioning at all. The remaining witches and Myrnas are not even a fraction of the total. The Empire is a huge monster, and these forces may be strong in the hands of a lord, but in the Empire they are nothing. At least, they can't determine the strength of the Empire." "I understand now," Romaine said in realization. "The reason why the nobles of Ludwig keep retreating is because they're all in a state of disunity. They're all fighting for themselves and have their own plans. It's like a business investment that doesn't have a clear goal and is fickle. Naturally, it'll lead to failure." "Smart," Brando praised and patted Roman's forehead, causing the latter to glare back at him. He smiled and said, "There are many rebels in the Empire, and the number of people loyal to the Holy Cathedral of Fire is much more than you think. It's just that these forces are too scattered, and any one of them will not be a match for Her Majesty. Everyone has the idea of protecting themselves, and this is not surprising. In the case of absolute strength, except for a few extreme cases, no one will choose to die in vain. But if the strength is not as great as you think, then it's different. Now that we have a common interest to rely on, it's different. A common interest to rely on? Falerne looked at Brando strangely. My lord, are you talking about the eldest son of the emperor? Brando chuckled. I've said it before, this person is a rare commodity. Brando, when did you say that? Romaine raised her eyebrows curiously. Of course I did. Why else would I keep him here? Now that his bluff was exposed, the young count couldn't help but feel a little angry. You should know that at that time, it wasn't easy for me to hide the whereabouts of the next successor of the empire. Furthermore, it was a huge political and diplomatic risk. If it weren't for today's benefits, how could I have convinced our stubborn princess? Out of his familiarity with Brando's character, the Roman looked at him suspiciously, but Falerne seemed to believe him. The wild elf girl frowned slightly. The forces in the Cruz Empire are intricate and complicated. Which ones are loyal to the Silver Queen, and which ones are loyal to the eldest son of the emperor? What are their relationships? My lord, have you investigated all of this? Of course, Brando sighed. The Cruz Empire is too close to us, and the empire is too strong. We cannot understand ourselves, but we must understand the empire. Falerne was silent. She was born in Eloranta, a place that stood aloof from worldly affairs. Later on, like many other wild elves, she traveled to White City with her younger sister. There, she joined a mercenary group and became a mercenary wizard. The 10 cities area was also filled with various forces, and the city-states were often at odds with each other. However, as a mercenary, she often did not need to consider so many things. It was also difficult for her to experience the feeling of treading on thin ice all day long. It was only at this moment that she seemed to have a new understanding of the young lord beside her. She could not help but frown and look at the latter with a very complicated expression. Unfortunately, Brando didn't notice the expression of his private secretary at all. At this moment, he thought of Erwin, Abes, and the vast black forest. One day, Erwin would no longer need to rely on the breath of others to survive. At that time, Erwin would also have a vast territory and powerful strength. Erwin's people would no longer need to guess the thoughts of others to live. They would also be fierce lions, standing proudly on this land. Perhaps only at that time, the wishes of the eldest princess and the Valkyrie would be fulfilled. Brando suddenly remembered the princess and the Valkyrie in the game. They were very different from the Griffine and Freya of today. The environment and suffering had changed them, but today's Erwin no longer needed that princess and the Valkyrie. Because Erwin no longer needed people, its people cried silently for it. When he came back to his senses, the conversation in the hall was coming to an end. What did you see, Falerne? Brando suddenly turned around and asked. Falerne was slightly startled, as if she had just woken up from something. She blushed and hurriedly shook her head. What did you see? Count Alcon didn't come here voluntarily. He is the leader of the nobles. If he didn't have the intention to encourage these people, what does that mean? Brando sneered. I was a little curious. I thought that the nobles in Lone Port had been taught a deep enough lesson. They shouldn't have forgotten the pain so quickly. Now that I think about it, I shouldn't have missed anything. It's just that there's another reason behind it. Falerne frowned slightly. If she still couldn't understand the hidden meaning in her lord's words, then her position as the Lord Secretary would be in vain. My lord, are you saying that someone is instigating these nobles behind their backs? Who is it? I didn't know, Brando replied coldly. But unfortunately, some people were too anxious and exposed their foxtail. Exposed their foxtail, the Roman chuckled. This description is very appropriate. Chapter 993. Anwei let out a scream and immediately woke up from her meditation. The meditation of a witch was very different from that of a wizard. A wizard's law magic required them to use their law threads to restrain the manic magic in order to prepare a day's worth of spells. This was a dangerous job, so they needed sufficient rest and a quiet environment. However, the power of the witches came from the projection of magic in Wonde, the 12 magic moons. There were 13, including the Black Moon. The first generation of witches had built a kingdom of witches in this shadow world, the Bunasan. This was a kingdom where pure magic and the spiritual world intertwined. It did not exist in the material world, but every witch had to immerse their spirit in it. During the day they were active in the real world. During the night, they would enter the kingdom of witches from their dreams and communicate in whispers in the spiritual world. However, the shadow world was even more absurd and dangerous than the real world. In the world of dreams, the slightest carelessness would cause one's spirit to be lost in the depths of the darkness. Thus, the witches would carefully guard their own domain and use meditation to calm themselves. This was an important ritual that could not be failed. Once it failed, the consequences would be very severe. Very serious. Curel. The witch let out an unforgettable cry of anger. You deserve to die. A few young witches rushed in from outside the tent and looked at the disheveled Anwei in panic. Anwei pointed at them and sternly said, Quick, kill that cat. Outside the tent, there was a curved maple frame with a golden cage hanging from it. Inside the cage was a black cat. At this moment, the black cat was restlessly circling the golden cage with its back hunched. All the hair on its back stood on end. Its green eyes stared at the corner of the tent as it bared its fangs and continuously let out mournful screams. In Wonde, people believed that cats were the incarnations of witches. In some places, cats were burned alive, and the black cat, which was regarded as unlucky, was even more difficult to escape. Hatred and cruelty towards cats also appeared in legends from time to time. In a sense, this saying was not wrong. Witches used cats as their incarnations when they encountered something they could not escape from in the shadow world. When they were in danger, they would use cats to replace themselves. But at this moment, Anwei seemed as if she'd seen a venomous snake when she saw the black cat. The young witch then pulled out a shiny knife and stabbed it into the black cat's body. The black cat let out a strange scream and fell into a pool of blood. The young witch then stabbed the cat an inch behind its right front foot. The bottom of the cage was now covered with sticky blood. The other two young witches immediately drew shadows on the ground. The obscure characters began to perform the dream-devouring technique. Although the witches in the witch country of Bunasan could communicate with each other mentally, they would rarely allow others to enter their own domain. The world of shadows was vast and boundless. If not for the invitation of their master, others would rarely dare to walk through the world of traps and enter the dreams of others. But there is one exception, and that is the shadow world. The natives of the shadow were spirits born in the darkness. The witches of the Moon of Swords were in charge of communication and peaceful domains. Anwei was shocked and angry. Curel must have communicated with a spirit in the darkness and found her location. The dream-devouring technique could devour dreams. The witches' meditation was carried out in their dreams, and to invade their domain, one would also need to enter the dream world. Therefore, the dream-devouring technique was the best defensive spell. The young witches nimbly set up the ritual. Obviously, this was not the first time they had done this. However, before they could chant the first incantation, the dim space around the tent suddenly lit up. A bright spot of light fell from the sky, like a stone falling into the water. With the landing point as the center, circles of circular patterns rippled out. A dazzling light seeped out from the center of the circular patterns. The light spot immediately spread into a spot of light. The spot of light gradually grew larger, forming a stable light door. Anwei and the other young witches subconsciously stopped what they were doing. This wasn't a witch's method, but a supernatural power. Among the things that the witches were most familiar with, there was only one thing that possessed such power. And that was the spirit. The contract spirit, White Mist, casually opened a passage to reality through the shadow world. This action was so familiar to her, as if it had already formed a fixed memory of her body thousands of years ago. She leaped through the light door, drawing a beautiful arc as she landed on the ground. The moment she entered the material world, she turned back into a white fox. Raising her head, she used her beautiful ruby eyes to stare at the few people in front of her, Anwei and the few young witches beside her. Behind her were Baba Shah and the smiling sweets. The smiling little girl hugged her sweets and jumped through the light door, stopping behind White Mist. The Shire followed. The Shire brought 3 people and rolled out 3 times. The young people in red-lined magus robes strolled out of the light door unhurriedly. Last was the dark witch of the Moon of Swords, Krull. Krull was a little weak at the moment. Her steps were light, and her complexion was not much better than Anwei's, who had been severely injured by her in the dream world. Anwei's eyes widened, but she did not harshly question Krull why she wanted to harm her. She did not even make a sound. This chubby round-faced witch's gaze was fixed on White Mist, as if she had seen some terrifying creature. This was not the first time she had seen white mist. White mist usually hung on her neck like a scarf. On the neck of the young lord's little fiancée, it was really hard not to notice it. Normally, it would definitely not be like today, emitting the aura of a powerful spirit. This kind of aura was usually only sensed by witches, and witches were also the most sensitive to it. And Wei could clearly feel it from the spirit in front of her. She sensed some aura that she had not felt for a long time. That kind of aura almost made her think that she was hallucinating. She felt the aura of her ancestors. The first generation of witches had merged their souls into the shadow world and constructed the Bunasan Witch Kingdom. Their souls wandered in the desolate shadows and became the most powerful spirits in the dark world. However, ever since the witch race had been completely defeated in the War of the Holy Saints and even split up, the Bunasan Witch Kingdom had been severely injured. These most powerful spirits no longer appeared in the world, and no witch had ever summoned them again. All the witches thought that they had already dissipated, just like the most precious inheritances of the witches. They had also dissipated in the fragmented spiritual world. In the middle. You. Who exactly are you? And Wei pointed at White Mist and asked with a trembling voice. White Mist snorted and turned her head away in disdain. She was too lazy to answer this low-level witch's question. Although An Wei was an inheritor of the Moon of Swords, inheritances were also divided into different grades and grades. Compared to the 12 inheritors that followed the Witch Queen during the heyday of the Witch Kingdom, this chubby woman in front of her was like a toddler learning how to walk. A little girl. She suddenly felt a little vexed. Even a minor character like this could see how powerful she was, but that young mistress didn't see her as a dish at all. Moreover, that young mistress was the inheritor chosen by the Witch Queen. This made her gnash her teeth in hatred. If it wasn't for, I would have eaten that little girl up. White Mist's mind was filled with such a dark and rebellious thought. White Mist didn't answer An Wei's question, but it didn't mean that everyone else could. The Shire and the 3 youths behind him took a step forward and smiled amiably. Madam An Wei, his lordship has never forced you to do anything. Choosing to join his lordship is also your own choice. Of course, we welcome it. If you have to choose. If you want to leave, we won't stop you. That's your freedom. But don't you think it's despicable to play some dirty tricks behind our backs? Put away that hypocritical face of yours. An Wei looked hatefully at Krull and said without the slightest bit of luck, I have never joined you, let alone any betrayal. I know. The Shire nodded. Because, madam, you are the maid of the Witch Queen, right? It's good that you know, An Wei replied coldly. Your lordship isn't the Darkness Dragon at all. Only an ignorant person like Babasha would be bewitched by others to believe in such a ridiculous rumor. My master has long predicted the arrival of my queen. There will only ever be one queen, and she has already come to this world. Yet, you don't bow down to her? You are a subject and still intend to resist stubbornly. What a joke. She turned her head and stared at Krull. What I don't understand the most is you, Krull. You clearly know that young man isn't the Darkness Dragon, so why are you still so obstinate? You even don't hesitate to use such a forbidden technique. What exactly are you doing this for? Krull slowly raised her head and stared coldly at her colleague. Her face was deathly pale as if she was a dead person, but she opened her mouth. Brando isn't the Darkness Dragon. This was a definite tone. An Wei's eyes widened. You know? Since you know, then why did you? She seemed to have seen something extremely unbelievable, to the extent that her voice became distorted. You actually chose to betray him? This is impossible. It's impossible for witches to betray their master. You are simply crazy. She let out a few screams and suddenly bounced up from the ground. She stretched out her hand to grab the Shire. A gust of chilly wind mixed with a terrifying whistle blew out from between her fingers and blew towards the Shire. Although An Wei seemed to have gone crazy, she knew very clearly that among these people, the one who posed the greatest threat to her was actually these 4 humans. Wizards. Among all the spellcasting professions in Wonde, there were 2 professions that were most proficient in combat. The first was the elementalist. Due to the great power of elemental magic, most of it was offensive magic. The second was the law wizard. Although law wizards sounded like the best candidates for scholars, and most of the scholars indeed knew 1 or 2 law spells, law wizards were also known as civilian wizards at the same time. They had the largest population of law wizards among all the spellcasters in Woned. If you randomly picked one or two spellcasters from the adventurer groups and mercenary groups, they would most likely be law wizards. From this, it could be seen that the large population of law wizards gave birth to a large number of law wizards who had extremely rich combat experience. These wizards passed on their experiences from generation to generation, and as time passed, a unique cultural atmosphere was formed among the law wizards. That was, combat was the only criterion to determine whether a wizard was qualified or not. Under such a cultural atmosphere, if a law wizard did not want to become a spellcasting profession that was proficient in combat, it would be difficult. The wizards under Brendel's command were mostly adventurers and mercenaries, and very few of them were scholars. Seal himself had experienced the last holy war, and the wizards he chose were mostly adventurers and mercenaries. There were very few of them who were scholars. As for the wizards, their combat experience could be imagined. In addition to the fact that law wizards were both offensive and defensive, law wizards were notoriously difficult to deal with in combat. Although the witches' rune magic was strange and powerful, it was more of a secret method. They did not have the advantage in a direct confrontation. Thus, Anwei was very clear that if she wanted to win, she had to catch her opponent off guard and make the first move. The first thing she did was to cast the 5th circle touch of ice. In the 12-circle rune magic system, the 5th circle magic was not very powerful. Most witches who were at the peak of the silver level could cast it. However, this witchcraft was one of the rare direct attack witchcraft, and its effect was very practical. It was a spell that directly attacked the soul, and it could freeze the soul for a short period of time, and it could even kill opponents who were weaker in strength. Of course, Anwei did not expect that she would be able to kill 4 law wizards who were at least at the 5th circle in a single attack, especially when she knew that the Shire was a great wizard mentor who was close to the elemental domain. She only hoped that this attack of hers would be able to obstruct her opponent for a short period of time. She would be able to calmly cast the following spell. The witches were experts in the study of souls, and their achievements in this area were on par with the necromancers who studied the art of summoning. On the other hand, law wizards were not very good at this, so Anwei believed that she had a high chance of succeeding. In fact, her attack was extremely fast, and with a claw, complicated magic runes appeared in her palms that were as pale as snow. She completed this spell in the blink of an eye, and her powerful strength could be seen clearly. The whistling icy wind swept towards the Shire. The Shire smiled faintly and chanted an incantation. In the name of law, I let the lines disperse, and there will no longer be a medium in space. Although law wizards were not good at souls, they were good at magic. Any magic transmission in space required a medium, and even space itself was a type of law. This was also the most difficult part about law wizards. Their study of incantations was extremely profound, and the ability of a sage like dismantling an incantation was as common as eating a meal to them. It was a miraculous thing. Magic was only a profound knowledge in front of law wizards. It was not mysterious at all. Law wizards were opponents who understood spellcasters the best. The whistling icy wind that was enough to freeze everything seemed to have met an invisible wall in front of the Shire. It slowed down and finally stopped, turning into snow-white ice dust that dissipated into nothingness. Anwei was stunned. She had long known that law wizards were difficult to deal with, but she did not expect the Shire to be so powerful. She took a shaky step back and hesitated for a moment. This was because she realized that she could not find a way to deal with this young man in front of her. Not to mention that there were 3 law wizards behind him who were equally difficult to deal with. The Shire seemed to have seen this witch's retreat. He smiled faintly and said, "Surrender yourself. Madam Anwei. Since I'm here, I can't let you escape. Moreover, I've always been a timid and cautious person, and I've even brought 3 assistants with me." He spread out his hands. "My lord is not a bloodthirsty person. As I said, you are free to come and go. However, the current situation is not very suitable. As long as you are willing to work here for a while, we won't make things difficult for you." "You intend to put me under house arrest?" Anwei narrowed her eyes somewhat dangerously. Chapter 994. In the hall of the Valhalla tree, the hall was silent for a moment. Amandina slowly put down her hand, the prismatic crystal in her hand emitting a faint light. Amandina's eyes also emitted a faint light, but she did not say a word. The princess looked at her from the side and asked softly, "What's wrong? What did Count Tonagel say? The Empire. How is the situation over at Metz? Are the Count and the others doing well? Is the situation irreversible? Amandina's eyes instantly regained clarity. She seemed to have come back to her senses and suddenly realized something. What? No, it's nothing. The Lord and the others are doing well. There was a small accident, but the situation is still under control. She was silent. Brando rarely talked to her about her father, but just now he asked her about her father in a serious manner. Amandina, there's something about your father that I want to talk to you about. Are you familiar with your father's life? Familiar? What I mean is, your father was a keen adventurer, but do you know where he went when he was alive? I mean, where are the strange places? Is this important, my lord? Very important. For now, Amandina, I suspect that your father's death is not that simple. Amandina's heart was in a mess. She silently clenched the crystal, the sharp point piercing her skin without feeling it at all. Her father's death might not be an accident, but a conspiracy. Conspiracy, this word jumped in her mind. Her childhood memories were very simple. At that time, she lived with her family in the Stone District. It was not a noble district at most, it was a place where the middle class of Brags lived. When she was a child, her family's life was quite good. It was a carefree time. Her father was a respected gentleman, and people called him Sir. According to her mother's description, their family was indeed considered noble. Their family had a glorious time, and their ancestors were once knights of the kingdom and had made outstanding achievements. But that was it. Her father was indeed a keen adventurer, and spent most of his time outside. He had been to many places, and Erwin had almost left his footprints everywhere. He even went abroad a few times, such as the Empire and the Duchy of Great Antler. But Amandina did not know the specific places he had been to. She remembered that her father loved to tell her stories of his travels when she was young, but out of a rebellious mentality, she did not deliberately record them. She only remembered that there was nothing too special about the places he went, what kind of beautiful scenery he saw, and a few times he encountered danger, but it was very normal. His father had a few friends, but most of them were not fixed. They were just traveling friends, so it was unlikely that they would fall into a trap. There was something special about her father. Amandina remembered that he seemed to be particularly interested in collecting stones from all over the world, from agate, obsidian, chalcedony, and all kinds of raw stones. He did not care about the value of the stones themselves, but was more interested in the process of them being buried underground and seeing the light of day. No one knows what kind of soul-stirring beauty is hidden in these ugly stones, Amandina. They may be worthless, or they may be worth thousands of gold, but that is not important. What is important is that every stone that is buried deep underground has seen the light of day. They have witnessed a period of history, and compared to this long period of time, our lives are as short as an instant. She remembered that her father was a devout follower of the Friars of Gaia. In addition to Martha, the friars also believed in Martha's follower, the goddess of earth, Gaia. Her father was passionate about unearthing the gemstones buried deep in the earth to feel the history and emotions contained in the stones. Amandina suddenly remembered that one day, her father brought a gem that she had never seen before to her and brought it over to her. Amandina, this stone is called amber. I found it in a strange place. Look at its beauty. But it is not just a gemstone. Amandina, do you know that there are many gemstones in this world that contain unimaginable magic, and amber is one of them? Magic. It is the driving force of our world. With it, people can use magic, soar in the sky, and even change this world. With it, I can become a wizard, father? No. Amandina. For wizards, magic is a privilege that only a few people have. But this stone is different. The people of Zell invented the Magitech, and this stone will eventually change our world. This is amber? Haha, this is an amber ore, Amandina. It's still far from being an amber ore, but it doesn't matter. These amber ores contain a great secret. It's like a key, and one day, we'll be able to see the real amber ore, Amandina. Yes, father. It was as if a door had suddenly opened in the darkness, and the memories flowed out like a silent stream. Amandina slowly opened her palm and lowered her head. The diamond-shaped crystal shone in the dim light. This was a long-distance projection crystal made from mana moonstone. It was a true magic gemstone, but it was far less beautiful than the amber gemstone that her father gave her that afternoon many years ago. The magic gemstone was the crown of gemstones, and the amber gemstone was the brightest star on the crown. After that, her father began to become more and more obsessed with exploring, and the time he spent at home became less and less. Every time, he would take a large sum of money from home. The neighbors whispered that her father had a mistress outside, and her mother became more and more depressed as the days passed. It was at that time that her impression of her father gradually changed. From the original respect, to resentment, to indifference, and finally, she seemed to have forgotten his existence. Until Brando sent the news of his death to her. At that time, Amandina felt that she should not be surprised at all. Because sometimes, she could not help but wonder if her father had another woman outside, but at least Brando gave her a negative answer. At least, he did not cheat them. But this was not a reason for her to forgive him. This stone is called amber. It will provide endless power for the Magitech. One day it will change our world. Amandina stood silently in place. A breeze blew in from outside the arched window of the Valhalla Tree Hall, rustling the blueprints on the desk. The afternoon sun poured into the hall, forming pillars of light. Princess Griffine looked at Amandina's face, and suddenly there were some sparkling things, like a string of beads, sparkling and translucent. After a moment, Amandina took a deep breath, took a step back and wiped her eyes. "I'm sorry, I forgot myself, Your Highness." "I should be the one saying sorry." The princess looked at her with some confusion. "What happened?" "Nothing, I just thought of my father." "I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry, Your Highness." Amandina smiled like a pear blossom in tears. "The Lord asked us to be a little more vigilant during this period of time. The magic tide is coming, and there are many changes happening everywhere." "Indeed," Griffine sighed. "But what really makes me feel uneasy is something else. The undead are starting to become restless again." Amandina was about to leave, but when she heard this she stopped. "Your Highness, the royal faction seems to be not right. Count Tonagil's reform has hurt the interests of the dukes, but our strength is far greater than theirs. There is no need to worry." Amandina seemed to be getting to know the princess again. "What's wrong?" "Your Highness, I hope you will seriously consider what I told you last time." Princess Griffine's face was slightly red. "I will seriously consider it." "Amandina's father is a believer of the Gaia Friars?" The light of the projection crystal flashed twice, and then dimmed. Brando silently put down his hand and frowned. "The Gaia Friars? Is there such a church in Erewhon, and it's active near Bragg's? Why haven't I heard of it before?" "There are many churches in Erewhon that believe in the goddess of Gaia, and the more famous ones are the Church of the Silver Lily and the Church of the Holy Cross. But I've never heard of an organization called the Gaia Friars." "Is it some kind of cult?" "But it doesn't seem like it, and collecting stones isn't a shameful thing to do. Amandina's father found the amber stone in Yenbao, but what does the amber stone have to do with this thing?" Brando took out the grayish-brown stone from his other pocket. "This thing doesn't seem to have any relation to the amber stone, but it seems to be a fragment of some kind of shale." "Did the amber rough stone contain a huge secret?" Brando shook his head. It seems that Amandina's interest in magic devices originated from her father, but whether her father was only interested in the endless power provided by the magic gem, or whether he was pursuing some other secret, and the secret of the amber stone, only the heavens would know. If even Amandina doesn't know, then the only clues left would probably fall on her father's friends when he was alive, and that strange Gaia Friars. Amandina said that her father didn't have many friends when he was alive, and most of them weren't fixed. This doesn't sound like a problem, but it's a bit strange when you think about it. If her father was just a nobleman who was passionate about exploration, then it's fine, but he was also a devout believer of the Gaia Friars. Then the question is, where are his church members? Could it be that this Gaia Friars is similar to some of the strange hermit friars in Erewhon? Most of the church members don't know each other, and they don't interact with each other. Why did it sound like a cult? If there's something abnormal, then it's a demon. It seems that the clues will fall on this. He suddenly stopped. "Brando!" Romain was a little puzzled. He raised his head and furrowed his brows. His eyes swept across the area in front of him as if he was looking for something. One of his hands was on the collar of the Count's coat, while the other hand reached into the coat and grabbed the cold hilt of Halran Gaia. Falern's brows were furrowed as well. Her left hand was holding a large scroll of parchment, while her right hand reached out, and a silver cane appeared out of thin air and landed firmly in her hand. Dream manipulation? In front of him was an empty walkway. This walkway was connected to the hall in front of him, and it was brightly lit. Torches shone on the walls, but there wasn't a single person in the walkway, and it was strangely quiet. He, Count Brando, you're very sharp. A burst of laughter sounded. She clapped her hands lightly, and 4 white-robed witches suddenly appeared out of thin air. They suddenly appeared in the empty walkway, and blocked the way. The air between the 2 witches in front of him trembled slightly, and a beautiful witch slowly walked out. This was a beautiful and mysterious woman. She had a pair of impressive lake blue eyes, and the diamond-shaped crystal on her forehead shone with a strange light. She was also a witch. Marietla, eldest daughter of Ekis, believer of Dark Ko Hua, witch of the month of lies in December. The witch smiled slightly, and this smile made everything lose their color. She lightly opened her mouth and said, "Witch of deceit, I'm here to borrow Count Brando's head." "My lord." Brando stretched out his hand to stop Falerne, who was about to attack, and motioned for her and Roman to step back. He raised his head and looked at the 5 witches. "I heard that among the 12 witches in this generation, besides the Witch King, the strongest one is the believer of the Golden Sea, the Witch of Despair. The second strongest one is the Witch of Deceit, Madame Marietla. I think you're her." As expected of a human who claims to be the inheritor of the Dark Dragon. "You know us quite well." Marietla praised with a smile. "Claim to be?" Brando shook his head. "I've never claimed to be the Dark Dragon. I've seen Odin, but that doesn't mean I agree with his views." "You've seen my king?" Marietla raised her eyebrows slightly, and then reacted. "Yes, after all, you have my king's inheritance in your body. But it doesn't matter whether you agree with my king's path or not. The Supreme doesn't need the approval of mortals." "So you're saying that you're the ones behind this?" "Ha ha," Marietla laughed. "The one who did it was Anvi. The witches of the Moon of Cup are good at changing people's hearts. Besides, those nobles have ulterior motives. My power comes from integrity and wisdom, so I don't care about these trivial matters. Playing with people's hearts is a small trick, but the order and fate of this world cannot be changed. Do you understand, Count? So you're an accomplice." Marietla frowned slightly, and her voice turned cold. "Do you understand the situation, Count? You've only just entered the elemental realm. In my domain, no one can save you." She turned her eyes to Roman and Falerne and laughed. "You're not counting on those people outside, are you? Heh, don't worry, in this dream I've weaved for you, no one will be alerted. I'll let you die peacefully." "I see, I think I understand." Brando pulled out Halran Gaia, and his left hand passed to his right hand. The tip of the sword pointed downwards, gently touching the ground. He held the sword in one hand and grinned. "My head is here, you can come and try." Chapter 995. In this era, the world presents its broken fate to the world. Lies, hope, truth, faith, and history that has been deliberately covered up are intertwined and complicated, making it impossible for mortals to make a choice. Therefore, right and wrong are especially important and precious. This was a starry sky that was completely different from Wonde. The horizon was like a pitch-black sphere with nothing in it, and the vast starry sky was inverted on this sphere. The 12 moons were parallel to the sky, and with their own trajectories, they formed 12 star fields. In these star fields, countless stars shone. However, among the stars, some were brighter than others, and some were dimmer. They were constantly extinguished and lit up, just like the lights of the mortal world. Noodle looked up at the starry sky, and her face shone. The starlight outlined the curve of her face, and her ivory skin. Finally, it sank into her light silver eyes. She was a bit intoxicated by the starry sky. She had been traveling for years, but her appearance did not change much. She was still the same as when she was in her 30s. She even had to use magic to make herself look more mature. Her long hair was like a silver waterfall, and a pair of amethyst earrings shone on her earlobes. Below the crystals, there were some fine golden tassels. "Teacher!" A 15-year-old girl appeared behind her. She then lowered her head deeply and bowed. The young girl looked ordinary, and her appearance could not be considered outstanding. However, She had a special temperament that made people feel unfathomable. She was very quiet, but this kind of silence could not be said to be cold. The young girl's emerald eyes did not carry indifference or arrogance. There was only quietness, as if she was always awake and rational. This magnificent starry sky was no different from a rock in her eyes. I said that you don't have to call me teacher. Sophie, I didn't teach you anything. Your inheritance did not come from me. You were born with this name, and it has been for generations. Even without me, you would have become the witch of the 13th moon. Noodle turned around and looked at the little girl with the gaze of an elder. Although she said this, she still smiled happily. Sophie did not answer. She straightened up and asked, "Teacher, why did you call me here? Did you get used to it?" "I'm used to it. The climate of Tonajul and Tosankard is not much different. Under the influence of the same order, and under the protection of the World Tree, the Senians there are not too affected by the outside world. I didn't encounter any difficulties. That's not what I'm asking you." Noodle shook her head in dissatisfaction. "I'm asking if my Sophie has found someone she likes in the new environment?" The girl sensibly shut her mouth and pretended that she hadn't heard the question. All right, don't be angry." Noodle knew her student's temperament well and smiled mischievously. "I called you here because tonight is especially important. Look at the starry sky. This is probably the last time you'll see such a starry sky. Sophie, take a good look. Tonight may be the busiest night in the Witch Kingdom since the War of the Holy Saints. Many interests and conspiracies will be staged here, and the stars will be extinguished and then lit up again. An old era has passed, and a new era will rise from its ruins. The tide of magic has begun." Hundreds of billions of stars were reflected in Sophia's eyes. Hundreds of billions of stars were burning fiercely, telling a long story. The light of the Sirius constellation began to dim, and in contrast, the light of the narrating star began to waver. Lonely High Hill. Mephistopheles sat on the edge of the bed. He reached out and picked up his sword. His hand held the scabbard in the air for a moment, then he silently put it down. As a sword saint who trained hard, he did not pursue luxury. The room he requested was always small, simple, and without any unnecessary decorations. Although he had an exclusive training room, he did not live there. His room only had a bed, a desk, and a chair. He sat on the edge of the bed, and the shadow of the bed extended infinitely in a certain direction, projecting a boundless space. The walls of the room had long disappeared, and he seemed to be sitting in a boundless dark space. This was the kingdom of shadow, the lonely high hill, the territory of the Golden Sea. Two figures appeared not far away from the sword saint of ash. They were like two masses of squirming ink dripping from the air. In the process of dripping, they turned into human figures, and then revealed their faces and facial features. Gradually, they shed their colors and formed two people, one in front and one behind. Mephistopheles looked at the person in front of him, his face as calm as water. In a sense, that was his mortal enemy, the Emperor of the Empire, the Silver Queen Constance. But he did not make a move, because there was another woman standing behind Constance. The woman looked like a noble lady that could be seen everywhere in the empire. She wore a low-cut dress, and her hair was tied up high, revealing the snow-white and dazzling scenery from her neck to her chest. A string of glittering crystal necklace hung on her swan-like slender neck. It was so complimentary, and there was no hint of a nouveau riche aura. It was as if such luxurious accessories should be used to embellish her pride and beauty. The woman was extremely tall, even among men. She was nearly 2 heads taller than the Silver Queen. In comparison, she looked like a female giant. The female giant held a black object in her hand. Black liquid-like smoke constantly flowed out of the object. Wisps of smoke fell from her snow-white palm like a waterfall, merged into the ground, and converged into this boundless shadow sea. That was the most famous magic tool of the Witch Clan, the Heart of Darkness, the heart of the lone wolf Golden Sea. In the Twilight War, the 13th generation of Despair Witches killed the lone wolf Golden Sea and used her heart to make a magic tool. This was the Heart of Darkness. Relying on the power of this magic tool, the witches of the Eternal Dark Moon were almost the strongest in the Kingdom of Witches, except for 2 eras. In this era, there were 3 strongest in the Kingdom of Witches, and this generation of Despair Witches could only be ranked second. Constance, Mephisto didn't have the intention to make a move. Do you want to die? In front of me, don't even think about touching my king, the female giant behind the Silver Queen spoke. Unexpectedly, her voice was very pleasant, but it was full of a strong sense of disdain. Seeing Mephisto look at her, the woman introduced herself. Katrina, Witch of the Eternal Dark Moon, believer of the Lone Wolf Golden Sea. Mephisto didn't have much interaction with the witches, but he had already learned about them from Brando. He frowned. The power of the extreme realm, but there is already a faint aura of the holy realm? The female giant still wanted to say something, but Constance had already reached out a hand to interrupt her. The Supreme of the Empire calmly looked at Mephisto and smiled. Grand Duke, although I have heard of your name long ago, this is the first time I have seen you in person. I have long known about the grievances between you and the Empire, but if it wasn't for Anwei's message, I really wouldn't have known that you were by the side of Darius' grandson. No wonder he could grow to this point. She stretched out her hand again and stopped Mephisto from saying, Don't worry, this is the lonely high hill, within the kingdom of witches, this is the world of dreams. You can't kill me, and of course, I believe that Katrina can't kill you either. I didn't come here today to find you to settle the grievances between the Empire and the Empire. The Empire has its interests, and you have your justice. Who is right and who is wrong? I believe it can't be said clearly with words. In that case, why are you still here? Mephisto replied indifferently. Is it because Her Majesty is too lonely and wants to find someone to chat with, or is it because she wants to find a new lover? Even with the self-restraint of the Silver Queen, she couldn't help but feel a trace of anger when she heard this sentence. This guy had been wandering outside for too long. She was afraid that he had forgotten the etiquette of nobility. She took a breath and replied coldly, Of course it's to stop you. Stop me. The Ash Sword Saint raised his eyebrows. I understand, you want to attack my student? The legendary Ash Sword Saint's reaction is not as fast as expected. Katrina's sharp voice ridiculed. Mephisto pretended to pat his cheeks and sighed. But I still don't understand. Constance, you are the ruler of an empire. It doesn't seem worthwhile for you to attack a child personally. He's just a count of a small country that you don't even care about. I really don't understand why you would mobilize so many people. You don't have to trick me, Mephisto. Speaking of the identity of Darius' grandson, I really don't need to pay so much attention to him. Even if it's the inheritance of the Dark Dragon, I'm not very eager to obtain it because I'm the Dark Dragon, and the Dark Dragon is me. Those inheritances are actually just external things to me at this moment. My queen descended to the world, ruled the world and knew the world. The Golden Sea Witch lowered her head deeply, her face full of reverence. But everything that happened today was arranged by someone else, the Silver Queen continued. She is the ruler of this country, and I have to carefully consider her opinion. The Queen of Witches, why? Because she wants the stars to fall and establish a new, earthly country. The ideal of a lunatic. Mephisto shook his head disdainfully. Constance put away the anger on her face and looked up at the starry sky that had unknowingly covered the sky. This magnificent scene is rare to see. If you're not in a hurry, Mephisto, why don't you sit down with me and watch how it's played out? Mephistopheles gently shook his head and stood up from the side of the bed. As soon as he stood up, the pitch-black world beside the bed was naturally dispelled, and a lifeless gray slowly spread out in all directions with his feet as the center. He stretched out his hand, and the sword on the bed automatically flew into his palm. In that case, I can't leave my student alone. I might have to fight with all my strength. Adatrice seemed to have expected him to say this. She took a step forward and stood in front of the Silver Queen. The Ash Sword Saint, I've long wanted to meet you. I don't know if you live up to your reputation. Mephisto didn't answer, but there was a strange expression on his face. Country of the dead, south of Bunasan, a lifeless forest. Two witches, one old and one young, were looking up at the starry sky in front of a small wooden house in the forest. The stars were burning faster and faster, emitting a light that was thousands of times brighter than usual. These lights intertwined with each other, as if a massacre and war were playing out. The Sirius constellation was dim and lightless. The moon of the sword was actually shrouded in a huge shadow. The light of the narrating star was on the verge of collapse. A meteor streaked across the star field she was in. That was her companion's star, and it had already disappeared into the endless darkness. In the twinkling starry sky, small patches of emptiness began to appear, as if the universe had burned out, leaving behind only ashes. Krull, you're courting death. And Wei let out a miserable and furious howl that was like a she-wolf that was on the verge of death. Her face was covered in blood as a wound down her face and took away one of her eyeballs, whereas the other wound was on her chest. That place was badly mangled now, and only a deep hole was left. The ice-cold corpses of a few young witches were strewn around the tent. The traces left behind by the previous battle had deeply changed this area. After the magic power dissipated in mid-air, it plowed out crisscrossing ravines on the ground. And Wei suddenly laughed out loud as if she had gone crazy. Ha ha ha. She pointed at the Shire, Baba Shah, and the sugar jar. She pointed at Krull and shrieked, "You want to put me under house arrest? That's impossible. You don't understand the significance of this day to us. We will wash away the shadows of the past and support a true king. A new witch empress will be born, and just like the arrival of a king, this is the establishment of a new country. Everything of the past will be washed away." She took in large breaths, and her face revealed a sacred expression. She looked up at the empty night sky and said, "Death isn't scary. Come, death is just a new life. That benevolent and nearly foolish overlord of yours will never understand this." The Shire looked at this scene with a complicated expression. He sighed and said, "But you still failed. Why do you insist on seeking death?" "I failed." And Wei gasped for breath. She stared at Krull, who was behind everyone, with a gaze of extreme hatred and complexity. Even though the Witch of Moonsword didn't suffer any injuries, her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. The mysterious magic power that symbolized witches was receding from her body like a tide. She quickly became old and weak, turning into a true ordinary person. But even so, Krull still had a cold expression. She didn't look over at all, as if everything that was happening before her eyes had nothing to do with her. It was precisely this attitude that made Wei feel hurt and angry. "It's because of betrayal. I don't understand what possessed all of you. In order to destroy our king's plan, you actually didn't hesitate to use such a forbidden technique. You gave up your identity as an inheritance witch. Krull, are you willing to accept this?" Krull finally turned her head back. She looked at her former companion as if she was looking at a dead dog. "This is fate, and Wei." And Wei widened her eyes. It was as if she had died with a grievance. The middle-aged witch silently turned around. With her back facing the Shire, she said weakly, "I'm no longer a witch, Mr. the Shire. From today onwards, the inheritance of the Witch of Moonsword will be transferred. We're no longer in control of her fate because the Witch Nation has been completely rebuilt. This kind of battle isn't only happening here, but also in many other places. From today onwards, the Bunasan will no longer be the Bunasan of the past." She paused for a moment. "The tide of magic is descending. I can feel its majestic pressure." "Are you leaving, Miss Krull?" The Shire was startled for a moment before he asked. "I'm no longer a witch. It's no longer suitable for me to stay by the king's side. I'll choose the place where I'll be buried alone." The Shire extended his hand to stop this woman. "Miss Krull, since you're no longer a witch, then you don't need to follow the fate of a witch. Right now, you're an ordinary person, a citizen of Erewhon. I believe that our Lord won't let a citizen fend for herself just because she's too old and weak. Moreover, you've also made outstanding contributions for us." Krull was slightly startled. She raised her head, and the gloomy gaze in her sunken eyes stopped on this young man. "Wei is right about one thing. Your feudal lord is too soft-hearted," she said. In the night sky of Bunasan, the Sirius constellation had already been burned to ashes. The star of narration had shattered into pieces. The two stars had turned into countless rays of light that scattered into the pitch-black sky. However, at the place where the two stars had fallen, there was a slender new star that was slowly rising. That night, in a Rex Eagle city, a little girl named Micaiah dreamed that she had picked up a golden scepter from a pitch-black forest. The name of that scepter was Koth. Ancient Runes, Supreme. Chapter 996. Fatham Harbor, Baron Ludwig's castle, the corridor on the second floor. The moment Brando uttered the word, "take," the syllables of the word seemed to elongate infinitely, and his body stretched in a certain direction. At that moment, A strange shadow appeared in Mariette's field of vision. She subconsciously turned her head, and almost unconsciously, her field of vision had already shifted to the side of her body. She immediately felt that something was wrong. What kind of speed was this? It was faster than the limit of her conscious reaction. Mariette subconsciously stretched out her right hand, her 5 fingers flat, and then clenched her fist tightly. A glittering spear had already appeared in her palm. She waved her hand, and the tip of the spear drew a bright arc in the air, shooting in that direction. The tip of the spear seemed to have hit something, and it exploded in mid-air. The flying fragments were like splashing water, and in an instant, they froze, making a creaking sound, and grew into a hemispherical frost shield. This was the level 5 spell, Frost Spear, an elemental spell with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Mariette could cast this spell without chanting, which showed that she was not only a witch, but also an elemental sorcerer. She was sure that her spell had hit Brando. Although she expected that a pinnacle silver spell would not be enough to cause any trouble to him, the frost shield formed by the frost spear was extremely thick, and the surrounding cold air could also reduce the speed and strength of the target. This was not ordinary ice dust, but the frost of winter that was summoned from the mountain of quelled storms in the wind elemental plane using a charm. The ice elemental spell cast by a high-level sorcerer could even freeze the law itself. Although Mariette's own elemental sorcery could not reach this level, she was confident that she could stop Brando for a moment. She decisively loosened her grip, and the frost shield left her hand. Then, she took a step back and drew a rune in the air with one hand that represented rest. She stretched out her other hand with her palm facing down, and the shadow of a magic artifact appeared in that place. This was the witch's mantra. She wanted to summon her contracted spirit. In fact, Mariette had already seen Brando at this time. The frost spear she threw out was indeed effective, and it accurately hit the target, or more accurately, it hit the target in that direction. Brando's speed was beyond the limit of her vision, and she could not aim at him at all. But after all, Mariette was one of the strongest witches in this era. She had experienced thousands of battles, and her subconscious judgment was not the slightest bit off. Mariette smiled proudly, and her finger moved down, as if an invisible door was suddenly opened. An oppressive force suddenly appeared in the air. It was her contracted spirit, Aesh, a warrior with hundreds of years' worth of wisdom. Time stopped of time. The next moment, Mariette's pupils suddenly dilated. She watched in horror as Brando casually stepped forward, and stretched out his left hand that was not holding a sword, and pressed it on her frost shield. The moment his hand touched the frost shield, the frost summoned from the holy mountain of ceasing storms had no effect at all. Instead, the frost that permeated the frost shield seemed to be afraid of something and automatically dispersed. Brando looked up and smiled at the witch. Not bad. He pressed one hand on the frost shield and raised his right hand high above his chest. With a loud crash, the thick frost shield was as fragile as a piece of glass in front of this punch. In an instant, it disintegrated and turned into a cloud of ice dust that shot forward. Will barrier. Mariette's mind exploded, and her face was filled with disbelief. She did not know if this count was actually an ascetic, or if she was hallucinating. She subconsciously wanted to retreat, but Brando coldly scolded in a low voice, "Frost soil." Whoosh! A layer of frost with sharp ice crystals exploded in all directions with him as the center, and in the blink of an eye, it covered Mariette's ankle. The witch tried to pull her foot back, but it did not move an inch. Before she could react, she felt a heavy blow coming from the front. What was the result of a mage being punched by a warrior? Just by looking at the scene before their eyes, it was clear what would happen. Even with the frost shield as a buffer, Brendel's punch still sent Mariette flying. Mariette was unable to free herself from the Frost Earth Guard's Frost Earth domain, but Brendel's punch sent her flying along with the ice under her feet out of the Frost Earth domain. The witch flew through the air like a sandbag for a few rounds before she let out a scream and landed heavily on the ground in the distance. Broken ice scattered all over the ground. She bounced a few rounds on the ground before she hit a stone pillar and came to a stop. Seeing this scene, Falerne was dumbfounded. Although it was rare to see the Lord hit a woman, when it really happened, he did not show any mercy to the fairer sex. Roman clicked his tongue at the side. Cough. Mariette spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, she was close to the power of the ultimate realm, so her head was not blown off by the punch. But even so, she was still seriously injured, and blood seeped out of her nose and eyes. She struggled to get up from the ground with great difficulty, and looked resentfully at Brando, who was blocked by her 4 subordinates. This level of strength and speed was definitely not something a person who had just entered the elemental realm should have. This was obviously the power of a second world, White Tower Ovilia, elemental enlightenment. However, the information said that this young man had only been elemental enlightened for half a year. How could he have entered the elemental enlightenment so quickly? Mariette was extremely suspicious. The speed Brando had exceeded the limits of her vision, and it was far more than just the elemental enlightenment. Although she was only a witch, as a powerhouse of the ultimate realm, there were not many people who could be so fast that she could not react in time. Damn it! She cussed in her heart. At the same time, Brando was also annoyed. He was stopped by the 4 witches that Mariette had brought with her. The 4 young witches stood between Mariette and Brando vigilantly, each of them holding a spell in their hands. Even if Brando did not take them seriously, he was not arrogant enough to think that he could take on 4 of them at once. He knew that these witches who came with Mariette were the confidants of the witches of the lineage, and often held high positions in the witches of a branch. Of course, they also had the corresponding strength. Individually, they might not be as powerful as Mariette, but together, the 4 of them were almost as powerful as half of the Witch of Lies. Brando silently stopped in his tracks, but his eyes were still on Mariette, who was not far away. In fact, he was not as relaxed as he appeared to be. As the successor of the strongest 3 branches of witches in this era, the Witch of Lies was definitely worthy of her reputation. Previously, he had gained such a huge advantage not only because Mariette had suffered a great loss due to the information asymmetry, but also because of his extraordinary willpower. His willpower barrier was enough to make him immune to most spells below the 10th circle, not to mention a mere ice spear of the 5th circle. This level of willpower was rare even among the ascetics, let alone a young man like him. It was completely reasonable that Mariette did not expect this. However, these methods could only be used once. Even though the power of the elemental truth was strong, it was not enough in front of Mariette, who had reached the ultimate realm. As for the willpower barrier, it was not impossible to bypass it. Otherwise, wouldn't Magi be helpless against opponents with high willpower? Brando was very clear that once an experienced opponent like Mariette figured out his tricks, it would be his turn to have a hard time. Moreover, this was Mariette's home ground. It was a pity that he had not been able to kill this old witch with a single punch. Brando could not help but feel vexed. Of course, he knew that this was just wishful thinking. Those existences above the ultimate realm all had hundreds of years of battle experience. How could he kill them so easily with a single punch? Even if Mariette had stepped into his trap, being able to heavily injure her with a single punch was already something to be overjoyed about. However, this was not a situation where he had to surrender without putting up a fight. He still had a trump card. Brando looked at the 4 young witches in front of him and did not say a word. Only flames danced in the depths of his eyes. This is... Mariette faintly felt that the atmosphere around her was a little strange. She suddenly reacted, "This is the king's legacy. Damn it, stop him." The 4 witches simultaneously chanted 4 binding spells. 2 of them targeted Brando, while the other 2 targeted Roman and Falerne. The spell aimed at Brando did not even get close to Brando before it crashed into an invisible barrier and shattered into pieces. On the other hand, the wild elf girl who was aiming at Falerne reacted quickly. She coldly raised the silver staff in her hand and chanted twice as fast as her opponent. Just as the binding spell was formed, a complicated array of silver lines formed at the tip of Falerne's staff. With a point of her finger, a similar array appeared at the witch's feet. Great Salrid's pillar of fire. The witch couldn't help shrieking when she saw that spell, her face twisting strangely. She had never imagined that this seemingly ordinary wild elf girl would cast a 7th ring fire elemental spell, and that her casting speed would be to such an extent. The witch no longer cared about maintaining the spell. She patted her body and activated some unknown magic item. A light blue barrier quickly expanded from her body. At this time, a dazzling golden-red pillar of light fell from the sky and accurately hit the top of the blue barrier. The moment the pillar of fire hit the barrier, a shockwave formed in a split second. Boiling hot waves of air swept in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye, sweeping across the entire corridor. The blue light shield was bent and deformed under the impact of the pillar of fire. It changed from its original hemispherical shape to a flat disc shape. Soon, Hexagonal cracks appeared on the light shield. As the witch screamed in horror, the pillar of fire cut through the light shield along these cracks. The light shield was shattered into pieces. The surging flames were like a hot knife, cutting into the witch's shoulder and vaporizing her arm into ashes. Great Salrad's Pillar of Fire was the most powerful seventh circle elemental spell. It was said that the Lord of the Fire Elves, Salrad, had invented this spell. This spell summoned the extraordinary flames of the fire elemental realm to form a flaming spear. It was the most direct and barbaric offensive spell. The two sides exchanged blows in a split second. In this short moment of delay, Brando and Mariette had finished their respective preparations. A pair of black wings rose behind Brando's back. At the same time, a fog rose from the long corridor. Although Mariette was seriously injured, she had already completed the ritual to summon her contracted spirit. The spirit named Aesh had already appeared behind her. She stretched out a finger and borrowed the power of the contracted spirit to complete the last stage of the dream spell. In the dream world, the witches believed that the dream world was a mirror that could reflect one's subconscious. In the dream world, one's emotional feelings were far superior to one's rational feelings. Therefore, this world was often grotesque and motley. Since the witches could manipulate the dream world, they could also manipulate people's hearts. There were many kinds of dreams, and even a rough division could be divided into nightmares and sweet dreams. Some dreams could release one's inner desires, and some could reflect the disturbing scenes in reality. Dreams made up of lies could lure people to indulge in them and be unable to extricate themselves. Mariette's dream was a maze. It was called the Maze of the Righteous. Among the witches of December, the witches of deceit of the month of lies controlled the domain of righteousness and wisdom. The dreams they weaved were not dangerous traps, nor were they delusional. It was the simplest of all the witches' dreams. However, in this dream, the witch in charge of the dream had an extremely terrifying ability. It was the ability to conditionally conjure illusions. Because the illusions were real things in the dream, they were not bound by the spell's conditions, nor could they be cancelled out by the will barrier. Mariette's face was expressionless. She stretched out her right hand, and a frost whirlwind rolled up in her palm. Then, she reached into the center of the whirlwind and pulled out a shining spear. This spear was no longer a simple level 5 spell. It was the divine weapon of the frost giant Cormyr, the tip of the sky. In ancient mythology, the father of the giants, Cormyr, pulled out the peak of Mount Rider and used it to fight Ekka's eldest daughter, Ko Hua. This peak was the divine spear, the tip of the sky. The icy fog around the tip of the sky was the biting cold wind that lingered on the peak of the mountain. Between the icy fog, one could see the shadows of flying dragons and wind elementals that lived on the mountain. Brando carefully looked at the spear in Mariette's hand. Sure enough, he saw the icy fog and the shadows of flying dragons around the tip of the spear. Chapter 997. From the moment Mariette summoned the divine spear rider to the moment when Brando activated Frenzy, it took only the blink of an eye. It was like the second hand of a clock ticking from 1 to 2. During this time, Raffen cast her spell, causing a golden pillar of fire to descend from the sky, penetrating the entire castle and hitting the witch. It was also during this time that the fourth witch's binding spell took shape. It followed a specific path through the chaotic flow of magic in this short corridor, and arrived in front of the Roman. Then there was no then. The spell was like an illusion, directly passing through the Roman's body without any effect. The witch who had cast the spell froze in place. She clearly saw a huge shadow form behind Roman. Within the shadow was a tall woman with long white hair fluttering in the wind. The woman looked at her with a gentle gaze. She raised a finger and placed it by her lips. Her lips moved, and in a voice that reached straight to her soul, she spoke. "Your spell can't hurt me, my child." Witch? Witch Queen? The descendant of the first witch, Bunasan, was the natural ruler of the witch kingdom. Her authority came from her power and majesty, and this power came from her absolute dominance over witchcraft. The descendant of the first witch, May Blair, was the one who weaved the truth of all things. In this godlike realm, the witchcraft of mortals was ineffective against her. Time froze at this moment. The witch who cast the spell was so shocked by this scene that she couldn't move or make a sound. She was like a puppet, so no one noticed this small detail in the corner of the battlefield. Raffen's long hair fluttered in the wind. The wind brought by the flames stirred up the wild elf's hair, lifting her up from the ground like an invisible pair of wings. Her green eyes reflected the golden flame of the flames. She gently landed on the ground and turned her head. At this moment, the battle between Brando and Mariette had just begun. Blasphemer. Mariette held the divine spear rider in one hand. The ice spear floated a foot away from her palm. Her voice was hollow and majestic, as if the spirits of the previous 22 generations of witches of lies had descended upon her. 22 voices resonated and surged, forming a roar from the giant Mirko. Dang! The entire corridor began to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. Between the bricks, there was a crunching sound. The bricks began to crack and shatter. Then, the surface was covered by a layer of frost. The frost then solidified into ice and snow. A gust of icy wind blew through the castle, making everyone feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Brando took a step back and changed to holding the sword with both hands. He held the tip of the sword pointed forward, ready to attack. He felt that it was a pity. Saber's sword could only be used occasionally. If he could wield it in both hands, he would be able to unleash the full power of the Frost Guard's strongest. But it was enough for now. Mariette threw the spear in her hand forward. There was no gorgeous effect, no dazzling light, and no biting cold wind. It was just an ordinary blue light that pierced forward. When the blue light traveled about a third of the distance, it seemed to hit an invisible wall and instantly shattered in all directions. The light exploded, and with a loud bang, the sound wave formed a circular shock wave with the explosion as the center, sweeping in all directions. The huge sound wave suddenly drowned out all the sounds in the surroundings. Amidst the false silence, a dazzling blue rain of light burst out. The rain of light that filled the sky advanced forward. When it struck the walls would break. When it struck the pillars would shatter. When it struck the bricks would turn into fine powder. After the destruction, the fragments that danced in the air were taken over by the world where all things were frozen. A gigantic ice surface advanced along the ground, the walls and the shattered ruins that the rain of light had destroyed. Following the direction of the explosion and the shockwave, countless sharp icicles were formed that were connected into one. Then came the sound. The sound was so sharp that it seemed to pierce the eardrums. It was noisy and tore everything apart. It was mixed with the shockwave that swept across like a stormy sea. After the explosion, the corridor that Brendel and the others were in was the first to bear the brunt of the explosion. After the explosion, there was nothing left of the corridor. The remaining wood and stones were wrapped in a thick layer of ice, hanging empty in mid-air. Half of the castle in that direction had long been destroyed. However, the power of the divine spear rider was far more powerful than that. The traces of destruction continued to spread along the radiation of the explosion. The manor in front of the castle, the mountain path, and half of Fat Tan Port were now gone. Looking in that direction, there was only a world of ice and snow. Large snowflakes were slowly falling from the sky. The city walls, houses, streets, and port had now become a huge empty passage. Logically speaking, under such an attack, Brando and the others should have died a long time ago. Mariette also thought so. This was the full power of the divine spear rider. Under such an attack, the eldest daughter of Ekis, Ko Hua, was also seriously injured. The divine spear also shattered. Even in the Twilight War, such an attack was considered one of the most powerful attacks. No matter how powerful Brando was, it was impossible for him to escape from such an attack. However, when the ice and dust dissipated, the figures of Brando, Falerne, and Roman reappeared at the other end of the corridor as if nothing had happened. Not to mention the wounds on their bodies, even the corners of their clothes were not messed up. Then, Mariette saw a shocking sword strike. Brando was still 40 feet away, still in the attacking posture, motionless. However, the sword light had already arrived in front of Mariette. The dark sword light was reflected in the depths of the witch's eyes. It was like a cliff that stretched across the sky. However, it was not a cliff, nor was it a crack. It was a blade that sent people to their deaths. Mariette felt a chill on her neck. Then, her vision flew up high. Her vision rotated in mid-air. She saw Brando's figure slowly fading until it disappeared. Finally, she noticed Brando's cold eyes. There was no pity or hesitation in the depths of his dark eyes. This was the flash strike sword art, also known as the 9 luminary sword art. This is impossible. Brando's figure disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already behind Marietla's group of 5. The 4 witches did the same thing as their master. They subconsciously grabbed at their own necks as if they were trying to grab at the air. However, they only grabbed at the hot blood spurting out from their necks. The 4 headless corpses struggled and swayed before crashing to the ground. Their heads rolled on the frozen ground, their eyes filled with unwillingness. In the pitch-black night sky of Bunasan, where the sage's throne was located, 4 shining meteors streaked across the starry night sky. What's going on? The kingdom of Northwind, Northern Bunasan, Howling Throne. On the throne, a woman in her 40s wearing a blue dress looked at her shattered crystal ball in astonishment. She was motionless. Her eyes were like melted silver balls, and there was only a look of disbelief. With a crash, the crystal ball rolled down from the platform on which it was placed. It fell heavily on the ground made of thousands of years-old ice and shattered into countless stardust-like fragments. At this moment, in almost all the large and small wizard towers in Wonde, countless astrologers suddenly stood up in front of their crystal balls in astonishment. They cast their astonished eyes to a certain direction in the east. In the Ring of the World in the Hall of All Creation, which carried the pale epic, the World Mirror, which was responsible for monitoring the Sea of Magic, was unable to bear the burden. It was creaking, and the entire hall was trembling and shouting like thunder. In the Evergreen Temple in the distance, a distant gaze was looking in this direction with a complicated expression. Then there was a long sigh. The Sage of Mountains and Earth, Eloranta quietly closed her eyelids. In the calm sea, almost all the fishermen raised their heads in fear, looking up at the sky that was turning dark purple. In the sky, the originally clear sky had completely disappeared. In this part of the sacred sea that was not affected by the storm, wind and clouds were gathering over the surface of the sea. Countless clouds were gathering from all directions, and a loud sound was faintly echoing in the sky, as if an existence that had been sleeping for 1,000 years was slowly awakening. The Silver Union, the 10,000 Books Tower. All the alarms rang at the same time. The temple's administrators in silver robes were as dense as ants, shuttling back and forth across the ivory bridge that connected the 431 floors of bookshelves. Just a moment ago, the Bugas found that their star-like monitoring towers that densely covered the border of the civilized world all lit up at the same time. The once-in-a-millennium great tide was shaking the cornerstone of the civilized world. Far away in Fanazane, a door of light was slowly opening in front of the former emperor-cum-pope of the empire. The old supreme man showed a respectful expression as he bowed, trembling as he bowed. Your presence brings light to the empire's humble dwelling, great sage. No need to be so polite. Great sage, this is really the great tide of the millennium. In the Temple of Stars and Luna in Saint Tossol, the 320-year-old high priestess Landner was stunned as she watched 25 shadows fall in front of her. As if she was possessed, she could not help but say the words, "Welcome back, Wind Empress." The trajectory of fate was deviating. However, the 2 people involved were not known to the public. When the 4 witches fell to the ground, Brendel swung his sword and a ray of light shot out from his sword, accurately hitting the broken wall beside him. With a loud bang, the remaining half of the wall exploded with a loud bang, and the broken pieces of the wall flew in all directions. However, a black shadow suddenly rolled out from the empty place. It was the Witch of Lies, Marietla, who was covered in blood and her robe was in tatters. Looking at her decapitated corpse, it had become a headless black cat lying in a pool of blood. Brando had long known that he could not kill Marietla with a single strike, not to mention that this was the dream that she dominated. But at this moment, Marietla had no strength to fight anymore. The divine spear in her hand, Rider, was also gone. She lay on the ground with her hair disheveled, like a stray dog. Black blood flowed out from all parts of her body and gathered on the ground. It slowly flowed, froze, and solidified, forming a strange pattern. She gasped for breath, but still raised her head and looked at Brendel in disbelief. "Why? How can you not die?" She was already a lamp that had run out of oil. It was as if this was the only thing that supported her to yell these words. Brando glanced at her, hesitated for a moment, and silently withdrew Halran Gaia. "The one who knows you best, besides yourself, is your enemy." "Enemy?" Marietla was slightly stunned. A cold voice answered Brando's question for him. How can I suffer the same injury under this spear? The figure of a young girl seemed to appear out of thin air. After the cold air around her slowly dissipated, the first thing that appeared was her long black hair that fluttered in the wind. A prismatic crystal shone on her forehead. The young girl looked at Marietta on the ground with a condescending and emotionless gaze and said quietly, "Besides, part of Mirko's power is still in my hands." The moment she saw this girl Marietta, the inheritor of the Moon of Lies, the Witch of Deceit, and the believer of Dim Ko Hua, couldn't help but tremble all over. The Shadow Kingdom, the lonely high hill. Within the domain of the Golden Sea, the Ash Sword Saint Mephisto was slightly startled. He then put down the sword in his hand. The attacks of the Witch of Despair were like stars in the sky, bombarding him without reservation. However, these attacks were all assimilated and disappeared as soon as they touched the gray domain around Mephisto. Seeing this scene, a strange light flashed in Atatrist's eyes. She slightly raised her eyebrows and took a step forward. But after thinking for a moment, she retracted her hand and stopped attacking. For a moment, the fierce battle between the two sides stopped at the same time. The Ash Sword Saint really lives up to his name. Even though it was a compliment, her tone was filled with condescension and arrogance. But Mephisto didn't care. He just glanced at Her Majesty not far away and replied, "It seems that your plan is a little flawed." Constance's face was slightly gloomy. Through the connection with the Witch Queen, she knew everything that had happened a moment ago. But she just snorted softly and stared into Mephisto's eyes, as if she wanted to find some clues from those gray eyes. If she still didn't know that she had fallen into Mephisto's trap, then she wouldn't be Constance. "Grand Duke, it seems that you already knew this result?" Mephisto didn't say a word. "How did you know all this? Did someone leak the secret? Was it Anwin?" Constance shook her head. "That's impossible. She couldn't have betrayed that person. But she was the only one who knew all this." "Who told you all this?" Mephisto seemed to derive some kind of pleasure from the Queen's doubts. He turned his head and looked at Constance with a smile. "You're not the only smart person in this world, Constance. P.S. I don't know what went wrong during the typesetting yesterday, but I deleted the last word of Marietta and turned her into Mariette. I'm drunk." Chapter 998. 3 days ago, in a courtyard of Baron Ludwig's castle, Brando, accompanied by Maynard and the Shire, arrived at the courtyard behind the castle. The entire courtyard was covered by the shade of a giant oak tree. Under the oak tree, a woman with shoulder-length black hair sat in a wheelchair. Sunlight shone through the branches and scattered on her body. She didn't move at all. Beside her stood a tall silver-haired woman. The silver-haired woman was Silver Dragon Mistress Mithril. The woman in the wheelchair was a stunning beauty, but her exposed skin and face were extremely horrifying. Her skin was covered in burn scars, and pieces of necrotic brown skin were molting. The new red skin that was left behind after the molting didn't match her white skin at all. If it were any other woman who suffered such a blow, they might have gone insane. However, Delphian, the daughter of the Prime Minister, sat quietly in her wheelchair. One of her eyes was already blind, but her other eye was as calm as ever. Deep within the purple pupil, there was a deep light. It was as if this disaster didn't happen to her and didn't affect her at all. When Brando saw the Prime Minister's daughter again, he couldn't help but be stunned. The first time he saw this woman in the loop of trade winds, she was indeed like this. But when he saw her again, this Prime Minister's daughter had become an unreasonable shrew. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He didn't know which one was the real her. However, this Prime Minister's daughter was quite famous in history. She was a famous genius of the Empire. Knight Maynard beside Brando was calmer. Seeing that Brando didn't say anything, she spoke on his behalf. "Delphian, you want to see us?" The Prime Minister's daughter looked up at her and Brando and nodded. "I want to negotiate with you." "Negotiate?" Delphian didn't mention what happened before. Brando knew that this woman was famous in history for her wisdom. Since she didn't bring it up, it meant that she had thought it through. She didn't care to talk about the past because she knew it wouldn't change anything. It wouldn't make any difference, and it wouldn't make up for what she lost. It was a pure waste of time. Such a woman was frighteningly calm, so Brando also became serious. He wanted to hear what she was going to say. Unlike normal people, Delphian didn't want to talk about the ins and outs. Skipping the beginning, she said, I came here through a mercenary called Solons. He's quite famous around the imperial capital. He's also known as the Owl. He has a subordinate called Boli Firefelt. He's a dwarf, but I suspect that the two of them aren't on the same side. It's all thanks to these mercenaries that I was able to leave the imperial capital and find you near the surging Milky Way. They were able to escape from the people my father sent to chase me, bypass the encirclement of Georgiandy Ridge's army, and find a small diplomatic group like yours. I thought they were quite capable. Before Brando could react, Maynard answered coldly. There's no such powerful mercenary in this world. In other words, you were able to find them because someone wanted you to find us. Brando heard this and couldn't help but look at Maynard in surprise. He felt that Maynard's tone was very similar to the senior he was familiar with. It's not someone. It's Her Majesty the Queen who wanted me to find you. Later, I learned that they have a direct superior called Rodney. He's a count of the Empire. I'm sure you already know him. Her Majesty the Queen? Why? Delphian didn't even have the slightest expression on her face, as if she was narrating something that had nothing to do with her. I'm also curious as to why Her Majesty the Queen has repeatedly caused trouble for a mere Count Erwin. Repeatedly? Maynard asked. And the last time in Tonagel. This time, Brando reacted. The words of the Prime Minister's daughter immediately planted a seed of doubt in his heart. Yes, after the explosion in the heart of the deadly tundra, Constance came to find trouble with him. It could be said that she was testing him because of the azure lance. But before that, he and Her Majesty the Queen had no interaction at all. Although he made the Holy Cathedral of Fire suffer a lot in Ampere Seal, the world knew that the Holy Cathedral of Fire was the Holy Cathedral of Fire, and the Empire was the Empire. The Silver Queen should be thanking him, and even less likely to cause trouble for him. The enmity between Delphian and him was formed in the loop of trade winds. Such a thing should be insignificant in the eyes of someone as high as Constance, but not only did she notice it, she even took the trouble to make use of it. This was not something that a supreme person of the Empire would do, unless she was so bored that she would pay attention to the daily activities of the nobles in the small countries around her. It was possible to say that there were a few emperors in the history of the Empire who were controlled by the Holy Cathedral, but the Silver Queen was definitely not such a person. Now it seemed that not only did she have the Empire's government to deal with, she also had a lot of things to prepare in private. How could she find the time to pay attention to an insignificant existence like him? This was obviously premeditated. But the problem that puzzled Brando was how the Silver Queen knew of his existence. There was only one reason why she was targeting him, and that was that she already knew that he had the inheritance of the Dark Dragon. But how did she find out? Or was this a mysterious connection between the inheritors of the Dark Dragon? But this was obviously nonsense. Why was Her Majesty the Queen able to sense him, but he couldn't sense her at all? And it was unlikely that it was because he was Darius' grandson. Constance had obviously absorbed the grey gemstone from his grandfather, and if she was interested in an old friend like him, it should be because she wanted to repay his kindness. Of course, Brando didn't expect the Queen to remember his grandfather's kindness to her in the past. He would be thankful as long as she didn't cause trouble for him. He shook his head and suddenly remembered Delphian's words. This daughter of the Prime Minister said that she wanted to negotiate with them, so she must have some ideas about the ins and outs of the whole thing. These were her conditions. Delphian saw Brando's gaze return to her and knew that he had thought it through. She said bluntly, "These are my conditions. What do you want?" Brando thought that this daughter of the Prime Minister wanted nothing more than freedom. After this incident, the enmity between them was extremely deep, but she obviously couldn't take revenge here. She had to find a way to return to the imperial capital, or at the very least, leave this place where she was being watched. But what Brando didn't expect was that Delphian replied, "I heard that you have an assistant in Erewhon. I met her once in your territory. She is an outstanding noble and I believe that she can manage your territory well. But with this ability, she can only be regarded as an outstanding female official. She is far from qualified to be an assistant." When Brando heard this, he didn't react for a moment. When he finally understood the true meaning of these words, he was stunned and stared at the daughter of the Prime Minister in shock. "What do you mean by this?" "My meaning is already very clear. You just don't want to believe it." There is a most outstanding candidate in front of you. It depends on whether you are willing to accept it or not. Delphian replied indifferently. Her voice was a little hoarse, perhaps because of the burning of her vocal cords. I am very confident in myself. I believe that in the entire empire, there is no one more outstanding than me. But Brando felt a little dizzy. Although he wasn't the direct cause of this daughter of the Prime Minister becoming like this, if she wanted to vent her anger on him, he definitely couldn't escape. Not to mention that he had previously caused her fiancé's death. At least, he knew that Delphian definitely thought so. Putting himself in her shoes, Brando felt that if he was in her shoes, he would definitely stab his enemy to death. Even if he couldn't kill him, he would definitely not treat him kindly. However, the thinking of this young lady in front of him was clearly different from that of ordinary people. Brando originally thought that his thinking as a transmigrator was already very unique in this world, but compared to this lady, it was simply too vulgar. Why did you do this? What's your motive? Maynard very calmly asked the question he wanted to ask the most at this moment. I thought about it. Her Majesty the Queen urged me to leave the imperial capital for 2 reasons. Delphian still spoke in the same way. The first is to send a letter. A letter? Delphine explained carefully. I obviously can't really cause you any trouble. Although I once thought that I could, at that time, I didn't have a clear understanding of your strength. I won't deceive myself. At least from what I see today, I was quite naive at that time. Since I can see this point today, Her Majesty the Queen must have known this long ago. Then, she asked me to be by your side. Is it just to make you feel disgusted? I don't think Her Majesty the Queen has the leisure to do so, so there's only one possibility. She asked me to appear by your side for some other purpose. I carefully recalled the entire process of my actions. In the process of my actions, I don't seem to have caused you any trouble. So, either Her Majesty the Queen's plan failed, or she must have achieved her goal through some means that I can't imagine beforehand. My lord. She inadvertently changed the way she addressed him. You must know that reality is not a bedtime story. In reality, the more complicated a plan is, the higher the chances of it failing. Since Her Majesty the Queen spent so much effort to arrange a chess piece like me, she obviously didn't intend for it to fail. So, after careful analysis, I came to a conclusion. In Her Majesty's plan, as long as I appear in front of you, her plan will succeed. Brando was confused. It took him a while to sort out the logical relationship in this paragraph. You're saying that, when you appear by my side, you've already sent a message. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly frowned. If Delphian's words were not aimless or deliberately misleading, then there was a big problem. What message did Constance send, and who did she send the message to? This meant that there was likely to be someone planted by the Silver Queen around him. He immediately remembered what Delphian said earlier. If Constance had spies around him from the beginning, then her subsequent actions would make sense. Why would she be so interested in him, a small person in a remote area, and repeatedly find trouble with him? It was obvious that she knew about his existence from the beginning. Brando suddenly realized that the Silver Queen had obtained the inheritance of the Dark Dragon for nearly 20 years. Compared to him, she obviously knew more about the Dark Dragon. Within such a short period of time, he had witches who came to seek refuge with him. So, there was no reason why Constance didn't have witches following her. Therefore, it was very likely that the Silver Queen had planted spies among the witches. When Baba Shah announced the appearance of him, the successor of the Dark Dragon, he had already entered the Queen's sight. The more Brando thought about it, the more he felt that this was very likely. Recently, he had a vague feeling that someone was encouraging the nobles to cause trouble in Fathom Harbor, but he had not been able to find the culprit until today. Brando was silent for a while and frowned. There was a spy around him, but he did not know who the spy was. There were too many possibilities. It could be mercenaries, adventurers, or even witches. The composition of the power in AB's territory was too complicated, but there was no other way. Other than the Planeswalker cards, he did not have his own people to use in the early stages of Tonagel's development. Seeing Brando's expression, Delphian knew that he had figured out the cause and effect. She remained silent until Brando continued to ask, Miss Delphian, what do you think Her Majesty the Queen wants you to convey? As I said earlier, Her Majesty the Queen wants me to leave the kingdom for 2 reasons. The second reason is that she wants me to leave my father and grandfather. In fact, this is a private secret. Currently, I have been at the helm of the Nidvan family. My grandfather is old, and my father is far from his ability. In addition, my position in my grandfather's heart is extremely important. If I leave the kingdom, I will fall into Her Majesty's control. If she continues to threaten me. Delphian paused for a moment. I haven't received any news from the outside for many days. But I'm sure you know the situation in the kingdom. Brando heard her words and could not help but feel shocked. The fate of the Nidvan family was actually in the hands of a young girl who was not even 20 years old. She clearly knew how important he was, and yet she still dared to leave the kingdom to seek revenge. If one were to say that this was reckless, it was indeed reckless. He had personally experienced this kind of recklessness. She had repeatedly sought revenge on him and caused him quite a bit of trouble. However, if one were to say that this woman was brainless, it was clear that even if Brando was brainless, Miss Delphian was definitely not brainless. This could only mean one thing. The person who died in the loop of trade winds, named Viscount Elman, was very important to this woman. He could not help but feel a little jealous. To be able to make such a genius fall in love with him, that fellow was really lucky. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Your grandfather and father are under house arrest, just like the other nobles who opposed Her Majesty the Queen. Right now, the entire kingdom is under the control of the Silver Queen. There is no second voice. Delphine wasn't surprised at all. She nodded. That's my motive. I'm a member of the House of Nidwan. I can't just watch it fall. Although it's my fault that it ended up like this, now that I've calmed down, I won't be stubborn anymore. Brando remained silent. Delphian had a good reason and sufficient motive, but this woman was just too smart. How could he be sure that everything she said was true and not just to gain his trust and wait for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow? In the end, compared to Delphian, he was just a mortal. He knew that he could not let go of his hatred so easily, especially when he saw the crisscrossing scars on this woman's face. If he kept her by his side, she would definitely be a ticking time bomb, and the most terrifying kind. He thought for a moment and replied, "You can work with me for the time being, but other than me, you actually have a better choice." You mean the Crown Prince? Delphian shook her head. Compared to him, I still think more highly of you. The Crown Prince has Ludwig's military aristocracy supporting him. The Nidvan family can't help him much at this time. Even if I stand by his side, it will only benefit me at most. This is not what I want. On the other hand, your lordship, although you are a foreigner, you are now considered an influential force in the empire. I hope that as long as your lordship is strong enough in the future, you can ensure the Nidvan family's influence in the empire. On the other hand, if the Nidvan family can maintain their influence in the upper echelons of the empire, it can also strengthen your lordship's position in Erewhon. This is a win-win alliance. You also know about the Crown Prince. Brando was extremely shocked. He almost thought that there was a mole by his side. He didn't even tell the witches about this matter. Only the people closest to him knew about it. It's not hard to guess. I've followed your lordship all the way from Lone Harbor. I've seen your lordship reach this point today. It's already considered a desperate situation, and there's almost no way to break out of it. However, your lordship is still fearless. Clearly, you already have a trump card. I've summarized the recent events and can only conclude that the Crown Prince is still in your hands, Delphian replied quietly. When she said this, Brando and Maynard immediately frowned. However, Delphian seemed to know what they were worried about. She said, "Your lordship, please don't worry. I've only been able to guess this because I've followed you all the way. The Silver Queen believes that she has planted someone by your side and is taking advantage of you at every step. She might not expect you to have a backup plan." "But, didn't you say that she has planted a mole by my side?" The Prime Minister's daughter smiled. "I'm sure your lordship is very strict with your lordship. The mole that Her Majesty the Queen has planted can't always deliver information to your lordship's ears. Otherwise, she wouldn't have arranged such a plan for me to deliver the information. From this, it can be seen that this mole is just a hidden chess piece that your lordship has arranged in advance. This chess piece hasn't really come into play yet." Brando thought about it and agreed. His territory was very different from the territories of other nobles. He had a lot of mages under his command. It wouldn't be easy to secretly send any information out of AB's territory through magic. Thinking about it this way, the Silver Queen had planted a mole by his side. It was very likely that she really knew about his existence, but as for how many secrets she knew about him, she probably didn't know too much. He nodded, and the question returned to the original one. But, Brando asked, how can you prove that what you're saying is true? I'm a layman, and I really don't feel at ease with having an enemy by my side. I might let you go, but as an aid. You know, there's nothing between us other than enmity. I have no way to prove it. Delphian answered quietly. Her remaining eyes shone brightly. But I have something you want. The Silver Queen has obviously decided to use the mole by your side. She's secretly targeting you, your lordship, but your lordship doesn't seem to have any idea how to deal with it. Brando took a deep breath. Chapter 999. The wind rustled the branches and the wedge-shaped leaves on the oak tree tips rustled. The broken light between the shade of the trees swayed on Delphian's long skirt. Can you tell me more about it? The Prime Minister's daughter nodded gently, as if she did not care if Brando went back on his word after she finished speaking. Ever since we left Lone Port, Her Majesty should have lost track of us. There are dozens of inland sea routes from the Sublime Sea. We can go to Cloak Bay, Metz, Flower Leaf Ridge, north of the Evergreen Walkway, Rokizi, and even the northwest of Anzaruta. Even in Metz, there are dozens of ports. After arriving at Fat Han, even if the spies His Majesty placed around you find an opportunity to send back information, they won't be able to dispatch troops calmly. After all, no one in this world can truly predict the future. There was a glass of water on the wheel's armrest. Delphian put her fingertips into the glass and dipped them gently. Then, she drew a few simple lines on the circular flower bed of the oak tree beside her. Brando could tell that it was a simple map. Delphian first drew the coastline, then marked a few key locations. They were the imperial capital, the entrance to Ludwig, East Metz, north of the Evergreen Walkway, and Fat Han Port. She pointed in the direction of the imperial capital, then moved to Ludwig, then to East Metz, and finally stopped at Fat Han Port. It has been a week since we arrived at Fat Han Port. It would take at least 2 days to arrive at Ludwig by Griffin from the imperial capital, and half a week to arrive at East Metz. In terms of time, she wouldn't be able to mobilize any of her troops near us. Even if it's an assassination, she wouldn't have time to prepare. But now, the situation in Fat Han Port is unstable. Someone is stirring behind the scenes, which means that Her Majesty has already taken action. She is confident that she can complete the attack on you in the near future. Brando didn't ask where Delphian got the news from. He believed that with her intelligence, it wouldn't be too hard for her to pry the information out of someone else. Also, he looked at Lady Silver Dragon. Lady Mithril seemed to like her a lot. If Lady Silver Dragon asked, she probably wouldn't lie. However, this was not considered a secret, so Brando was too lazy to ask. Delphian's voice was as calm as water as she continued. Constance is headstrong and opinionated. She likes to show her strong side in front of others. She especially likes to act arbitrarily and rarely listens to the opinions of others. She seems to be a very typical empress. However, this is just a facade she puts on in front of outsiders. As a supreme being of the empire, she needs to use this method to maintain her prestige and make it hard for others to see through her. This method seems to be very successful, but unfortunately, some things are destined to betray you. During the reign of her father and grandfather, the empire and the holy sanctum were like fire and water. But during her reign, the imperial power became more and more stable, and the relationship with the holy sanctum became more and more harmonious. This is definitely not something that can be done by an arbitrary person. After all, in the history of the empire, there are only a few female rulers. Although she deliberately hides herself, she has to do something to prove herself. But in the end, her achievements will be recorded in history, making an annotation for her life and character. This is something she can't change. Constance is actually a very calm person. From all her policies and plans in the past 10 years, you can also see that she likes to plan before acting. The map drawn on the stone platform gradually faded, leaving only a faint trace. For such a person, once she decides to make a move against you, then she must have done all the preparations. I considered the entire matter from her point of view. Whether it is mobilizing an army to attack your fleet, my lord, or sending someone to assassinate you, the time is not sufficient and perfect. Then, we can only look for another way. Brando nodded. But even if he excluded the mobilizing of the army and assassination, the Silver Queen could still use thousands of methods, especially in this world where magic was rampant. It was too easy to plot against someone. If that was all, it did not mean anything. It would be very difficult for him to guard against it. The only way he could think of was to catch the people behind this. But since the other party dared to make a move, they were obviously not afraid of being caught. Delphian did not seem to find it that difficult. It is actually very simple to know what Her Majesty will do. In the series of events that happened before, there are actually a few hidden details. We did not notice these details before, but after figuring out the ins and outs of the matter, the information contained in them is clear. Her gaze fell on the tea beside her hand. The sunlight floated up and down in the dark red tea, just like her thoughts. She continued, "First of all, the Silver Queen deliberately led me to Vagas to look for you all, to send a message. If this message is taken apart, it means nothing more than, she has the situation in the imperial capital under control, you can make a move now." Why did she send this message? We can get many answers from this question. First, this person must be in the diplomatic group, otherwise the conjecture of sending a message cannot be established. Second, if this message does not have any effect on him, then the act of sending a message is not necessary. Therefore, this person is definitely not an insignificant character. Third, if this person is not an insignificant character, then this person must be able to play some role in this plan. Brando was stunned. What the Prime Minister's daughter said sounded like a matter of course to him, but when he thought about it carefully, it did seem to contain a lot of useful information. He had a flash of inspiration in his mind, but he could not immediately analyze which of the information was useful and which was meaningless. At this time, Delphian continued. The role this person can play in this plan is related to what Her Majesty's plan is. The so-called plan refers to the process of action to achieve a certain goal, and this process is only a means to achieve the goal. If the goal does not exist, then the means are meaningless. Therefore, the core of the plan is the goal, not the process. So in the end, there is only one question worth discussing. What is Her Majesty's goal? A person usually has a motive for doing something. Motive is the goal. Motive refers to the benefits that drive people to do something. Simply put, Her Majesty the Queen is targeting you. What can she gain from you? Or rather, what benefits does she gain from targeting you? Delphian dipped her teacup again and drew a few symbols on the completely dried-up map. Brando recognized these symbols. They were the symbols of wizards, benefits and harm. She then raised her head and said, benefits refer to gains and losses, and can be divided into pure good and bad. Her benefits can be gained from you, or it can be prevented from losing. But in theory, you're just a small count of Aween, and you shouldn't have anything to do with the Queen. You can't possibly get in her way, and she can't possibly pay attention to you. Now that she's looking at you, it means that you must have something special that can attract her attention, or even threaten her. In this way, looking for a target from my lord, the range of choices has narrowed a lot. She thought for a moment and said, let me make a hypothesis. Her Majesty calls herself the Dark Dragon, and does not hesitate to be the enemy of the entire continent. Since she does not even put the 4 holy cathedrals in her eyes, why would she care about a small threat from Erewhon? Let me assume that Sir Lord also has the inheritance of the Dark Dragon. No, it should be a part of the inheritance. Then the real situation should be like this. You and Her Majesty are not the true Dark Dragon, but you both wield a part of the Dark Dragon's authority. But there can only be one true Dark Dragon. Delphian paused for a moment, and her eyes flickered. Yes, this is the only way to explain everything. Why does Sir Lord also have witches loyal to him? Why does Her Majesty have a soft spot for Sir Lord? Why does Sir Lord rise in such a short time? This logic is established. And there is also circumstantial evidence. Her Majesty obtained the inheritance of the Dark Dragon from the battlefield of the last battle. At that time, there was another high-ranking person in the Empire, and that person was Sir Lord's grandfather, Earthsword Saint Darius. Her voice seemed to have stopped. She can even guess this? Brando was stunned. Delphian looked at his expression and said indifferently, "I have another piece of evidence, and it is now written on your face." Brando blushed. Ever since he experienced so many things, he rarely lost his composure like this. But this was mainly because the wisdom of the Prime Minister's daughter was too far beyond his expectations. "It's nothing. You guessed it right." He didn't deny it. Besides, Her Majesty the Queen was taking the blame for him, so he didn't care too much about this matter. But he still asked anxiously, "But did you see anything else?" "Anything else? I'm not interested in Sir Lord's privacy. Right now, we are only discussing official matters." Brando breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was somewhat unlikely, after seeing this lady's performance, he was really afraid that she would see through his origins. At this moment, he felt as if she was looking at him with those light purple eyes. It was as if he was naked in front of her. No wonder people said that smart women were not likable. Brendel felt the same way now. Compared to these secrets, his origins were the biggest secret in this world. At the same time, it was also a mystery that he had yet to solve. He knew that he was Brando, but he also had Sophie's soul in him. He calmed down and understood Delphian's words. "What you mean is that Her Majesty the Queen knows that I am the successor of the Dark Dragon. Because of this, she chose to attack me. So, the person beside me is very likely to be a witch. Because only a witch can play a decisive role in this matter. Moreover, a witch can control dreams and kill people invisibly without having to personally come to the victim's side." Delphian nodded and said, "Connecting all the lines, the whole line is flawless, and there is no doubt that it is the one we are looking for." "A witch," Brando muttered to himself. "I don't know much about witches. As an aide, this is all I can do. The rest is up to Sir to deal with." Brando nodded. This was enough. He could not help but say seriously to the Prime Minister's daughter, "Miss Delphian, if you had used this attitude to deal with me back then, I might have been in big trouble." "You think too much, sir. You were just a small noble from Erewhon. I didn't take you seriously at all. The first time I wanted to do it myself. I didn't expect you to have some strength. But that's it. There's no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken." Delphian replied as if it had nothing to do with her. "The second time, I wanted to hire a few mercenaries to assassinate you. After all, you were the leader of Erewhon's envoy group at that time. It was not good for me to deal with you openly. Besides, it was too troublesome. After killing you, I naturally had a way to escape. But I didn't expect to be attacked by a dragon. That was an accident that could not be predicted, so I don't intend to hold a grudge." Brando finally understood and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this woman did not take him seriously. He could not help but ask, "Then what about your fiancé, Elman?" At the mention of Elman, the Grand Chancellor's daughter finally reacted. She raised her head with a sorrowful expression. "Actually, I know that Elman's death has nothing to do with you and Vahina. I know very well that I was venting my anger on you, but at this point, I no longer have the right to do so." Brando finally understood. Now that we know that the witches are behind this, the next step will be simple. The Silver Queen is the most powerful witch in the world with 3 inheritances. If she wants to carry out this plan, then the 3 witches are most likely to be the ones to make a move. This generation's witch queen is called Esmeralda, the Witch of Agony from the Dark Moon. She is a follower of Ekka's 4th daughter, Aster. As the witch queen, it is difficult for her to leave the Kingdom of Winter, so it is unlikely that she will take action. So that leaves Atatrice from the Dark Moon and the lady in front of us, the Witch of Deceit, Marietla. But since Her Majesty knows that Grey Sword Saint Mephistopheles is my teacher, she will definitely send someone to delay him. This person must be Atatrice, a follower of the Golden Sea. She is no match for my teacher, but she is more than enough to deal with me. Of course, it may also be witches of other branches who come to deal with me. But other than the 3 mentioned above, the others are no threat to me." The maze of the righteous was disappearing. After listening to Brando's statement, Roman could not help but answer, "I see." She raised her small eyebrows. "So, Brando, you already knew that there were bad witches?" "At least a little earlier than you, the so-called witch queen," Brando replied grumpily. "Then don't pretend to be surprised in the future. You scared me just now. I thought I would be scolded by you." "Bo!" Brando bent his finger and flicked her forehead. The latter cried out in pain and buried her head in her hands. Do you think I wouldn't have scolded you if I had known before? You should be thinking about how to be a competent witch empress instead of thinking about these crooked matters. With the disappearance of the dream, the castle that was destroyed by the divine spear Natalier was gradually restored to its original state. The ice on the floor gradually melted and seeped into the ground. Soon, even the water stains disappeared. The broken walls and broken pillars seemed to have returned to their original positions. The house was rebuilt, and the metal that was frozen into powder was reformed. In just a moment, the whole corridor was restored to its original appearance. Of course, except for the few headless corpses on the ground and the flowing blood. Brando glanced at Marietta, who was in a coma. Although she had escaped with the substitution technique, she was like a lamp that had run out of oil. It was hard to say whether she could survive or not. However, the witch's inheritance was completely broken. It was likely that she would never be able to use magic again in this lifetime. Falerne, go and inform the Baron to find someone to clean up the battlefield. Don't worry about him asking anything. I think the eldest prince must have encountered some trouble. Falerne nodded and put away her silver staff. She silently turned and left. At this time, Brando suddenly felt the communication crystal on his wrist heat up. The Shire's voice came from it. My lord, it seems that something big has happened. Chapter 1000. Something big happened? Brando's heart skipped a beat when he heard what his wizard servant said. Did something happen to Curel? Or did something happen to his senior sister and Metisha? The Shire's voice continued in the messaging crystal. My lord, it's best if you go out and take a look. Go out and take a look? He had some doubts in his heart, but he was finally relieved. At least it was not a big problem. He held the small hand of the Roman next to him and activated the time and space element. The lines of the law retreated as if they were surrendering. His body flashed twice and he was outside the castle. Behind him, the black wolf Ko Hua looked at Marietta, who was on the ground, with disdain. He opened a light door and followed him out. Outside the castle, Brando finally understood what the Shire meant by something big. It was only 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but it was already dark outside the castle. Looking up at the sky above Fatham City seemed to be covered by a thick curtain. There were no clouds in the sky, and it was as dark as an airtight black hole. There were no stars, no moon, and it was even darker than midnight before dawn. As far as the eye could see, the lights of Fatham Harbor had begun to rise. The entire harbor seemed to be boiling, shrouded in the hustle and bustle of screams. This is... Brando looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. The eternal darkness has descended. Ko Hua's voice appeared behind him. The Silver Queen Constance slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was a pair of inhuman eyes that looked like melted silver balls. Those eyes belonged to a middle-aged woman in an ice-blue dress who was sitting opposite her. The woman also seemed to have just woken up from a dream. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, but she seemed to have had a nightmare. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and her face was filled with confusion. Beside the woman, the 4 people on the sofa opened their eyes one after another. Among the 4 women, there was the eternal darkness witch Atatrice, Grey Sword Saint Mephistopheles, a pair of freckled twins around the age of 16, and an old woman with a headscarf. How is it? The Silver Queen asked. It's a pity. The middle-aged woman in the ice-blue dress was still frowning as she shook her head. I didn't do my best. She turned around and saw that there were 2 empty seats on the sofa that had been surrounded by people. Anne Vale is dead, Marietta can't come back, the star of narration has lost its main star, and the seat of the wise ones is on the verge of collapse. Curel voluntarily handed over her authority, so the seat of the sword is also extinguished. I got the authority of the winter moon, Otis. Among the twins, the younger girl said, Arieli was old and unwilling to participate in the battle. I killed her and helped her fulfill her wish. She glanced at the girl who looked exactly like her sitting beside her and smiled slightly. Sister Vivian gave me the authority, so now I have the authority of 2 moons. My lord, am I powerful? Marietta's authority has returned to me. The little girl called Vivian frowned and replied coldly. You did well, Roya, Vivian. The middle-aged woman in the ice-blue dress relaxed a little and smiled approvingly. She then looked at the gloomy old woman beside her. "Rod-Etta, what about you?" "I didn't find Asili. I heard that she appointed a little girl as the inheritor of the Moon of Death 10 years ago. As for Yarrow, she died 3 years ago. She didn't have time to appoint an inheritor. Her inheritance is still asleep, and I got it." The old woman answered briefly. "It's the authority of the Moon of Death and Decay." The middle-aged woman in the ice-blue dress nodded. "I didn't get the authority of the Moon of Cup either. Someone interfered with the thread of fate, and I suspect it has something to do with that crazy woman, Euphkeria. It said that she used the alias of Xianxia in the past 30 years to find something in a Wuxia. She might be looking for the next inheritor. I heard that she was very dissatisfied with Anne Vale. The witches in her line are all crazy, but they are extremely powerful. Anne Vale is indeed not worthy of the inheritance of the Moon of Cup. As for the inheritance of the Moon of Swords, there's a slight deviation." Her expression turned sour. "Your Majesty, that young man doesn't seem to be my king's inheritor. However, he has another destiny on him, and it's definitely not simple. I sensed a very mysterious presence from him. I couldn't see his future through that presence, nor could I cut the thread of fate on him. When Marietta met him, her thread of fate was obviously deflected. It was like... The middle-aged woman in the ice-blue dress recalled the crystal ball she had shattered in her hand, and her expression became more solemn. Her tone became more uncertain. It was as if the entire world changed at that moment. Silver Queen Constance reached out and patted her hand gently. In this world, only Her Majesty would dare to do such a thing. If it were anyone else, they would have been killed by this woman in front of her. However, at this moment, the latter didn't feel anything wrong at all. Instead, she was a little fearful. "Esmeralda, don't worry too much. At least half of our plan has succeeded. Moreover, now I know that this little guy is not simple. Although we have underestimated him, I won't give him another chance." "Your Majesty." Esmeralda, the current witch queen of Bunasan, lowered her head deeply. "I don't plan to play these little tricks with that little guy anymore. In my opinion, the nobles in Ludwig are nothing to worry about. The White Legion has arrived near Fathom Harbor. I've decided to attack him first. Next, I'll order the White Legion and the Highlanders to turn their spearheads and attack Fathom. Let the people in the north who are in a constant state of panic breathe a sigh of relief. Coincidentally, my dear son is also by his side." Constance replied confidently. "Esmeralda, out of the 12 powers of the witches, 7 of them are in my hands. After that little guy is destroyed, it's just a matter of time before we reclaim the Bunasan. Some things can't be done in one go. You're too impatient. In fact, the current situation is similar to what I expected, or even better. After all, that's Darius' grandson. How can he be so simple?" "You're right, Your Majesty," Esmeralda replied worriedly. Constance stood up and glanced at her. She knew that the setback this time had cast a shadow over the witch's heart. She felt a little disdain in her heart, as the witch queen's performance had disappointed her. To her, this little bit of trouble was nothing. A person who truly achieved great things would not care about the difficulties in front of them and temporary setbacks. Sigh, these witches are always scheming, and have never seen the big picture. She suddenly admired the little opponent that she had never met. At least he had the temperament of a leader. He could make someone like Mephisto work for him willingly. She walked to the window. The curtains automatically parted to the left and right as if there was magic. However, it was not sunny outside the window, but darkness. Just like the darkness that shrouded the sky above Fat Tan Port, the capital of the Cruz Empire was also plunged into endless darkness. The whole sky was like a huge black vortex, greedily sucking in all the light. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The sun, the moon, and the stars no longer rose. At some point in time, a wild northern wind blew over the imperial capital. The northern wind mixed with snow and rain, falling from the sky in a swirl. Eternal darkness has arrived. The Silver Queen saw this scene and did not seem surprised at all. It's exactly as described in the prophecy. "Esmeralda, I heard that on this day, the 13th moon will rise in the sky, the Black Moon, Cassandra. However, no one has ever seen it. The myth also says that the 13th moon cannot be seen by mortals. But as witches, You should be able to see this moon, right? Esmeralda, I don't think I've heard you mention this moon before. Does this moon also have an inheritance witch? Esmeralda trembled slightly, as if she had heard something terrible. However, she still answered honestly, "Yes, your majesty. The inheritance of the 13th moon is called the Witch of Nothingness. However, she is different from us. Her power does not come from Ekis and his 12 daughters. It comes from the sea monster, Leviathan. Leviathan is the incarnation of the Sea of Magic. In the Twilight War, one of its teeth pierced through the elemental barrier between the Sea of Magic and the present world. After it broke, it formed the Mountain of Stopping the Storm. When it turned over in the Sea of Magic, it formed a huge magic tide. Our power is the 12 reflections of the Sea of Magic in the present world. It is said that the power of the 13th, which is the Sea of Magic itself. Then she must be very strong? Very strong. Esmeralda paused. I've never seen them. It is said that the inheritors of this line of witches are called Sophie. Their last generation of inheritance appeared at the end of the War of the Holy Saints. At that time, the 12 witches were by my king's side, but they were all defeated by the 13th witch. Constance turned her head and frowned. Isn't she also a witch? Why is she on the opposite side of you? I don't know, your majesty. This line of witches is very mysterious. There are almost no rumors about them, even in Bunasan. She once defeated you. What about the witch queen? If I remember correctly, during the War of the Holy Saints, you witches were still led by the supreme witch queen, right? Could it be that even she was not a match for the 13th witch? Hearing this question, Esmeralda was slightly unhappy. The witches have never been led by a witch queen. Your Majesty, we obey her orders because every previous witch queen was the master of the Winter Kingdom and also my king's queen. In comparison, the second identity is more restrictive on us, and the master of the Winter Kingdom is not irreplaceable. Is it? Silver Queen looked back at her. I heard that the Witch Queen was the founder of the Witch Kingdom. The first Witch Queen was indeed, and she stole the power of the magic moon from Ekis. Every subsequent Witch Queen was a believer of Ekis, and their inheritance is the Witch of the North Wind. In ancient mythology, the North Wind is the source of magic, because we witches believe that all the north wind in the world blows from the Mountain of Storm Stop. The Mountain of Storm Stop is the source of magic in this world, so the title of Witch of the North Wind is already a very noble title. However, just like the inheritance of the 13th moon, these two lines of inheritance have long been lost in the War of the Holy Saints. Esmeralda explained in detail. After listening to this story, Constance was silent for a while and asked faintly, "Is it really broken?" "At least on the surface, but..." Esmeralda hesitated for a moment, and her silver ball-like eyes seemed to be recalling something. But a few decades ago, there was a witch who had been looking for these two lines of inheritance. Her name among the witches was Noodle, and she was a strange person. Yes, she was the Witch of the Moon of the Harp, but we have lost her whereabouts for at least 20 years. The Witch of the Moon of the Harp. I seem to have rarely heard you mention this line of inheritance. Silver Queen suddenly raised her head and asked with great interest. In the Kingdom of the Dead, in the south of Bunasan, in a lifeless forest, two witches, one old and one young, stood in front of a small wooden house in the forest and silently watched the stars above their heads crumble, burn, and fall. On the ruins of the old star field, countless new stars lit up again. It was as if in just a few minutes, the entire night sky had completely changed its appearance. The star of confession fell to the west, and the constellation of sages was dim and eventually extinguished. Under the shadow of the constellation of swords, an inconspicuous dark star was nurtured, and countless other stars seemed to have turned into shooting stars, flying aimlessly in the night sky. After a while, the old witch suddenly came back to her senses. She gently patted the shoulder of the little girl beside her and said, "Let's go, Ai Feilu, a new era has come. This is the prophecy that I told you before. The sage's prophecy will come to the world, and it's time for you to leave this forest." "Where should I go, teacher?" the little girl called Ai Feilu asked gently. "Go where you should go." "In the private library of a noble in Fathom Harbor." The black-haired female knight closed the book in her hand. With the cold light of the crystal lamp between the rows of bookshelves, she could clearly see the words, "Book of the Dark Prophecy," on the cover of the book. This book was designated as a forbidden book by the Holy Sanctum, and it was a sacred object of the witches. It was originally placed in the hall of the Pillar of the Kingdom of Winter. The book in front of her was, of course, a fake. It did not have the powerful power to see the future like the original, but the Book of the Dark Prophecy recorded a lot of history and secrets about witches. It was the best document that people used to study witches and even the Myrnas. Maynard put down the book. The little princess of the Cipher family, Kiara, was quarreling with the elf and the latter's pseudo-dragon in the next room. During the quarrel, Yenid, the daughter of the Count of Grey Mountain, was in a dilemma. But it was not the noise that pulled the female knight out of her thoughts. When she was reading the book in her hand, she could clearly feel the changes in the world around her. The light had dimmed, but it was not the change in the light of the magic lamp. She raised her head and looked behind the window. The world outside was becoming dark. It was not as gloomy as the dark clouds before a thunderstorm. Instead, it was pitch black. The artificial lights in the city far and near were like stars in the darkness, shining brightly on the ground. Not knowing when, the quarrel in the library had stopped. Maynard vaguely heard the two little girls gasping, but she did not care about the sound. She vaguely heard a buzzing sound behind her. Chapter 1001. Lady Maynard. Metisha, the Silver Fairy Princess, pushed the door open and entered with a spear in her hand. She saw the black-haired knight turn around and put a finger to her lips, signaling her to keep quiet. Metisha was slightly stunned. She looked at Metisha inquisitively and asked, "What's wrong?" She had been attacked by a few witches when she was outside. After dealing with the battle, she realized that the sky above the entire Fathom Harbor had turned dark. She was afraid that the enemy had infiltrated the house, so she rushed in and saw this scene. Maynard did not say anything. A strange buzzing sound echoed in the silent library. Both of them looked down and fell on the female knight's waist bag. The female knight's waist bag trembled slightly. Something seemed to come alive inside, making a low humming sound. Metisha looked vigilant. She asked Maynard if she needed help with her eyes, but Maynard shook her head. She seemed to have thought of something. She hesitated for a moment, then put her hand on the waist bag and opened the button. The buzzing sound was suddenly amplified. A silver light source slowly rose from the female knight's waist bag. Metisha finally saw it clearly. It was a silver metal disc. It trembled and rose slowly from the waist bag, emitting a dazzling light in all directions. War slate. Metisha recognized it immediately. It was the war slate they found in Vagos. What's going on? The everlasting night has come. The war slate has been awakened. Maynard muttered to herself. Suddenly, a look of panic flashed across her face. She instinctively took a step back, wanting to get out of the way, but the silver disc had already shot out a ribbon-shaped beam of light, hitting her squarely in the forehead. Miss Maynard. In Metisha's panicked scream, the female knight's forehead tilted back slightly, and her whole body rose into the air. It was as if the light beam that hit her forehead made her float in the air. Her body leaned back slightly, and her black hair fluttered without wind. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her brows were tightly knitted together. She looked like she was in pain. Shelf No. Arcane 1007294001B. Knowledge. Initial D. Regal Curse School. String Magic Inheritance. Inheritor. Iron Bloodline. Bloodline Match. Inheritance commencing. From Arbitration Council. Everything fell into darkness. Brando raised his head and looked at the sky. It was a pitch-black sky, like a black hole that swallowed everything. There were no stars, no moon, and no light at all. The sky and earth seemed to have merged together. It was vast and boundless, and there was no top or bottom. It was like the scene before the creation of the world. However, on the vast land, there were lights of civilization. The cities, towns, and villages near Fathom Port were lit up one by one. They lit up one by one, from near to far. It was like a string of fire that connected different places, different races, and intelligent creatures that controlled different languages. These fire seeds were scattered on the land, and along the long coastline of the sublime inland sea, they lit up one by one. That was civilization. A lonely and proud civilization. Brando didn't say anything, And Romaine also didn't say anything. Ko Hua didn't say anything. When she saw many nobles appear in the courtyard, she silently retreated into the darkness. In the huge courtyard, no one made a sound for a while. Such a scene was reflected in everyone's eyes. The fiery light that was like stars falling to the ground was reflected in the depths of their black, brown, or blue eyes. The lonely and dark earth was like a lifeless wilderness. However, the fiery light above the wilderness was enough to comfort everyone's heart. Presumably, many years ago, when civilization walked out of the wilderness, when thunder brought down the fire seed for the first time and caused it to burn fiercely in the wilderness, the eyes of the ancestors also reflected such fire. That fire destroyed everything, but it could bring warmth and light. It seemed like a moment had passed, but to the people present, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Suddenly, someone's eyes reflected a different kind of light. Look at the sky! People screamed. In the dark sky, there was originally nothing, but at that moment, it seemed to have become a mirror. This mirror stood opposite the vast land, and the scattered light spots on the ground were reflected on it. These light spots were sparse at first, but then they became denser and gradually connected together. It was like a group of falling stars, shining brightly in the dark night sky. But people quickly realized that it wasn't a reflection, but a group of falling stars. They connected together, like a collapsing star region moving in mid-air, dragging a long tail, and in an instant, the stars in the sky were all lit up. That moment was an unforgettable wonder for many people. Everyone held their breaths, their mouths wide open, and their eyes unblinkingly looked at this unbelievable scene. But Brendel was the only one who seemed indifferent. There was even an indescribable look on his face, because this scene, he had seen it before. The first falling star finally landed. It was a flashing arc of light, falling from the sky. The bright light drew a straight silver line in the dark night sky, pointing in the direction of the mountains to the east of Metz. However, there was a second one, and then a third one. In a split second, half of the sky seemed to be filled with a silver rain of light. The whole world was shrouded in endless silver lines. They streaked across the night sky, shining dazzlingly. Then they gradually faded away, and then they were reignited by another falling star. The era of the sword had come, so the stars fell to the ground, returning the knowledge of the sages. That was the year of sparks in history. Brando still remembered that year. The third chapter of the game was opened. The Slate War. That year was 10 years before Ekis's recovery. That year, eternal darkness fell, and the slate appeared in the world. Kru's empire, imperial capital, in the Garden of White Roses. Constance's eyes reflected the bright starlight, and the empire's queen laughed loudly in the rain of light. The curtain has opened, and our era has come, Esmeralda. Valhalla, World Tree Fortress. Freya stared at the slate that Brando gave her, dumbfounded. This slate had once saved her life in the deadly frost forest, and gave her some magical abilities. But after that, it fell into silence again. No matter how she studied it, it no longer showed any power, as if it was an ordinary slate. However, at this moment, the stone slab suddenly rose from her desk. Golden words flashed on the stone slab one after another. These words seemed to be nurturing some kind of pattern. They appeared 24 times in succession. After the 24 words appeared, there was suddenly a gotcha sound. A huge crack appeared in the middle of the stone slab. Ah! Freya screamed. Although this slate had not shown its power since then, it was still a gift from Brando. Moreover, it had saved her life. She had planned to keep it well, but she did not expect it to crack on its own. She was frightened. She hurriedly pressed down on the slate with both hands, afraid that it would continue to play and split into 4 or 5 pieces. This was Brando's most precious gift to her. But before her hand could touch the stone slab, in her flustered movements, the stone slab had already shattered into several pieces with a cracking sound. A golden ray of light shot out from the stone slab and hit her forehead right in the middle. Freya only remembered that before she fainted, she vaguely saw a golden disc fly out from the slate. Then she felt herself falling into a pitch-black world. Then, a voice echoed in her mind, bookshelf number battle 0000000032A. Bloodline, initials V, combat equipment, combat skill inheritance, inheritor, iron bloodline, bloodline match. Inheritance commencing. From god of the goddess of war. North of Aween, Lion Plateau, Wolf Howling Forest. Breton Harbuck struggled to drag his unconscious comrades out of the pile of black wolf corpses. He wiped off the bloodstains on his white lion armor, and then looked at the silver triangular fragment floating in the air not far away with a strange expression on his face. Not long ago, when the sky was completely dark, he and his comrades were patrolling in the forest. Then, they were suddenly attacked by a pack of black wolves, and almost all of them were wiped out. Fortunately, the silver fragment from the sky emitted a dazzling radiance that killed all the black wolves. After that, it floated motionlessly in the air. No matter what, I still have to thank you. Breton raised his head. But what exactly are you, and what is happening to the outside world? You must be related to the previous changes, right? He muttered to himself. He did not expect this thing to answer him, but the moment he finished his sentence, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the triangular fragment, and a translucent projection appeared on the snowy ground. Greetings, mortal. I am Lucas, or as you are used to calling me, you can call me Crystal. Mortal, I allow you to call me Alphonse. In front of you is the end of all things, Tsonglan. I am Blazing. We will abide by the contract and return the lost knowledge to the inheritors of our civilization. A new cycle has begun. You will eventually face the final moment. Please accept my knowledge, mortal. From the Mech city of Orthus to the Tower of Stars, from the Leo Palace to the Hall of 10 Saints, from the vast plains of West Nazir, from the rolling mountains of Saint Tossol on the winter solstice, from the Silver Bay where the stars gathered to the alliance of 10 cities where the cold wind howled. At this moment, countless scenes like this were repeated over and over again. Streaks of starlight descended from the sky, and the knowledge from the ancient times, the inheritance that was scattered on the earth after the destruction of Babel Fortress, finally returned to the world at this moment. The war slate, in Brando's knowledge, had descended on this world half a century earlier. The order of the world. It would finally begin to be turbulent. At this moment, in a small private library in Fathom Port, Maynold let out a shrill scream. No! No, I refuse! At that moment, the black-haired female knight seemed to see a stream of light in a dark world rushing into her mind. Countless information, images, characters, and lines of law filled her memory. As long as she put her mind into these information, she would understand that these were all from the highest civilization of the previous era, and they were the most important part of the inheritance that was lost on the earth. However, Maynold did not have the slightest intention to accept these inheritances at this moment. She only felt panic in her heart, and she clenched her teeth to resist. But this resistance was powerless. The images quickly changed. From these flashing lights and shadows, she saw the ancient war, the confrontation between the dusk and the order, the divine people building this world, the migration of the Matatanians between the stars, and the creation of the first light, her mother, Martha. Then she saw more things, the destruction of Babel Fortress, the change of the era, the birth of the Black Iron people in the wilderness, the War of the Sages, and the establishment of Erewhon. These images overlapped with each other, and she almost did not have time to remember them. They flashed in front of her eyes. Then she saw her own birth. That scene seemed to be divided into two. She saw two worlds. In one world, she was born in the noble family of Erewhon. She received a good noble education and knight training since she was young. She practiced hard and grew up as if she was trying to break free from a certain destiny. In another world, she was born in a strange room. It was a pure white room, surrounded by strange machines. A group of people in white robes surrounded the young her and her weak mother. Then, she saw her own growth, her childhood, her teenage years, and her experiences during the age of learning. Unconsciously, Maynold began to sob slightly. A line of tears had already slid down her closed eyes. I don't want to be replaced. I am an Sith. I'm sorry. Metish's outstretched hand froze in midair. It did not move an inch forward. After a while, the black-haired female knight slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes flashed with a strange light, a light that Metisha had never seen before. She lowered her head and was silent for a moment. Then she raised her head again. Sophie. A name that the little silver elf princess had never heard before was softly uttered by the female knight. After the stars fell, the distant horizon was still pitch black. Brando looked in that direction, as if waiting for something to happen. No one in the courtyard made a sound. No one knew what happened before. They looked at each other. No one understood why the sky suddenly darkened. Where did the sun, the moon, and the stars go? Also, what was with the meteor that fell to the ground? Roman curiously shook Brando's hand. Brando turned back and gently patted the back of her hand, indicating that she did not need to worry. This was the eternal darkness that came before dusk. Then it would be 7 years of eternal night. The original order of Wond would be completely overturned at this moment. But he was not too worried. Because he had personally experienced all of this. He looked in the direction of the horizon. In just a moment, a ray of silver light suddenly rose from that place. The silver light was like a slowly rising silver line. It slowly rose, and when it rose to the top, a dazzling light spread from the tip of the silver light. Then, many such silver light beams rose from far and near. They quickly connected into one. One after another, the shining silver lines crisscrossed in mid-air, forming a mysterious pattern. In the pattern, there were characters flashing. Flame. Flame. Days, divine. Latin. Life. Vio. Light. As if at the beginning of the world, Martha dropped the silver lines of law from the sky above the sea of magic. The lines of law crisscrossed and weaved the code of law of the world. This scene was now playing out in the sky above the entire world. The crisscrossing silver lines connected with each other and then shone with a warm and continuous light. A solemn chant seemed to resound in the darkness. It was an incantation, but also a gentle holy song. The sacred notes floated in the sky above the world, echoing in the sky above Wond. In this song, the darkness in the sky dissipated in the light. The sun, the blue sky, the clouds, and the breeze reappeared in the sky above the world after a moment. This was Martha's final blessing to her people, the song of the mortal world. Chapter 1002. Freya blinked her eyes and woke up from the darkness. The candles on the table had burned out, and the bedroom was pitch black. She was in a daze for a moment before she remembered what happened. The stone slab that Brendel gave her suddenly cracked open, and a golden disc flew out from it. A ray of light shot out from the disc and hit her forehead. Is this a dream? Freya subconsciously looked at the table, and found that the disc that had lost its luster was lying quietly among a pile of stone fragments. The moonlight outside the window shone on it, emitting a cold glow. Only then did Freya notice that there was a moon in the sky outside the window. However, she did not know what had happened earlier. She only thought that it was a solar eclipse, and she was a little surprised that she had slept all the way tonight. Could it be that everything that had happened before was real? She subconsciously thought about what had happened in the dream and suddenly got up. She suddenly found that there was some strange knowledge in her mind. It was as if she was born with this knowledge. Although some of it was still unfamiliar, it was as if she had systematically learned this knowledge at some point in the past. It was just that she had not used it for a long time, which caused her to be unfamiliar with it. It was not the kind of rote memorization that was poured into her mind. It was as if the knowledge became clear after a little recollection. She even had an illusion that as long as she found the opportunity to practice a few times, she would be able to master this knowledge. Most of the knowledge in her mind was about combat skills. It was as if she had been trained to be an elite warrior. These warriors belonged to an organization called the Goddess of War Guard, or Valkyrie Guard. But other than that, there was nothing else in this memory. Other than a variety of combat skills, the rest was the way to use various weapons and equipment. There was also a lot of extra information in her mind. Those were all information about monsters, but she had never seen or even heard of these monsters before. Something like Oracle Warrior, Raider, Bladeworm, Dreamwalker, and other messy things. Most of them did not sound like monsters, but more like military ranks. Freya found that these things all had one thing in common. Most of them were labeled as no race, and the rest were Dusk Race, Crystal Worm, and Blade Worm. Crystal Worm. Freya knew about it. Brando often mentioned this creature. No race. She felt that she had heard of it somewhere before. She had a vague impression of it. She had a vague feeling in her heart that she had fought with these creatures at some point in the past. But she knew that this feeling was not a real memory, but came from these inherited knowledge. In her memory, the Valkyrie of War was a warrior of the Dragon of War, Tiamat. They had a special ability to summon the projection of ancient weapons on the earth through the Dragon of War. Freya stretched out her hand and chanted, "Hercules." This strange spell seemed to suddenly appear in her mind. A white brilliance descended from mid-air, directly penetrating the roof and falling into her hand. Countless tiny light particles gathered in her hand and condensed into a long sword. The sword was very strange. Its blade seemed to be made of light, but it did not diverge, nor was it bound together. Instead, it formed a crystal-like sheet with a certain arc. On the guard of the long sword, four metal plates were folded back, blocking the long sword's hilt and grip. The overall style of this saber was completely different from the artistic style of the mainland. The saber did not have any embossed decorations, nor were there any commonly seen decorations such as ivy, dragons, or sun thorns. It gave people a feeling of simplicity and strength. Is this an ancient weapon? Freya had never seen such a long sword before, but she could feel that it was very beautiful. She raised the sword and glanced at it. Only then did she realize that there was another person in her room. This gave her a shock. She immediately got into a fighting posture, but then she found that the person standing silently in the dark was the Emerald Knight, who was covered in armor. Freya was slightly stunned. "Mr. Knight, why are you here?" The Emerald Knight was the guardian spirit of the Lionheart sword. Ever since she got the Lionheart sword, he had been by her side. However, he rarely appeared in her sight. Even in battle, he did not help her. It was as if he was purely protecting the sword. These days, she had not seen this knight for a long time. She almost forgot about his existence. However, she was still a little annoyed that the other party had barged into her room without saying a word. Since he was a knight, didn't he know that it was very impolite to barge into a lady's room without permission? But today, the Emerald Knight was obviously a little different. He raised his head, and the hollow flame of the soul under his helmet burned quietly. He glanced at Freya, then turned around, pushed the door open, and left. The Emerald Knight did not speak, but Freya had a faint feeling that he was going to leave. The night wind blew through the mountains of Tonajul. The ABs made a soft rustling sound, as if they were composing a song, chanting about the unknown future. On the first day of the month of autumn's twilight, the residents of Wonde witnessed a most unusual solar eclipse. Of course, most people thought that it was just a solar eclipse because in less than a quarter of an hour, the sun in the sky reappeared. However, in many areas, such as Lozul White Mountain, the south of St. Tossol, the east of the Great Glacier, some areas of the 10 cities, the Dark Forest in the south of Erewhon, and some areas of the White Plains, the sun did not rise again after sunset. Soon, large-scale riots broke out in these places. Within a week, they became completely disordered areas. In these areas, where there was a lack of light, food, and even drinking water, the political entities quickly disappeared. After the order disappeared, the original civilization was replaced by barbarism. The residents became bandits, causing a large number of refugees to migrate out. But soon, in these dark areas, even the bandits could not survive. Waves of refugees poured out, flocking to the areas that still had light. However, the refugees did not go too far, so in most areas, people still did not know what was going on. In the Sea of Stars, a floating city floated above the sea. Lataji was the name of this city. It was one of the more famous floating cities in the Silver City State. Usually, it stayed in the outer sea of the Sea of Stars and was responsible for monitoring the movements of the monsters in the White Mountains and the Great Plains. However, at this time, this city, known as the Eye of Darkness, was quietly floating in the darkness. Wizards used magic to light up all kinds of lights and gathered in the brightly lit square in the center of the city. At this moment, there were wizards in robes floating above the square, but they all had one thing in common, which was that there were at least 7 silver stripes on their robes. Those who did not have more than 7 stripes stood on the square, and from afar, they looked like a black mass. In Buga, wizards who could cast spells below the 5th circle were called apprentices, and those who could cast spells from the 5th circle to the 7th circle were called pseudo-wizards. Wizards who could cast spells from the 5th circle to the 7th circle were called pseudo-wizards, but wizards who could cast spells from the 7th circle and above were called grand wizards. But in this Silver City State, you were either a grand wizard or an apprentice. In other words, only when you became a grand wizard could you leave the status of apprentice. After leaving the status of apprentice, you could fly freely in the city, which was why there was such a black mass of people on the ground. Those who didn't know much about Buga might have thought that the so-called Silver Union was just so. However, the truth was that most of the so-called apprentices on the ground were pseudo-wizards. Wizards who could only cast spells below the fifth circle were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. They might even be harder to find than those top-tier great wizards. Only those children under the age of 10 with poor aptitude for wizardry would have a chance of becoming one. In Buga, if you could not cast a level 5 spell after the age of 15, then you were not a person with poor aptitude, but a freak. This was the strength of the silver folk. In fact, in terms of combat strength, the gap between the silver folk and the gold folk was not that big. It was just that in the era of the Twilight War, the gold folk were the real fighting race, while the silver folk rarely went directly to the battlefield. For example, the dragons were the best of the gold folk. In terms of individual strength, they were far superior to the craftsman wizards of Buga. However, the dragons were rare. Even in the most powerful era of the gold folk, they were the least populous of the gold folk. In terms of one-on-one combat, the ordinary members of the dragons naturally crushed the average craftsman wizard, but at the level of the entire race, the Buga people were not afraid of the dragons. However, it was these two races that, in the era of the divine people, the ancestors of the Buga people, the scholars of Akkadu, were the librarians of Babel, responsible for organizing and collecting the knowledge and inheritance of the civilization. The dragons, on the other hand, were pure warriors, charging at the front line of the Twilight War. The division of labor between the two was clear at a glance. This was also the biggest difference between the silver folk and the gold folk. It was just that for thousands of years, since the end of the War of the Holy Saints, the Buga people had not shown their strength in wound. They rarely intervened in disputes, let alone participate in a war. Because of this, even when Her Majesty the Queen of the Cruz Empire declared not long ago that she wanted to restore the Myurna dynasty, they only sponsored Brando's fleet for the first time. That was all. They did not even send half a person more. Even the fleet itself was just a part of the original deal between them and Tonajil. The Buga people just added something extra, and it was not even considered a help. But at this moment, these wizards were unprecedentedly serious. A wizard in a red robe was giving a speech in mid-air. His voice was like rolling thunder, enveloping the entire city. According to our investigation, in the year 376, after the magic tide skyrocketed at noon on the first day of the month of autumn, meteor fragments fell from the sky above Wone to the ground. Most of them were part of the knowledge and inheritance that was claimed to have been lost to the earth after the destruction of Babel Fortress. They are also the most important part of the civilization inheritance of the tribunal. The rest is the Somir crystal. In Buga, the silver-robed wizards were the wand-wielding wizards of the White Tower. They held a silver staff in their hands and were also known as the Silver Staff Wizards. They were the guardians of knowledge and held a high position in the Silver Alliance, second only to the wizards of the Senate. The most common ones were the white-robed and gray-robed wizards. Here, the white-robed wizards were the common craftsman wizards, and the gray-robed wizards were generally from the Silver Alliance's battle order. Most of them were elementalists. The black-robed, red-robed, and blue-robed wizards were the rarest and most unique of the three types of wizards. The blue-robed wizards were unique to the city of Winged Lion. They were the personal guards of Rosador, one of the 12 leaders of the Silver Alliance. Rosador himself specialized in rune magic, so the blue-robed wizards were also the strongest rune wizards of the Buga people. The black-robed wizards were generally from the Hermit Order of the Silver Alliance. Most of the members of this organization were necromancers and warlocks who specialized in necromancy and magic formations. Of course, these people thought highly of themselves and looked down on the country bumpkins from Madara. The red-robed wizards, also known as the insightful ones, came from the Tower of All Things. They were the top group of astrologers in the whole of Wonde. They were proficient in astrology, but the most outstanding of them was the leader of the red-robed wizards, one of the 12 leaders of the wizards, Vladimir the Great Harionov. He was also the mayor of Latakia. He had a divine artifact called the Sunspot. It was a unique black eye shape, so it was also known as the Eye of Darkness. This was how the city of Latakia got its name. Vladimir the Great appeared in the sky above the square in his familiar bald head. He had a thick beard and a black symbol on his forehead. It was the mark left behind by the Eye of Darkness. He looked down at the square from the sky and paused for a moment before continuing. As everyone knows, the Buga people are the descendants of the scholars of Akkadu. It is our duty to collect and manage the knowledge of the land. The precious knowledge in the library of Babel Fortress was once the most important wealth of the wizards, so we have the responsibility to retrieve it and take good care of it. The square was silent. However, Vladimir the Great did not care. He did not need these people's answers. At his height, he only needed to ask for the opinions of the 12 people. To be exact, there were 3 of them. The Silver Union wasn't as tightly knit as one might think. After the Second Holy War, the Silver Union sorcerers had split into 3 factions due to disagreements. William, the silver-robed sorcerer, was in charge of the 2 most important cities in Buga, Kanaki and the White Tower. The soldiers called themselves the Mithril Society. Next was the Hermit Order, the headquarters of the black-robed wizards. Their leader was Yogi. They left their floating city on top of the glacier. Although they were secretive, they were most enthusiastic about the affairs of the mainland. However, these black-robed wizards were not interested in fighting for power on the mainland. Instead, they were interested in eliminating the forces of chaos. In fact, they were the biggest enemies of all for one and tree herders. Finally, there was the so-called Red and Blue Alliance, also known as the Saucered Alliance. In fact, it was the Twin Cities Alliance of Rossard and Vladimir the Great. It was named because the 2 floating cities were located in the sky above the Saucered region. This alliance was the weakest in the Silver Alliance, so it was not well known. However, it had a great enmity with the Mithril Society led by William. Vladimir the Great himself had long coveted the position of the White Tower. He had always advocated that the guardian of the White Tower should be a more insightful astrologer, not a wizard of the law. Although in the Silver Alliance, the wizards of the law were often called scholars. However, Vladimir the Great also knew in his heart that among the 12 wizard leaders, Solomon of the Mithril Society was the leader, followed by William. Tulman was ranked 4th, and he was ranked 8th. Rossard was even worse than him. With the strength of the Twin Cities Alliance, challenging the Mithril Society was a bit of a fantasy. The reason he coveted the White Tower was because of the sacred status of the White Tower among the wizards. The White Tower of Buga was built to imitate the Tower of Law in the Elemental 5. Every floor of the White Tower was filled with documents and books from all over the Wond. It was the largest and proudest library of the Buga people. What was the most important thing to a wizard? Naturally, it was knowledge. And the White Tower was a symbol of knowledge, so it had always been regarded as the holy land of wizards. But now, he obviously had a better choice. The Buga people were the descendants of Scholar Aegido. Scholar Aegido used to be the Tower Guardian of Babel. At that time, they used to have all the civilizations of tens of thousands of years, the knowledge and inheritance of countless continents. The knowledge of the Golden Race, the Silver Race, and even the Divine Race and God was stored in the Tower of Babel. In that era, Babel was the center of civilization and the symbol of order. If one day he could take back this knowledge, then the White Tower was not worth mentioning. Vladimir the Great waited silently in mid-air, his red robe fluttering without wind. Soon, he heard a voice from the void. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.